Hello everybody, welcome back once again. It's actually once again, we had the qualifier showcase of course and the round of 16 showcase before, but it is time for the first wave of actual matches for the Mania 7 Key World Cup 2023 it is, finally. And what a match we have here, China versus France. I'm Juan Cristo commentating, and I'll be joined by no other man, no other legend, the Potassium F. How are you doing, my man?
Yeah, that's me. Hi, I'm doing really well actually. This 7 Key World Cup last year, if anyone remembers that far back, was an absolute banger tournament, and this year is looking just as stacked as last year in terms of the teams, the players, and once again, top 16. Every single team this week that is playing is extremely strong. So we are going to see probably quite a few close matches here. And the first one, of course, China versus France. I believe China was 4th seed.
That will be correct, yes. They got seed number 4, I think, behind South Korea, Philippines, and Malaysia. I think that was this.
Yeah, and I mean, all 4 of those teams listed there are absolutely terrifying. So definitely here, China looking like the favorites in this matchup. But France, I think, has quite a chance to secure a few points here at the very least, because even though, in the qualifier stage, China was one of the best performing teams, I think with this map pool a little bit easier than most of the qualifier maps, the accuracy coming in from some of France's players might be able to hold out. At the end of the day, it's going to come down to that consistency throughout these maps.
Absolutely, and we already see the first couple of bans, rather the only bans really happening. France banning Wake Me Up here, LN3, and Hybrid 1 from China, which means Shinkai is not going to be played either. And honestly, the biggest surprise for me is that we see Hana no Yakusoku open on the first match already, which was honestly my top contender for most amount of bans already.
Yeah, and I would think, especially against a team like China, I think that Surf Chew map there is probably the map that most teams, 99% of teams, would ban
just
against
going
China.
for it.
And China's first pick, there we go. Of course, China getting number 1, beating every single other country on stage 4, which is kind of the equivalent map to this one in particular. So they are very, very strong at LN coordination.
And you guys are not ready to see the star rating that's about to pop up on stream for this particular map. But don't get deceived. Don't get confused. This is a 2.43 stars map, but I assure you it's one of the hardest charts in the pool.
That is real. That is actually a 2-star map. This pool is not that easy. It's very deceiving. Yeah, but as you said, this is definitely one of the maps of the pool that I think most of the players probably struggle on more than the other picks.
It's mostly because it is kind of like a different type of map to everything else. Like, you have to be patient, you have to coordinate your fingers, and if you misread something, you maybe stop pressuring the note or holding the note rather too strongly. You can just easily have a slider breaks everywhere. And with a VPM of 85, that makes it, every different snap makes, you need to hold for a little bit longer, a little bit earlier. You don't have much lenience when you're releasing the notes. And you can see right here, you have to hold a lot of notes at the same time and release at different times, which makes this, of course, like I said, a very tricky coordination pick.
Yeah, just the amount of awareness you have to have at all times of exactly everything going on, because there's so much going on despite it being so slow. And the finger independence needed. But right here, actually, fairly close, just out of the gates here. This is still fairly easy in the intro so far.
But there's the first miss.
Clamati, actually, that was the highest accuracy on France's side. Now, 2 full combos. China takes a very early strong lead here.
This is so not intuitive to play in general. For most players, that is. And even though France got a pretty decent score on the coordination pick on the qualifiers as well, I think relatively it was their best score compared to every other map. It is just not enough to hold against such a mighty team like China on this kind of things. This is their thing, but even still, you can see the best team in the world for coordination struggles as Satori misses.
Yeah.
For the first time.
One miss, but it's a very clean miss. Compared to Clamati's misses, that is, as well. So it's still 99.6 for both Chinese players. So this lead just continues to stay pretty strong here. And of course, there's not many notes in the map compared to other maps. So
an interesting pattern I'm noticing here for both teams. Actually, Satori, I believe, had the same issue. But the main amount of misses are coming from the yellow column, the middle column that most people just hit with the spacebar. And I mean, I guess it makes sense, right? Because you're used to hold the motion with your 6 fingers that are on the same row, but the one that isn't, it's kind of trickier to hold and release properly as you're mixing it up with the others. And now that Jerem also missed, France basically has no chance as the map finishes with 61,000 points of difference. The victorious team of the first map played in 7-Key Mania World Cup will be China, with a very clean full combo there by Turks, only a single 100 knight 89k.
Yeah, Turks is just a combo god. I remember this from last year as well. Turks FCing the map happens every time. He holds combos so well no matter what the map is. And even in a map like this here, we can see China is showing why they are the #1 team in stage 4.
And that was a pick by China as well, so we'll see what France tries to counter here with. I don't think Galens are too bad of a thing to pick for France against a normal team, but against China, of course, gets tricky. So perhaps they may want to aim for a hybrid. I'm not sure if they're confident enough of their accuracy, but they could still try maybe one of the easier consistency picks on the rice bowl.
Yeah, the consistency hybrid was banned from China, so the other 2 hybrids are actually quite risky, just in general for all teams to be able to pick. As far as consistency picks go, in the rice pool, I mean, there is like Chord Jack if you want to get a little bit spicy.
Well, that would be juicy. I don't know if I would go this early for Chord Jacks, but this is always a thing. That's always like a wild card pick for teams in both World Cups, actually, both 7-Key and 4-Key. It's usually
typically
a map that gets ignored and picked it later on.
Yeah, definitely something that you would pick later on, unless you're just absolutely insane at it.
Yeah, unless you're Brazil, right?
Unless Brazil getting like one-digit 300s with all 3 players, and then in that case, you can be pretty confident. But it's very hard to kind of gauge how both teams are going to be playing on a map like that. So instead, it is looking like it's going to be the Chord Stream map instead.
Yeah, makes sense, right? This probably tests the accuracy and consistency to some degree, the better of a pool. In a BPM that is, for 4-Key standards, obviously this is too fast, but for 7-Key standards, it is already getting into the point where it can get uncomfortable, let's say. Because you have so many more nodes and the band's so much more physically. Usually BPMs don't scale as high as you may be used to in 4-Key World Cup. That doesn't mean it's not hard at all. As you can see, this is only 150 BPM for someone like me who's for 4-Key, obviously, and being 5.73 stars already. This is going to be dense.
Yeah, it is fairly dense, but the patterning is fairly comfortable. Relatively. So, hopefully France right here is thinking that they are quite comfortable on this, and China actually, in their qualifiers, the Chord Stream map was kind of their least comfortable pick out of all those 8 maps, so maybe a bit of a targeted pick here against China.
Have a bit of rather some gaps in between the streams, obviously, to give you some time to recover, as this is round 16 still. It doesn't have to be extremely high yet. And we see Elementars as well joining us here on the French side. Same team for China, though. And score lines fairly close to each other, although China has a clear advantage in the accuracy department. It's only about 0.25%, so singular miss can definitely make up for this difference. And after the first little song, we see all players just full comboing pretty cleanly through this map. I haven't seen, I think, a single 200 being dropped by any of the players.
I think there was a couple of 200s dropped by Elementaires I saw earlier. Just in general, though, it looks like actually Turk's dropping in accuracy a little bit. Now it's only Satori.
That was an important drop of accuracy for friends, but like you said, Satori's making the difference here, as we're still entering to the very end of the second third here. This sort of break section functions as a stamina recovery, but from here onwards, it pretty much goes on without breaks, so we'll see. After this core jumps, core
jumps.
Core jumps. That's not the word, but it doesn't matter as we get
the density
into the core stream.
up.
The density, yeah, exactly, is picking up. The pattern's still a bit linear, but Elementaire is finding a bit of complications there. So does Calamity, and now Friends' chances are kind of going away.
Pretty much none at this point. We're at the end of the map. This is the outro already, kind of. Even if both Chinese players miss, like right now, it's at the end of the map. So the combo. Oh, actually, hang on.
Oh, that's so unfortunate. The miss there by Tex. The consistency god manages to pick up a miss here, and that would have given France the lead had they not missed.
That would have been a massive opportunity for France, but the double miss from the players earlier in the map just mean it's not possible to capitalize at the end there.
Oh my god. Yeah. Tix got the worst score in the lobby here, so France definitely had it. Like they probably would have made it with just like
I
the
definitely
FC from
think
Elementaires, yeah. I think the FC via Elementaires would have maybe been enough.
Oh, it would have been
they
close.
They both got like the same score. Look at the 200s, the 100s and misses. They literally have the same score, just a bit of a different ratio.
Yeah, all three players that missed really having very similar scores overall. It really is, at the end of the day, Satori, not only with the best accuracy, but the only full combo, is all that really separated these two teams. And China are not wasting any time with their picks right now, going straight for the other LN map, Daisuke. But this is a very different LN map than we saw earlier in Surf G. You couldn't really get any more different. In terms of style. Of course, Hana no Yakusoku being the LN coordination, this is going to be the LN density, focusing more on kind of dense LN streams at 157 BPM. Looks like there are going to be no switches out here. We're going to still be seeing Elementaires and Clamati for France, Satori and Turks playing every map so far for China.
I don't see the reason why they should be changing. I think at this point they are doing fairly well. But perhaps at some point if they get tired, we may see some player substitutions. Not sure. This is the last LM pick that we're going to see on this match, that's for sure.
And a bit of accuracy trouble set out the gate here for Elementaires, starting below 99%. The rest of the players holding pretty well in terms of accuracy. And the first miss as well coming from Elementaires.
That was a nasty drop as well. His accuracy got very, very low there in comparison.
China's holding on so strong, 99.6 for both players, full combos. For 3, Clamati's still holding on the full combo, but the accuracy falling a little bit behind now, just dropping a little bit below 99% themselves. It's a fairly short map, so there's not going to be that much time later in the map to be able to come back for France, so they're going to really need to bring back... Oh, Turks finding a miss actually there. But it is traded by Elementaires. So cancelled out at the end of the day, and it is going to be China still holding on this advantage. Clamati finding a miss now as well. So Satori, once again, the only full combo in the lobby.
this map is probably the one that gets closer in terms of difficulty to the qualifiers. I think this is a pretty tricky map to play overall. Requires a bit of speed and some reading as well. It's very dense.
Yeah, the density reading plays a pretty large factor here as well, and just in general the physicality being higher than the other LN map. Another miss coming in for Elementaires, and right now it really doesn't matter. It is going to be China
About the same difference as the other Olympic.
Yeah, securing the point here, and Satori once again full combo, being the only FC here, but the team score from China overall is just really, really solid. So 3-0. Very solid start for China here, but France, I feel like France definitely do have
they
an
had
opportunity. Yeah. On the Rice picks in particular, we did see that last pick could have definitely gone over to France's side if they managed to hold on a little bit longer there.
And I mean, China's out of Olympics, so perhaps, like, if France can capitalize off of one of the Rice picks now, I mean, it's at least putting some pressure on China, because they are the team that now is, in theory, out of picks because they don't have LNs anymore to pick. They should be fine on hybrids, I think, but and probably on most of the Rice. But if France can contest that, then with Rice 1 it is an anemone, then I mean, it's gonna put some pressure on China. They know that they may not be as comfortable on Rice to beat France consistently, and therefore maybe force them into hybrids. And once they are there, then, you know, shows can happen.
Oh, hybrids. These last two hybrids, massive choke potential in them. So definitely agree there. But it has to start here. France really do need to win this one right now. Anemone is the speed pick of the pool. So it will be 257 BPM, but I do think the kind of snaps do vary a little bit throughout this one, so can be a little bit tough to act maps like these. And actually, we're getting a swap here for China, the first one that they've had. Xingji Ding coming in for the Chinese team. I think some people might remember this player as QX from years ago.
I was about to say that if you didn't know this name, you may remember that. That was quite the player back then, I think. It was a long time ago. Was it like 4 years ago, maybe?
I mean, yeah, somewhere around like 2019-ish is where I remember. But back in the day, back in 2019, definitely one of the strongest players on the Chinese team. So now the return of QX. This is going to be the first time we're going to be seeing them on stream.
Bit of a lighter version of the core stream map we saw before, if you will, but a bit more oriented into speed. As you can see, we have those sort of delay streams, if you will, but not quite. This is 256 BPM, so those streams are very fast.
Just a casual 100 BPM faster than the core stream pick.
Yeah, exactly. To be fair, it also puts like less strain on your fingers because you have so much more keys to press, but still doesn't make it much easier. If any easier, really. It depends on the player. Some players are used to play this kind of stair patterns a little bit more consistently, and others struggle a little bit more. They prefer Trilly. But this is overall pretty flowy, and we shouldn't really expect to see many misses on this map. It's mostly going to be decided by your control, which seems to be in favor of China as it stands. But again, the accuracy is on the limit there. So a single miss from China can definitely turn the tables again.
Yeah, this is actually very close. There's both high 99.4 from both France players and 99.6 for Chinese players. All four full combos still on the table. It's not a massive lead, but Elementaires finding the miss here. In the last quarter of the map, it's going to be hard to come back from this. The accuracy is still there for France.
I mean, they need a collapse here, though, from China, and this section is kind of a chill section until the very, very last bit of streams. And even with misses here, there isn't enough map left really for France to recover, I believe. They made a combo cap now with the Limites, but it's not going to matter. I think China just got the double full combo locked down here, and they will indeed take the 4th point in a row now. They'll match point. If they win one more, they are through into the quarterfinals.
And
the races are so close too. Like, just compare the top 2 with the bottom 2 races every map, and it's so close.
Yeah, very similar. It's just the 200 counts really, and these misses coming in at the crucial moments here for France. And we do see Qing Jiding coming in for the first map, getting MVP of the lobby. So very, very successful first map there of the tournament. And here we are. It's going to be, as expected, kind of. China going onto the hybrids now that the LN pool is completely exhausted.
They're just picking randomly at this point.
Yeah, they're just picking random, sure. So true. And yeah, this map is a weird one. Wacko snaps. So it is like going to be snaps. It's going to be a challenge to act this.
Because you say the snaps are pretty random then.
Oh, so speaking of Chinese players from the past, Van Wilder. I don't think anyone knows this name because it's a name change from, I think less than a day ago. Yep. But Van Wilder, also known as 4K Game By, also known as Zhang Fan. So Zhang Fan from all the way back in, 2016 or so. If you recognize that name.
The ancient people may remember this.
So a very experienced Chinese team this is.
Absolutely. Like, I remember Zhang Fan. Like, when he changed to 4K by, I was like, why? Like, everyone will know you now by that name. You're just Zhang for me. The god of Seviki.
Yeah, well, I feel like most old players would know him as Zhang Fan though, so... QX and Zhang Fan
as well on the French team. Yeah, Mania Maxwell.
Yeah, Miller Maxwell coming in for France. First time we're seeing them, I believe. Unless
you'll be correct.
Yep, okay. So this one, another short map. A lot of these maps are really short, so these misses are so important.
Misses count for so much more. Yeah, this kind of makes it so we saw every player already, right? Because only Zhang Fang, or I guess Van Wilder, and Milia were the only 2 that have not played so far.
Yeah, that's actually really rare. In a lot of these 7K teams, it is mostly, kind of 1 or 2 players that are the hyper carries of each team. Very rare that we see, both of the teams having such evenly spread skill sets so that they can sub in all of their players.
Yeah, and I think in the case of France, we seen Calamity on all the maps, so that's like the only exception, because not even on the Chinese team we have seen a single player play them on all the maps. Well, there's the first miss, unfortunately, by Melia Maxwell, who got a bit caught off by those wonky snaps there.
A very rough start. Yeah, it's caught off guard by the hit sounds.
Yeah.
But very early in the map, Clamati, that miss is going to mean a little bit more because it is 400 combo into the map. Kind of the worst place to miss here.
And there's another one that gets a bit tricky with dance there and very chaotic of all things. Proving to be a bit of a tricky spot there by Calamity to hit. And Melia Maxwell also gets another miss on those lands. And China looking fairly strong, but Zhang Fang, Van Wilder.
This is a classic Zhang Fan.
Yeah, it's a classic.
Right?
This is so true.
Such a Zhang Fan score right now.
The guy who just FCs everything with the same accuracy no matter the stage. Oh no! Oh my god!
Unfortunate.
I'm so sorry.
That was
not again.
That was like the easiest note to not drop combo on the entire map. But yeah, it does look like France overall struggling on this map, just holding the combo really. Accuracy, I mean, they're keeping up an accuracy with Zhang Fan at the very least, but this accuracy from Qingjiding, 99.47, is absolutely towering above all the other players in the lobby right now, with the full combo as well. So this lead for China is just looking so hard to come back from.
Into the barriers. We're only hoping for a full combo there by QX, and that's pretty much the highlight of this map. China has this secure for sure, as they will come up victorious and take the full match 5-0 with the NFC there. After all, by QX, you were all waiting for it, but they do finally FC with 13-200. The ratios being exactly the same again, pretty much across the entire thing, but France not performing quite as good as QX here, therefore, and actually not as Sangfan either. But still, nice performance, I think, by both teams in general. That we're seeing that round 16 map pool is no joke either. Although it may be easier than the qualifiers, still definitely a very hard map pool.
Yeah, seeing a lot of misses, even from, you know, one of these top 4-seeded teams in China. But still a very, very solid performance. The accuracy and just the level of comfort overall, granting China this win. Of course, France are not out of the tournament yet. It is a double elimination bracket, so France will be sent to the losers bracket. They'll get one more chance at continuing on to make a deep run in this tournament.
Yeah, and it's not the game. The game's not over for France either. Like, they're gonna get knocked down to the losers bracket. I'm not sure who would be facing, though. That being said, I'm wondering. I believe it's gonna be the loser of Brazil versus not Brazil, the US.
USA
Chile.
versus Chile.
Yeah.
Well, that's gonna be an exciting match as well. Actually, this winners bracket is very. I mean, there's only been one match. There's only been one match. It's so stacked already. I'm like looking at all these teams, I'm like, wow, this winner's bracket is looking really stacked. This winner's bracket is every single team. So yes, every team is insanely strong right here. And already from the second round, it's going to be China versus USA or Chile, which is crazy.
But now we are going to have another match incoming in about 2 minutes, so it was like a very quick showdown, I believe, between China and France. Gives us enough time now to stream the top seed of the tournament.
Yeah.
I think we just got a signal that meant, hey, I need some more time.
Okay, fair enough. We'll talk for a little bit more.
Yeah, but keep it quiet, otherwise the viewers might
hear
it.
Yep, okay. But yeah, anyway, a little bit about this next match. Of course, South Korea being the favorites in every 7-key World Cup, being seed number 1. And Vietnam making it, I believe this is, well, one of the first times I've seen them, well, the first time definitely in 7-key World Cup, right? That I've seen them in the bracket stage.
Well, I mean, yeah, since qualifiers are a thing, I don't think we have seen Vietnam. And before that, we may have seen them on a group stage, but never getting out of it. If I recall correctly, perhaps in 2014, I think they didn't, but that will be the one time I'm not so sure about. Even still, like, just qualifying through this very, very harsh qualifying pool is already quite a feat, I will argue, because not only the maps are pretty hard, but there were so many teams already playing for the qualification spots, and only 16 made it through. Like, less than half of the teams managed to qualify to the bracket stage here. And of course, they made it on the very, very last spot, and they're going to be facing South Korea for it. I wouldn't want that if I was a team, of course. If there's one team I will never want to face, it's always going to be South Korea and 7-key World Cup. Oh, I mean, I guess Japan on Taiko World Cup, but they still managed to qualify, and that's quite the feat, quite the achievement they should be proud of. And I mean, they can maybe throw up some surprises. The map pool, as we said, it's hard enough, but not quite as hard as the qualifier pool. We may see some contest from Vietnam, especially on the core stream map, I would argue, but perhaps maybe on a very nasty LN choke by South Korea. We don't know.
Okay, it does look like Silweska Els is here, so I will be saying goodbye. And hello, Silweska Els.
Hello there. Thank you so much for having me here. And gotta say, Passion, you did a wonderful job commentating the previous match. Like, absolutely amazing inputs and whatsoever. But for the meantime, we'll be having South Korea versus Vietnam. I think One Crystal is still staying here to join us with the commentary booth, am I right?
Hey, yay, Captain. You got it. I'll be
So,
here.
I'm not sure exactly what weakness South Korea has, because like, I was thinking first, what should like South Korea ban? I would say the map that they're most uncomfortable with. And if random is the map that they're like not that confident in, or at least not that comfortable playing, or they don't like it, then that's probably just the best ban that they could put in here.
Well, I mean, that would be nice, but it seems like Vietnam was the team who banned random instead, so
Oh, wait.
what is the second most uncomfortable map for Korea, I guess?
Alright. I'm sorry. I was not reading it properly. I thought for some reason I thought South Korea your ban was on top of Hybrid 2. But it looks like it was Vietnam's ban. I mean, oh wait,
Oh,
both
actually, no.
released that-
They
wait,
both-
that
yeah.
released one. Okay, this makes a lot more sense for South Korea. I do think when it comes to releases, there could be some weakness early on for South Korea, but at the end of the day, now that that's out of the way, I'm very confident that South Korea has been able to take away the most uncomfortable picks for them. At least that's how I see this match.
So they're getting rid of LN1 from, like we saw on the previous match. I was talking about how I expected this map to be the most banned map of the tournament, and therefore that obviously means that on the first match it's gonna get picked and not banned, obviously. But this time, I'm proving right. South Korea will be banning the Sufchu map, the LN1, the release coordination pick, but that leaves Wake Me Up open, which in some senses is not that much different, I think. Of course, it's much denser and faster, but
I mean,
I'll
it's
argue Wake Me Up is also quite a tricky LN map.
I mean, it is tricky, but like it's tricky in a different sense. Like there's a difference between tricky because it's released and tricky because it's denser and a little bit faster. I'd say Wake Me Up would certainly be less challenging for players who are more proficient on the LN field but struggle on like the slow release parts. I think that South Korea's strength overall really would be mostly on the right side, because like their accuracy is something that's usually seen as undefeated even in previous 7K MWCs.
They're gonna go for rain instantly here.
So we're going to be having rain in the pool. If I'm not mistaken, this is one of the Rice maps, and 0133 being in here makes a lot of sense. I believe 0123 had like one of the best acts in the South Korean team, especially when it comes to the qualifiers. Like Rice won, 0133 was the best scorer in there. So I am not surprised to see them here.
And to be fair, Enil, who's also playing now, got number 6 as well on the map, so they definitely have a very, very solid roster for this. Vietnam's top performer will be Seiren Shikikno on the Rice 1 department from the qualifiers. He got number 27. He was in 980k, a bit behind comparison to the other two Koreans. But again, it's Korea that we're talking about. Instead, we're gonna see Moni and Hitori here joining us. Unless there has been a clutch name change at the very end. I believe we have not seen these two players much.
I mean, there are no name changes here. Just clarifying that. Hitori was the name of a player in the qualifiers. So I do think that these two would be all right. I mean, then again, I know that Seirin Shikino had the higher score in Rice One, but to be fair, I guess that isn't exactly like the same difficulty as this round. I'd say
Yeah,
this one is a lot easier.
the fact that this is easier may make some of the rosters we're used to see on the qualifiers a bit different, because some players are just better at accuracy and therefore can, like, the physical capabilities are maybe on the edge for maps that are as hard as the qualifiers, but the maps that are like easier, like this one, they can still sharpshoot their accuracy pretty well and therefore have a better score. We see the first time no fails on both sides. That wasn't a thing on the previous match for some reason. Of course, completely allowable doesn't change your score at all.
I mean, look at South Korea right now, double 99.99. Like, all right.
We're seeing like 2 robots on the left side against 2 humans on the right side. That's the first miss actually by the humans.
I mean, wait, I think Enel dropped some grades here and there, but like, it doesn't really matter when Moni also drops some accuracy, which is quite unfortunate.
We're talking about dropping grades, whereas Hitori is dropping misses, so that's quite a difference.
See, here's the thing, alright? The thing about maps like this is it's easy to act them because they're not exactly the fastest, but what makes them difficult is to be consistent on them, as these maps tend to be ones where you just drop a lot of misses on, but you get like really, really good ratio on them.
Yeah, it's essentially like Kojaks, which, I mean, with this swingy rhythms, you can see some accuracy being dropped, like you see there for 0133. He drops a little bit of perfects instead of the 300 Gs that we are used to see from him, dropping his accuracy from 99.99 to 99.98, which is crazy to say, honestly. Like, this isn't normal, guys. Don't get used to this.
Like, even on, like, the thing is, the fact that we still have 3 full combos on the map where it's, I'd say, could be chokeable is really impressive to me. Like, the fact that these are the acts that we're seeing here. No, not 3 FCs anymore. But still, my point stands. The accuracy between everyone here is just really strong overall. And what is that team score by Korea? I think that's like 3,000 points away from.
That was. Yeah. Yes, that's a score. That's a score by 0133. And it's also a score by Enil, don't get me wrong. It just has a 50 over there. Like, I'm not saying Vietnam's performance is any bad. They struggle a little bit on the ending, which is a bit denser and has a very long jag on the middle column, but they still have pretty decent scores. Like 154 regulars on this is very, very solid. But when you're fighting a team like Korea on a Kojak-like pick like this, where accuracy can be sharpshooted as hard as they are, I mean, there's just no chance. You might as well throw the keyboard away.
Well, you know, that's a lot of money spent. We better not do that. Am I right? Like, no keyboards are gonna be broken here. Though, I gotta say, the most interesting part for me is, again, it seems like it just really goes to show how stacked this tournament is. Like, even the lowest seeds here are proven to be able to hit maps like those, and Anemone being the next pick. I'm not sure if this pick would be good, because if you think about it, South Korea won one Rice map, and even if this map is like delay streams and a little bit different from the previous one, I think it's just a risk that I'm not sure if it's worth taking. But then again, we'll be having Jasver instead of Hitori in here, which I think
I mean, this is Vietnam's pick, so yeah, it's a bit weird that they are picking something like this against Korea. I guess they're just comfortable with this map. Like if I was Vietnam, honestly, I would just pick the maps I'm the most comfortable with, because those are like the only ones where I feel like will have a better chance. And I'd just pray for a choke by Korea, then that's it. Like, you can go a lens and try to counter the strengths of South Korea on the Rice department, but there's still South Korea, so if you're not very solid at it, it still won't matter if they choke, because you are expected to choke anyway. So, I mean, if Vietnam feels comfortable with a map like Anemone, then I think this map is a perfectly reasonable pick. come down to whether they are comfortable with this or not, which I will assume they are if they picked it. We see Dresssurf though joining us here.
Yeah, Dresssurf is, if I'm not mistaken, currently the #1 ranked player in Mania. I might be wrong though. That's really impressive to see, and I would be I would be intrigued to see how Vietnam plays against Korea on a map like this. Like this is delay streams, and I think South Korea is also really good at that kind of skill set.
Well, so far it's not the same monstrous accuracy as we saw on the Korchak pick, which makes all sense, but as it stands right now, we see a double full combo here by Vietnam, but the accuracy difference being quite the accuracy difference. About, what is it, 2%? Almost?
So, I mean, then again, yeah, there is a big act difference, but like, can you really blame them? Delay streams are like known to be not that. I was about to say not that hard to like keep combo on, but it's really difficult to keep that accuracy up high. And unfortunately, Moni and Jasper have been conceding some drops here and there.
There were a couple misses, some of the breaks, but most of them on the delay streams as we're getting here. Korea showing no signs of weakness or problems at any point during these streams. They're doing magnificently well, as you would expect, really. And although Vietnam trying their best, they are certainly struggling with a map that gets this fast. The physical demand is a bit too rough for them to keep up with. And this is already looking like it's a point by Korea, really. We still have a quarter of the map left, but when a difference is this high in a map that is this short, not even 2 minutes, it is something you can't just recover at all, I think.
I mean, regardless, like, holding double 98 and this is like very impressive on its own right already. These maps are no joke, and 0-1-2-3 with the first miss on the South Korean team in general. And I don't think it's gonna matter really, because the lead that they built up was just way too big for them to even like have a chance at losing this pick.
Well, that's a B1 double S by Dresssurf. 190 regulars. That's almost 10-to-1 ratio at 995. That may be one of the best scores we see on this map, really, across the entire thing.
It's definitely up there. And again, we just see 4 900Ks across the board. Very, very good job from Vietnam, at least for holding those. And I gotta say as well that like the total amount of 300s, I think, is actually lower than the lowest 300 count of Vietnam, which is Moni's 300 count.
Yep,
That
is correct. Actually,
that just goes to show how much South Korea really is able to capitalize on those rice picks. But now, if I were South Korea, I would probably just try to pick another rice, because like, you won 2 rices already. Why not go for another one?
Just get boss speed. Buzzy come, Buzzy go. Okay, they're picking Shinkai. They're going for hybrid 1. Interesting pick, I'll say, considering their rice trend was looking pretty strong. But I mean, maybe they find it fancy to get a bit of a change here. Good song though, so we'll get to listen to a banger at least. One of the longest, if not the longest chart of the pool, I think. Yeah, I think it actually is the longest chart of the pool. No, of course, bearing the tiebreaker, right? But 3 minutes 27, proving to be quite a consistency check, if you will. Although on the hybrid department, it has a bit of everything. Can we call this like a mini tiebreaker in some way? Of course, not as hard as tiebreaker, but
I mean, considering the length, maybe. I actually forgot what kind of map this was. Was this like a... okay, it's a hybrid. Okay, now I understand why you're calling this a mini tiebreaker.
yeah.
But then again, I don't think this is gonna be. I don't think this is any difficult than the tiebreaker though. This is certainly like.
It's definitely easier.
But the length, like, probably makes up for it. And judging by the chat, it looks like Hitori is gonna come in for Vietnam at least.
I mean, they're claiming to like the song. That doesn't necessarily mean they're playing, but yeah, they are. You're right. We see also JSED on the South Korean side, so only one. No, actually, yeah, only one player from South Korea has not played yet. Is that true? Yeah, that's true.
You know, only YZ hasn't played.
Wait,
So
yeah, he was the last one. Everyone played now. He was the only missing.
That's true, but now we'll be having Hitori Moni once again with duo from Vietnam, and for South Korea we'll be having YC and Enel. Enel was like a player I wasn't entirely sure who they were, but they've really been killing it so far.
Moni struggling a little bit here on this intros, finding some misses. Quite a misses actually. Finding it a bit tricky, these transitions with a single hold and some quick bursts in section. Yep,
And
those bursts are the problem.
Yeah, I think Moni kind of really struggles on that, and that's what South Korea has probably noticed already early on. And that was a nice strategy for them if that's the case. I mean, I was about to say Hitori holding the FC, but unfortunately, Hitori and Moni have both conceded their full combos. Meanwhile, South Korea is just keeping them.
Yeah, South Korea is just doing the South Korean things, really. What you would expect, double FC through this map, albeit maybe with a bit of a lower accuracy on the end of Enel. But still, it's not that big of a problem when the opponents are struggling as hard as Vietnam is right now. Like 97.5 from Moni here, definitely this map is way out of his range. At least the patterning is being a bit too rough for him. Like, he may be able to just hit this kind of burst or those kind of a lens, have they being separated or isolated, but when they are combined, it makes it so much harder because you have to mix skill sets. Some people even use different skins when they want to play a long note map or when they want to play a Rise map, and that could get in your way when you have to go into hybrids. You may want to prioritize the long notes of a hybrid or maybe the Rise, and therefore that maybe makes you struggle a little bit. Using different reading strategies, some people like to read a lens negatively. Of course, this map is not dense enough, I think, where that merits it. But there's a lot of things in consideration when you're playing hybrids that you have to take care of. And you need to be a very versatile player in order to play it, and Vietnam's struggling a little bit with it. And it's something that you regularly expect, I say, from like the lower seeded teams. They have like less all-rounded people, and therefore hybrids seems to be the weak point.
I mean, not only that, but the epitome of versatility on 7K is certainly South Korea. Like, you name it, there's just way too many players there who are really good at both long notes and Rise, and now it's just showing. Like, you can tell, these LN patterns are no joke, and the Rise certainly makes it hard as well. So I think that South Korea is, once again, just really balanced in terms of like their skill set, and they're just able to capitalize and exploit the weaknesses of their opponents effectively.
So again, into the very end of the map, we'll see a big lead, and a map that is this long, that lead is even more impressive. 160-ish thousand points for South Korea's favor.
Yeah,
although Hitori managed to get a bit of a combo here going for him, it's not gonna matter really, as Korea is just casually heading the double FC on the longest shot on the pool.
And oh my goodness,
there's no way that's an SS. That cannot be a 1 SS, right? No, it's not. Thank God.
Oh wow, that 150. You know, there seems to be like a trend here where some of these FCs were like almost like super clean, and then a 50 happens. But then again, I don't think it really matters because FC is an FC at the end of the day. Hitori and Moni are able to get above 97 still, despite the difficult patterns for both Ellen and Rice. But what can you really do when you're up against South Korea?
Yeah, and even like players that have not played before, they're just making the debuts here on this World Cup. I mean, at the very least in the bracket stage, like Jay said, he has not played on any map before. He just comes in and clutched this MVP. So, like, what can you really do? Any player that just comes here is just so good. Now we got a chance to see every member of the Korean team. Now it's a matter of, well, what are they going for? They certainly have the strength for hybrids. They certainly have the strength from Rice. They only avoided a lens so far. And I mean, Vietnam has to pick. They could maybe force an LN to South Korea. Maybe ask them the question, are you good enough for the lens? Although the answer is probably yes.
Good enough for LNs. I mean, you did say something about like how lower seeded teams tend to have like less well-roundedness. So I'm not sure if LNs would be something that Vietnam would want to try. And there we go, another Rice map.
It is Boozy come, Boozy go. .270 BPM, man, this is so fast. Map by the legend Kawawa, obviously. Bit of a swingy rhythm as well. Expecting some drops on those rhythms eventually. If people lose their composure a little bit, I feel they can get lost in the timing a little bit and therefore drop some combo. Will that happen to South Korea or will it happen to Vietnam? I mean, I still reckon you can get a pretty decent score here from Vietnam's, but it is always hard. Like, you always want to predict the underdog to have some sort of chance, but we're talking about South Korea. We're talking about a giant of the game, and like, when was the last time that South Korea did not win 7K World Cup? It was China, right?
It was a Chinese team in 2016 or 2015. It was either one of those years. But yeah, that was the only time South Korea did not win 7K NWC.
We see Jasper joining here for Vietnam, as well as Dressuf and 0133, so double players draw for Korea. Wait, that's the key layout that 0133 uses? Like, I'm or is he just spamming? It looks like it is his layout, right?
Hey, wait, what were you saying again?
Yeah, you see the random chat that is on there. Yeah.
I personally know who Jasper is, and if I'm not mistaken, they're actually someone that lives in the United States. So that's why.
No, but I meant the spam that we had seen by 0133, right? The ASD point, like dot backslash whatever. That did look like a layout for 7K, but I wasn't too sure because it looks kind of weird. Like, I don't know if all those keys are on the same bro.
I don't know, but yeah, that first miss is really unfortunate right now. Playing at 6 a.m. though, Jasper is doing an incredible job. Like, I don't think I'd be able to play a tournament match at 6 a.m.
I mean, it's not necessarily 6 a.m. It depends on the part of the United States you're living at, but yeah, if you're on the, what is it, West Coast?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure.
6 a.m.
Yeah, West Coast.
7.
West Coast.
Yeah, that's commendable, honestly.
Yeah, that's very, very commendable. And right now, the accuracy lead is clearly on the South Korean team's favor. Vietnam still has 1 FC, however, which I think kind of gives them a chance. Never mind. And that was 2 misses, unfortunately. Those mini jacks are very unforgiving. Like, I know how difficult mini jacks are in 4K, but on 7K, they have to be much more training.
Oh, they are. They absolutely are. Especially if they are not on, like, your main fingers, right? Imagine you have to hit with a ring finger at mini jack. Oh boy, outer column mini jacks are the absolute worst.
Yeah,
as we get here into this trickier bursty rhythms, 0133 first miss from Korea again on this map.
thing about 0-1-2-3 is that their misses are like super clean. Like even if they drop, it's like I don't think they even drop any 200s when they miss. And South
Very
Korea
tricky rhythms.
just a very dominating athlete once again. Oh my goodness, I am excited to see how this. Oh, only 1 200 drop by South Korea. Okay.
Not just
Despite
that, but a
all
B1
of-
double S by Dress so far. That's a team score. Like have 0-1-3 not missed, this will be ridiculous.
But
But
0-1-2-3 would have probably taken the MVP without that miss, actually. But anyways, Vietnam with those two scores are still pretty solid. And yeah, it does look like 0-1-2-3 spammed was just a layout. Yeah, I think that's a 7K layout.
oh,
And
Korea picking
oh.
longness. Okay, they just want to flex at this point. They are picking one
Yeah.
of each different category.
Oh my god, I just noticed that right now. Yeah, you're right. One rice, one hybrid, one. Yeah, you are right. Yeah, I guess they really want to flex, huh? But then again, I think out of all of the LNs, this is definitely the one that South Korea would probably like do the best on. Oh, and looks like YZ1155 is now a part of the Vietnamese team. Never mind.
Oops, that didn't last long. Is this the closest to Eurobeat we gotten? Like it's not, but it's been a while since I listened to Eurobeat. But anyways, if there is a chance for Vietnam to start coming back, then it has to be right absolutely now, because South Korea is a match point that they're looking extremely strong right now, and it will be very unlikely for them to drop a single point here. But I don't know, it's a lens. We haven't seen a lens being played by South Korea just yet, so Vietnam definitely has the chance here to make a bit of a surprise or make a statement maybe. But like I said, yeah, we have to wait and see. Korea obviously the favorites, but on a lens, you never know. A lens are wild.
And right now, everyone's still holding their combos. Very impressive intro for both teams, but YZ and 0-1-2-3 are just 99.8 on LNs for 7K is just that is inhumane. It's unheard of, I guess.
I mean, to be fair, this is like the one Olympic where I would expect better accuracies than normal, because it's sort of like a density-ish pick. There isn't much difficult of the releases as much, and it's mostly constant streams with 1-4 releases. That makes accuracy not as challenging. This does not mean it's not challenging at all, because as the density picks up on sections like this, as you're seeing, when you have to hold maybe not just one but two notes at the same time while coordinating the stream, then it can get very difficult. But if you have the muscle memory for it, it's not too hard to accuracy. And that seems to be the case for the both of the South Korean teams. Obviously their accuracy is not as solid as we are used to see on the Rise department, but that's just the nature of a lens. That's just how it works.
My goodness. Oh, that was an unfortunate drop from 0-1-3-3, but once again, it doesn't really matter. Like, their athlete just against the other two on Vietnam is way too much. So yeah, these LN patterns, yes, they are pretty dense at least compared to LN1. And as of this moment, Hitori and Moe are just doing their best. These short LNs paired with like the longer ones would like force you to focus on which one to hit really. But at the same time, it does seem like South Korea is the one to be able to have that more proficiency in general. And I can't really say that I'm surprised as this is the number one seed in the whole of the tournament. But considering who Vietnam was up against, I think they did a pretty good job. These maps are definitely no joke to like play, especially on a live setting.
Absolutely not. For a World Cup debut, of course, it's always rough to get the top seed drafted, but they're certainly making their first statement. Hopefully, only things get better for Vietnam as the tournament progresses in the losers bracket for them, where they will be facing the loser between Brazil and Canada. But for now, South Korea will be waiting on the winners bracket as they win 5-0 against Vietnam here on the debut on the bracket stage here. Congratulations to the Koreans. Again, we'll be waiting for the winner of that same matchup we just mentioned, Brazil or Canada. Great showing by these 4 players, honestly. I want to say that I'm surprised, but honestly, I'm not that surprised. Like, Korea is known to be a monster, and they are definitely performing at the level everybody expects them to. If anything, I will argue the Korjak performance was absolutely mind-blowing. That's for sure. Everything else, they look extremely solid, just as you would expect from the best team in the world.
I mean, as I've said before, what can you really do against South Korea? Like, this team, this country is just very, very dominant when it comes to the 7K scene. And they're really just showing that they are the top seed of this tournament, and they've proved it with a big statement on this weekend.
Well, we see the only 2 champions of this tournament progressing already through the bracket stage into the winners quarterfinals. The only 2 teams who have managed to win this title already, waiting for their opponent at the higher standards. But it's interesting that we may be able to see a Korea versus China on the semis that early.
That would be so fun to watch, honestly. Like, I would be interested to see how both these teams would stack up against each other. But until then, I think the next match is going to be around an hour from now. Yeah, there it is. And I don't think this is a match you'd want to miss. So stay tuned. And hey, wait, Argentina's here. One Crystal. I think this is gotta be something you want to watch, right?
Oh, of course. I mean, it's always fun to see your own national team playing a tournament. And 7K Mania World Cup, of course, is not the exception. We are, the World Cup football champions right now, so we have something to fight for, I guess. Let's go.
Let's go. Ankara Messi.
Yeah,
but anyways,
Ankara Messi. I know.
Go.
But yeah. Of course, that has to be it for us, at least for now. We'll be back on 56 minutes, about-ish, for the next match, which will be a single match on the block. After that, we'll see 2 more and call it for the day. But of course, you don't want to miss any of this, really. There's a lot of action, a lot of good matches, although both have been sweepers, both have shown excellent performances. And I think Malaysia, Argentina, we may see a surprise, hopefully. I'm expecting. I will be gladly thankful if there is a surprise happening. Malaysia, of course, the favorite. And myself as an Argentinian will obviously like to see an upset. And all that being said, I'm not so sure if this is the case, but if it's not, it should be up soon. So you better be patient and wait for it, or just go and check it out yourself. But there should be banners happening at some point if they're not already. You can buy a banner for any of the teams that are surviving through this bracket stage, and therefore have a nice shiny badge on your profile. It's not the badge, it's like a banner, of course, but if you happen to pick the winning team, it will stay for a little bit longer. Otherwise, it would just stay for the entirety of the tournament. And anyway, it's just a way to give support to your favorite players, to your favorite teams. The tournament itself, of course, helping to fund the prize pool in some way or another. And just support the organizers, commentators, players, and everything. You know, the same drill as every year. It's only 2.5 USD. No tax, I think. Hopefully.
That's true, but yeah, I just gotta say, thank you so much everyone for stopping by. Thank you, Crystal, for being here. And that's all. See you in around 55 minutes.
All right, everybody. Hello and welcome back to some more Oceania 7 Key World Cup 2023 action. We've got our third match of the round of 16 coming up, Malaysia versus Argentina. I will be one of your commentators, Toph Daddy, and I am joined here by Silhouesca Els. How's it going?
I'm doing alright. I mean, looking at some of the matches previously, it just goes to show how the different teams kind of stack with each other. Though, if I notice something, like most of the matches as of now have been like among the top 4 seeds versus like around those in the tens range, and this is another one of them. Like Malaysia, if I'm not mistaken, is seed 3, and Argentina should be like seed 14.
Yes, that is correct. Malaysia is seed 3, and like you said earlier, we saw the number 1 seeded South Korea match, and also the number 4 seeded China, their match in the round of 16. So lots of high seeds coming out here for the earlier games. But without further ado, we'll get into some Malaysia and Argentina action. Chiwi leading the way for Malaysia and Lucas leading the way for Argentina. Got the rolls coming out, doubled Bancho chat. Looks like Malaysia did win that roll. So Lucas will ban for Argentina first, followed by Malaysia's ban and pick.
Well, hope you're doing alright, especially considering how I think both teams will do fine. Like both teams are doing good in this kind of map pool, especially early on, and I would certainly be expecting like some really high scores from both teams. And looks like random. Yeah, I don't know. It just seems to me that these lower seeded teams probably like banning random. I mean, this was also the ban that Vietnam had in the previous match.
Yeah, I mean, the map itself is extremely complex, and so it makes sense for the lower seeded teams to want to get that out of the way. Because I would figure that a team like Malaysia would have no issues playing through it, and it's just a matter of like making sure that you're getting the most inconsistent map for that lower seeded team out of the way as a ban.
That is true. And now, I'm not sure what Malaysia is going to be banning. I certainly don't think they're banning LN. Definitely not. That's something that Malaysia is very well known to be good at.
I would agree. I would expect them to maybe ban the Jack pick Prematrix or Prematrix just to get rid of that's not the Jack pick. Rain is the Jack pick.
Yes, there we go, Rain.
But that would be my expectation solely because I think getting rid of like the pure accuracy picks when you're up against a lower seeded team is a strategy I see a lot of high seeds go for.
Well, I think Malaysia would ban probably. Well, I don't think Anemone should be the ban because Anemone is like more of a delay pick, and I think when it comes to delay maps, I would assume the lower ranked teams, the lower seeded teams would be the ones having a difficult one.
Oh,
wait a minute.
Another
Colors,
hybrid. Wait. Oh, I guess that makes sense too. I'm not gonna worry about that as a ban.
I don't know. I mean,
the map is so like it's high risk, high reward, but even for a team like Malaysia, it can be really, really difficult to be consistent on it. So I think that makes perfect sense as a ban. But that is going to be the 2 bans, 2 hybrids getting out of the pool, and we'll see the first pick of a Daisuke coming out from Malaysia here. You already said that you didn't expect them to ban LNs, and they're proving you right by just going straight into them.
Yeah, I mean, like, when it comes to the faster LNs, I would definitely expect Malaysia to just hack it like it's nothing. I mean, Chiwi is definitely one of the best LNAC players. Like, if you think Chiwi's 4K act is up there, what about his 7K act? Like, his 7K LN, I think, is probably like more dominant than it is on 4K. I'd even say.
I'm not sure if I would call it more dominant than in 4Key, mostly because I think there's a few players in 7Key that I think could match up to Chiwi in terms of that in 7Key, whereas in 4Key there's not as many, but regardless, it's still ridiculous accuracy, and it's nothing that you wouldn't expect out of Chiwi in the first place.
Yeah, that's true. But like, it's really interesting to see how these 4 players would match up with each other. I actually think that Argentina if they're able to capitalize on, at least I would think, Neokja's Ellen accuracy discrepancy, I do think that Neokja's Ellen might be held back a little. But the good thing is this is OD6, so I don't think it would be that bad, or a little bit lower.
Yeah, and we're already seeing some major drops of accuracy coming out from the Argentinian side. Both of the players at lower 99%, whereas Chiwi, 99.93. What else would you expect? And Neo not too far behind at that 99.5, but it looks like the accuracies are starting to build up from Argentina as the map gets a little more consistent.
That's true. And oh my goodness. Oh wait, that's a very uncharacteristic. I don't even know how to say that. Uncharacteristic.
Uncharacteristic miss, but it is traded back by Lucas, and then Leon Cat added another miss for Argentina, so it's not going to matter too much for Malaysia there.
That's true, but wow. I mean, even if like Chiwi missed, I don't think it matters. As if you think about it, the lead that you see right now is just way too big for Argentina to be able to scrape, unless we see a lot of misses from Malaysia's end. And unfortunately, we do see another miss from Leon Cat.
Yeah, and I mean, even despite that miss, I think Chiwi is still has a higher score than Neo, who's holding the full combo. So that miss really did not matter in the end. But all four players holding on to the 99 still right now as we get into that break section before the final chorus. And everyone's sort of bringing their combos back up. Lucas and Chibi almost back up to the 2000s, and Leon Cat just getting into 4 digits. But the accuracy is real, the big kicker here, where Malaysia's just showing their absolute dominance on the long node side of things.
Yeah, that's true. And I gotta say though, it looks like Leokja's the one who's able to hold in the only full combo out of these 4 players. The thing about Neokja is, I don't think the accuracy might be as strong as someone like Chibi, but the combo game is what really sets Neokja apart from everyone.
Oh yeah, Neo definitely showed that last year. They had pretty much a vice grip on combo, but that is going to be a full combo from Neo. But a 990,000 score line from Chiwi with 1 slider break.
Look at that ratio as well. 237 to 3688. That's normally a ratio you'd see in a 4K LN map, not a 7K LN map.
I might have to take my words back about Chiwi's hack not being dominant enough in 7K. I need to check other players with that.
Yeah, see, here's the thing. Like, the thing about 4K is there's so many players that can get 990 and whatsoever, but in 7K you barely see that happening, especially on long nodes, which is why I made the case that Chiwi's LNs are much more dominant in 7K than in 4K.
And there comes the first pick coming out of Argentina. It's going to be Rain. I said that this might be a good map to ban on the Malaysian side, and we're seeing Argentina come at it right away, looking to at least try to push the lower physical requirement, higher accuracy requirement map right away.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, the thing about maps like this is like you tend to get really, really good accuracy, but like a lot of misses. And like you'd expect 1 great and then like 10 misses on a map like this. Like that's not really something surprising for maps like this, especially considering how difficult it can be to hit chords on 7K, since it could really be confusing.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think this map does something different than most of the Jack maps in previous 7K World Cups did, where it has a pretty heavy focus on anchors. And I think anchors in 7K especially can be extremely challenging.
Alright, well, here we go. I'm expecting really high accuracies all across the board, but it's really based on who's the more consistent player when it comes to that.
Yeah, accuracy's having some regular 300s, straight about just because of the little bit lack of consistency in the rhythms there, but we're into the actual Jags here, and those accuracies are starting to mellow out. Chibi holding on to a 99.97, O-Tense just behind at the 99.94, followed by Neo at just 99.9, Lucas behind, but still very strong accuracies. Malaysia holding on to the slight advantage for now.
I mean, slight is the right word. O-Tense is holding higher accuracy than Neokja is right now, but it's really that difference between Chiwi 10 and Lucas, which honestly, Lucas is holding really well for what it's worth. It's just you're up against two players who I think have been really experienced, especially in the 7K scene, for super long already. So the accuracy is definitely no surprise.
Absolutely, but it looks like Neo is starting to catch up to O10th here. Just 0.01% behind, so it really is just that difference between Lucas and Chiwi right now, which is only 0.1%, less than 0.1% now, as there's a slight drop from Chiwi and Lucas starts to build it up in the swing section. But we only have one chorus left, and I think there might need to be a pretty big choke from the Malaysian side, either a miss or a rush of accuracy. But that's a miss from the Argentinian side instead, and now Malaysia is running away with it.
I mean, running away, yeah, that's true, but that's only one miss from O10th. I don't think it's an impossible lead to come back from. Chiwi is kind of dropping some accuracy, so there's still a lot of hope. But the consistency from the Malaysians are really showing right now. And Lucas finding a drop. I unfortunately think that could seal the deal.
Yeah, I don't think there's enough time to come back here, even with a miss or two from the Malaysian side. Should be enough to hold on to their lead, and they'll make it a 2-0 game with the first breakpoint of the match.
That's an insane. Wow, 97 and 99. Double digits here, and O10th was like only 300 shy of that. I mean, if you were to think about it, the ratios from Argentina aren't even that far behind Malaysia's.
Yeah, I think a total of like 40-ish 300s behind. So definitely not the furthest away, but those misses definitely proving to be deal breakers for that map. And Malaysia will have their pick of the litter here. I would expect more long notes to come out, but I don't know which one they would prefer to go with. Probably, maybe the one that's a little bit more on the density side. The long note 3 map, Wake Me Up, just because that one's a little bit more complex in terms of its patterning, though there is some weirdness with that and can definitely trip a lot of people up. So I could see either one coming out.
Yeah, we're just gonna wait for what Malaysia picks. I honestly think Malaysia's gonna save LN1 for like the last pick, for later on.
And there comes LN3, Wake Me Up as the next pick. Like I said, you might be right. They're just saving that LN1 for the later pick. They will have at least one more pick in this match, but I mean, in their perfect world, they would only have one more map to pick in this match and finish this up pretty quickly. But Argentina will have something to say about that. We'll have to see what they end up going with after this, but gonna have to perform on this long note map if they want to continue their dominance in this match so far.
Okay, well, you did say something about this being more complex, right? I would kind of be inclined to think that the more complex it is, the more advantage Malaysia would have against Argentina. As if I were to choose a more proficient LN team, at least very early on, I would actually kind of argue that Malaysia would be like just on par, especially with teams like South Korea, when it comes to LN dominance, like in the 7K scene.
Potentially, but here we go into map number 3 out of a possible 9. Malaysia's second pick in this map. Really slow kind of map, but has some pretty complicated shield patterns and like just a mixture of that density and coordination that can be really hard to handle for a lot of players. And we're already coming out of the gate with a slight accuracy advantage just off of Leon Cat's drops there. Luke is actually having a better performance than Neo right now, but Leon Cat with a miss and below the 99% range, but the miss is traded by Neo, so that will not matter as much as the accuracy has.
It's kind of surprising, actually. I did mention like a little bit ago that Nyok is the person you expect to just hold the combos, but then again, 7K combo is certainly a very difficult thing to maintain. Like, the more fingers you have to press, the more independence that is required. And as of this moment, it looks like it's going to be... Actually, this is the closest I've seen so far, other than, of course, Rain.
Yeah, it's pretty close, but just as we say that, Leon Cat does find another miss and increase that lead. The only player below that 99% range right now. Luke is doing their best to keep up with the accuracy. A little bit behind Chibi, but still ahead of Neo, and holding the full combo. So it's kind of a battle between Leon Cat and Neo right now, but Neo is winning that battle as we get into the last quarter of the map.
It is true. Lucas definitely has an advantage against Neokche, but Leon Cat unfortunately is still a little bit behind. I mean, you can't really blame them. These Ellen patterns are not the easiest to hit, especially with the time signature that you have to be wary of as well.
Absolutely, and that's pretty much the end of the map, and it looks like Malaysia will take that 3-0 lead over Argentina here, and it will move back to Argentina's next pick, looking to put away the brooms, kick the brooms out of Malaysia's hand, get at least 1 point in here before anything else. But I assume they would end up going for another Rice pick, or maybe I could see them going for the consistency hybrid pick, because there's plenty of opportunity for misses in that. And if you feel confident in the accuracy, then I don't think that would be a bad pick. But Primatrix is going to be the choice, the chord stream stamina-esque pick in this pool.
Yeah, I mean, Primatrix, it seems like, considering that Rice is the picks, another thing I've noticed is the lower seeded teams tend to pick something more Rice oriented, at least in comparison to the higher seeded teams, which I think makes sense considering like what we mentioned a while ago about lower seeded teams being a little bit less rounded compared to their higher seeded counterparts.
Yeah, I think in general for a stage like this too, Longo maps can be a lot more volatile than Rice picks. And I think for a high-seeded team, volatile picks are going to be very good in this kind of round where you can take advantage of the skill gap. But for lower-seeded teams, you want the less volatile ones to maybe catch the higher-seeded teams on a little bit of a bad run and hold on to as good of a scores as you can.
That's true. And right now, as of this moment, I am currently seeing that both Leon Cat and Lucas having a great start so far. In fact, matching the ones that Malaysia's having right now. But some more work has to be done. Like, you can have a great start, yes, but consistency is key. If you're able to keep that, then you're essentially golden and might have a chance of taking this pick.
Four full combos throughout this first quarter of the map. Slight accuracy lead for Malaysia, but these accuracies are actually very close together. Lucas and Neo matching each other. Leon Cat just about 0.2% behind Chiwi. But this is the kind of map, like I said, where taking advantage of mistakes from your opponent is exactly what those lower seeded teams want. And Argentina is putting themselves in a position to do just that.
Yeah, that is true. And like everyone is still keeping their full combos intact. And right now we're at the break section. So luckily there will be like some sort of sigh of relief that you've gone through some of the hard parts and now you just have to try and hope for an opportunity to come, which could arrive anytime soon. But look at Chiwi's accuracy right now despite all of those difficult patterns here. And we got some sort of project part, and here we go, the last difficult section is gonna arrive.
Yeah, very two-handed in this section here, but a lot denser than what we were seeing before. Accuracy's not really changing across the board. Everyone's staying put, staying very, very consistent. That lead for Malaysia is rising just a bit, but Leon Cat with a miss is going to help that lead for Malaysia. And honestly, with the map like this and how it's been going, we're approaching the end, and I think that might be the nail in the coffin, and another miss is definitely going to do it, and Malaysia will end up taking another breakpoint here.
Yeah, I think that's gonna do it, and unfortunately, it is going to be 4-0. Oh my goodness, that team score for Malaysia is absolutely terrifying.
10,000 off the maximum.
1 and 2 200s. That is like lower than the like lowest 200 count. Like,
Also, that ratio from Chiwi.
like, hello, how is this even possible? Like, I sometimes forget how good Chibi is at like acting even on 7K.
Yeah, not to discount the other side. I mean, Lucas has 4 200s, already very impressive on that. Leon Cat a little bit behind at 15, but still very impressive scores from all around. And Chiwi going for the last pick for Malaysia. Anemone looking for the speed pick, not even going for Long Note 1.
Man, I was like, yeah, they're gonna save the LN1. Looks like I'm wrong, but hey, now that I think about it, I think this is actually a really good pick for Malaysia, considering how Argentina has been showing to miss at times and also a little bit worse on the accuracy side. So I'd say that this is definitely the one rice pick that Malaysia would want to choose over all of the other choices.
I think I'd agree with that. And it looks like these might be the 4 players that are staying in for it. 4 players we've been seeing for most of the maps here. Neo and Chiwi for Malaysia, and Leon Cat and Lucas for Argentina. Those 2 players on Argentina looking to do everything they can to stop Malaysia from sweeping them, but Malaysia looking to get this match over with as fast as possible on Anemone with that, and a very short map too, so misses are going to be very important here.
Yeah, that is true. See, the thing about delay maps is these are like maps where you could probably cheese your combo out of it, but the accuracy is really going to be the big question here. If you're able to keep that accuracy while holding that combo, then that certainly would pay dividends. But once again, it's really going to be difficult to maintain that high level accuracy when it comes to a map like this.
It absolutely is, especially with how like you said that there are very cheesable patterns. There was that swapped staircase where we see a miss from Leon Cat, but for the most part, it can be pretty hard to like change that like function in your brain that's telling you to not cheese some of the patterns when they're they have that like two-handedness. We do see a trade from Neo and Leon Cat, so not going to be too big of a deal, but the accuracy definitely in favor of Malaysia right now.
That is true, and right now, it's looking like that one miss from Nyakcha doesn't really matter, considering that the accuracy lead is pretty significant on Nyakcha's end in comparison to Leon Cat's. However, that is a one miss trade for both of them, so the door hasn't exactly been shut. There's still some chances, assuming that a team miss from Malaysia happens, but it doesn't look like it's gonna happen. Like, look at that unstable rate from Chile. It's really, really stable compared to like almost everyone in the lobby, I'd say.
500 BPM burst coming up here. No one messed it up, but we're just getting to the end, and it looks like that might end up being it just off the back of that score from Chiwi. 99.7.
Oh my goodness, 99.87 on a map like this. That is very, very insane. I think this would also be a V1 double S indeed. And wow, look, oh my goodness. Look at the score from
style.
That's true. I mean, look at the score from Lucas though. Beating Nyakcha in fact on the consistency game, which is really impressive, I'd say. Leon Cat's score is also a great one. It's just kind of unfortunate that those misses happen, and also at the same time they were just up against Malaysia, which is already known to be one of the top 7K countries in the whole world.
Yeah, I mean, top 3 last year. It's a big wall to try and climb, and unfortunately Argentina was not able to do it today. But despite that, Argentina is not knocked out of the tournament with that loss. They will move down to the losers bracket, while Malaysia will continue their lives in the winners bracket. And I don't believe the opponents for either of these teams have been determined yet.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, hey, this is the first match, so of course the loser of that will still go to the losers bracket. And I'd say it's certainly not over yet for Argentina. Although they have to be careful, as it looks like their opponent is gonna be the loser between Spain and Thailand, and you already know how scary of a country both of those are, right?
Those are 2 very scary countries to see as your potential opponents. Even for Malaysia in the winners bracket, seeing either Spain or Thailand as your future opponent is very scary. So, winner of that match will see Malaysia in the winners bracket. Loser will move down to the losers bracket and join Argentina for the quarterfinals.
But yeah, I think think that's it for the both of us. I mean, the next match is still gonna be 6 hours from now. Hope that y'all stay tuned and just mark your calendars and whatever, and hope that you all will enjoy it as well. I mean, Toph, I mean, this is your country. I'm sure you gotta support it, right?
Oh, I guess it is my country, I suppose. I haven't played for the United States in a while, but they're my boys. I love them. I hope to see them perform really well, but Chile is not an opponent you want to take lightly in any kind of World Cup. So it's going to be interesting to see. I'm excited for the match. I hope all of you are excited for the match as well. We'll be back at 22 UTC to show off the United States versus Chile, followed by Brazil versus Canada. We hope to see you guys there.
Hello everyone, welcome back to yet another set of matches here for the Mania 7 Key World Cup 2023. We've had our first 3 matches earlier, and now we're back with another exciting match here. USA versus Chile is going to be the one we're seeing right now on stream. I'm Potassium F casting right here with Sparky. How are you doing?
I'm doing absolutely fantastic. Excited to be back to cast some World Cup here, and we have 2 very, very strong rosters in front of us here. The United States being led by Turney and backed up with Alter, Stupid Man, and Squishy, and Chile on the other side looking to try and cause the upset here with Matias, It's Benja616, FazCL, and Scalum.
Yeah, this is actually a really interesting matchup because United States, seed number 5 this year, the best roster that really ever seen from them. Basically the dream roster for the United States right here. And Chile, of course, being really strong basically every year. This year having FazCL as well as Matias and Scalum. So very strong rosters all around. I will say though, it's going to be an interesting kind of skill set matchup because I feel like both of these teams really do excel at the kind of rice accuracy.
Yeah, for sure. It's probably going to come down to that and who can really venture down into the lower half of the map pool, maybe pull out some of the LNs, some of the hybrids to try and pull a fast one over their opponents. And by the looks of it, it looks like the United States has won the roll. 55 is higher than 34 here. And it looks like Chile will be batting first, followed by the US, and then the US will have the first pick here.
Yeah, it's looking like both teams might just leave up all the rice. We see Chile banning random one of the hybrid maps. So perhaps just not so comfortable with those, wonky snaps throughout the map there. And I cannot imagine United States banning any of the rice maps. So, Hana, surely.
Yeah, for sure. So the United States up to ban now, Hybrid 2 being removed from this map pool. And I gotta agree with you here. I feel like the rice pool is way too good to pass up here in Hybrid 3. So colors and random being knocked out here, maybe thinning out potential balanced map styles to really corner each other into playing some of those LNs. Should these guys go the distance, there aren't enough rice charts to win outright. So
yeah, interesting to see 2 hybrid picks being banned. You don't really see that very often, but it does make sense. Colors is effectively a 40-second map with very, very, very high risk involvement for a very high seeded team. Just one miss can make an entire difference there in that map. So it's going to be Rain, the first pick. Cord Jack, love to see it. We said both of these teams have really good rice accuracy, and this is the map that we would see the highest accuracy among all the top teams.
yeah, for sure. This is probably going to come down to singular 300s. All 4 players on screen definitely able to put up some ridiculous scores on a chart like this. It's attributed to the nature of the chart itself. At the highest level, I mean, it just comes down to consistency. Who can hold their nerve a little bit better? It looks like we're going to see Stupid Man and Alter for the United States going up against Matthias and Skalem here. Arguably the two best of their respective teams stepping up to the plate here.
Yeah, Stupid Man and Alter definitely have some absurd accuracy. I know Skalem does as well. So I think really this is a really how should I say one? Very, very tense map to play, first of all, because even just a singular miss can pretty much decide it between teams that are this good.
Yeah, for sure. So as we get this map underway, gonna be interesting to see who can hold on longer. This is probably going to be the accuracy arc to hit 99.9 or lose the point, and we already see the United States pulling away just a little bit here through this first quarter of the map off the back of Matthias dropping down into that 99.8 range. Still plenty of time for them to make up this tiny bit of a deficit, but with Stupid Man and Alter holding on basically 100%, it's going to be a tall task.
This is tight. Look at all of these accuracies. They're so high. The lowest accuracy right now, Matthias on 99.88, which is absolutely terrifying because even like 1 or 2 200s is more than enough to switch this over to Chile's lead.
Yeah, for sure. I think Stupid Man fell from their perch of that 100%. I think maybe a singular 200 on one of these jacks, marring their immaculate run here, but getting back up on the horse, here to support Alter as they now hold the highest accuracy in this lobby. Skalem not too far behind, trying to contest it, keep this within catchable distance. As we were saying earlier, it's going to come down to who blinks first. You would imagine on a chart like this, neither of these teams willing to give up a miss too easily.
And Alter did drop a 200, I think, there. But Stupid Man has been recovering the accuracy really well, and this ratio in general for the United States does look a little bit higher than Chile's side.
Yeah, this is hundreds of a percent separating these two teams right now. It is maybe 1,000 or so points separating them as we make our way into the last sliver of map. It is still Alter and Stupid Man up on their perches, 99.95s apiece. A very balanced team score overall. Chile not too far behind. You'd imagine that's a very competitive score overall. Can probably beat out some of the other teams in this tournament, but against the United States, with the consistency they have, not going to be enough here. The United States picks up their first point to make it 1-0.
Oh my god, look at these ratios. 33-76. And then even on Chile's side, it's just 1-200 for two players and 135 and 148. Like Chile's team score here would beat almost every other team in the tournament. Not United States though, one of our best rice accuracy teams that we're seeing right now. So that is actually going to be a break point.
That was actually their...
Wait, no?
Their own
no, it was United States. Okay, I got confused with the colors in the Discord feed.
Oh, seeing all that red.
yeah.
Understandable.
No, so that was actually United States pick. So not the biggest deal yet for Chile. United States winning their own first pick. It was fairly close though. So now it will be up to Chile to decide how they can fight back here, whether they decide to go with the rise that both teams are comfortable with or venture into those LNs where it might be, a little bit less comfortable for the United States.
Yeah, it remains to be seen. Maybe a speculative pick of the LNs or the remaining hybrid to try and scope things out here. It is a best of 9, so you do have a little bit of wiggle room, but you definitely don't want to start giving away too many breakpoints this early on. And it is going to be hybrid 1, so diving down into that last remaining hybrid to maybe try and throw you the United States off their game.
Yeah, interesting pick here from Chile. This is going to be a more consistency-based hybrid out of the 3. Of course, the other 2 being banned. So this is going to be the only hybrid that we're seeing here.
Yeah, right now our referee just making sure everything's squared away on the back end. Don't want to lead the teams astray, make them think that it is their pick when it really isn't. And then we'll be getting into this hybrid 1 pick. If anything, it gives the teams a bit more time to get these teams squared away.
Yeah, and actually, looking at kind of the qualifiers for both these teams, looking at stage 8 in particular, that was one where both of these two teams are actually very, very close, even though United States is a little bit in front. Unfortunately, this hybrid, not quite up to the same level of difficulty as stage 8, but still, that kind of skill set might be very, very good for Chile. And actually, we're seeing 3 player changes here. Squishy coming in for United States. Obviously a very good player, but for Chile, we've got It's Benja, 616, and Faz CL. Full team swap here.
Yeah, maybe more comfortable with these alternating rice LN patterns. Can handle some of the intricacies required of this chart to put up a pretty good team performance. Maybe the most comfortable of the 4 of them. But it looks like all 4 players are ready. The MP Star Connect comes out. We're going to get into the second chart of this best of 9. The United States looking to try to take the first break point in this match. Chile looking to try and equalize here.
Yeah, very important point for Chile. Also going to be important to see how comfortable both of the teams are on some of these LN patterns, which might be the difference maker later on in this match.
Yeah, we can already see it through these opening LNs as Benja finding a very early drop here. And players lower accuracy than on that rice chart to be expected. Some of these LN structures are very hard to read through, especially when you're getting your feet wet in them. But right now it's going to be the United States holding on as Alter trades that miss back.
And Alter's miss is actually going to mean a little bit more because It's Benja did miss within the first 400 combos, so it's not going to reduce the score quite as much as Alter's miss. But that said, the accuracy lead right now for United States is keeping them in this, and Benja does find another miss.
Yeah, I think the difference between the two of them, sure, Alters came later, but their overall accuracy is still head and shoulders above It's Benja, so able to stem some of the bleeding from that miss. Maybe damage limitation as we make our way through into the second quarter of the map, and Alter does trade that miss back once again. But that lead is still firmly on the United States' side for the moment.
Yeah, still in United States' favor, definitely because of this accuracy advantage, but it's being kept close. Benja actually trading the miss again. It's back and forth between these two players, it's looking like. Other two players on both sides. Oh, Squishy actually finding a miss now. That's 0 full combos United States. Faz CL is the last one holding on. That is going to keep it close. There is still an accuracy lead for United States, but it's not gigantic.
Yeah, for sure. It's keeping them ahead for the moment, but these drops from It's Benja really causing some damage, especially because they are the lowest accuracy in this lobby for the moment. Really giving a bit of a cushion for the United States to work with whenever they do find their own drops. But Faz doing everything in their power, still holding on to the only FC in this lobby. Last out of the map still to come. 99.3 for them, trying to wrench this lead back over if at all possible, but so far the recovery mission for the United States, both Squishy and Alter handling their misses relatively cleanly.
Yeah, they are maintaining this 10k lead with the third of the map left. Chile definitely hoping for a couple more misses, but they have to not be traded at this point. Chile cannot afford many more misses at all.
Yeah, for sure. If anything, they might be hoping for another team wipe from the United States. We have seen both of them drop so far on this chart, but as we make our way into the last quarter of the map, things start to calm down just a little bit. The structure is still very intricate, very easy to misread any of these, but able to hang on for now. Oh, and there goes Faz.
That's the last full combo down. No full combos on the board, but that miss coming from Chile's side means the United States are securing an even bigger lead here. And we're getting to the very end of the map.
Yeah, Faz was the one player from Chile that couldn't afford to drop They were really keeping this lead in check, and now that they have found the miss, the US running away with it now as the map comes to an end, and the United States will take the first break point in this match to make it 2-0.
Yeah, overall, fairly actually pretty good pick for Chile. It was very close for the most part, just a few less misses from their side, and maybe it could have been a very different story here. But United States do secure that first break point, and they're going to go up 2-0. And now it's become a necessity for Chile to win one of these Rice picks that United States will go for.
Yeah, for sure. You'd imagine the United States going to opt to go straight back up into that Rice pool. It's just a matter of what style of chart they want to go for here.
I'm thinking something like Primitrix, however you pronounce that one, the chord stream map, looking pretty good for United States here. Of course, being number 1 on the chord stream map in qualifiers.
Yeah, definitely their bread and butter. Alter basically saying they are nervous. If this is their performance when they're nervous, I would hate to see what they're like when they're fully confident. But so far they have MVP both of these charts that have been played so far.
Yeah, definitely showing a very strong level of accuracy.
Oh, and breaking with what we were thinking they would go for. LN1.
Okay. Spicy pick from United States. I would have thought they would kept with the Rice accuracy, but of course, I guess they don't want to keep Chile too much in their comfort zone. So here we go. We're seeing Tony swapping in, of course, from the United States. This is the LN release player. And I wonder who's going to be switching in for Chile. Matias coming back.
Yeah, it remains to be seen who will be rounding out this Chilean roster.
Yes.
I was gonna say, after winning that hybrid pick and seeing the scores overall and the accuracies from Chile, you wonder if maybe the United States are pivoting a little bit on their strategy. Maybe another avenue has opened up for them to attack this Chilean lineup, and might be a good time to test out those LNs. You still have that breakpoint in the back pocket. Worst case scenario, you just give a point over to Chile.
Yeah, there is a little bit of a buffer, but that said, this map in particular is one that's very hard to gauge how a team will do on it based on other maps. Of course, that star rating 2.43, don't be deceived by that. This is definitely one of the harder maps in the pool for most players.
Yeah, I think if you go into a dictionary and look up star rating deception, this is probably one of those maps. It is so deceptively hard with its style and patterning. And there's Surf Chew Classic coming through here. It looks like it's Benja's going to come in for Chile to round out the roster. Immediately readied up.
Yeah, good to see that both teams really have all 4 players having a strong skill set, different use for their team. So really cool to see the depth of players within their roster.
Yeah, for sure. I think the only outlier would be Alter. 3 for 3 on the map picks so far. Probably just anchoring it down for the United States. Just that level of consistency that they have. Definitely beneficial, especially when you get into the later stages. You want somebody that can basically be that sort of Swiss Army knife for your team, play everything and beyond as we make our way into this introduction for LN1.
And we'll have to see if anyone is not so comfortable with this level of coordination. So far, everyone holding on to the full combo early in the map. Bit of an accuracy lead for United States. Oh, this is some monstrous accuracy from Alta, 99.95. Benja, though, finding the first miss here.
Yeah, some of these multi-column inverse patterns start to come out. We see the coordination start to lapse just a little bit here, a singular drop, but it is going to drop them down into that 98% range, and it's going to give an even bigger buffer for the United States to work with off the back of their very consistent performance so far. Going into the back half now, 99.8, 99.93 is going to be a tall task for Chile to try and make some inroads in this lead, especially with that drop from its Benja here.
And this map, not only is it a short map, there are very few notes in the map at all. So every single drop that we're seeing is so hard to recover from, because look how slowly the combo is being built back up from Benja. There's just not enough notes to build back up to that 400 combo mark.
Yeah, it is nerve-wracking, and combo breaks on a map like this are incredibly detrimental.
And they're so easy to make. This is such a hard map to be able to consistently combo. But we still have 3 full combos actually on the board.
Yeah, just
This
separated by the accuracy.
Yeah, this accuracy from the United States is absurd.
Yeah, we were hyping this map up to be one of the hardest ones in the pool, but the United States making very quick work of it, as if though it actually were a 2.4 star map. I mean, this is incredible consistency and incredible team score from them. Arguably one of the highest of the weekend so far, virtually tied with each other. And the United States goes up 3-0 now.
This team score from the United States, I don't think we're going to see a team score that high on this map from any other team.
Maybe, I mean, of the teams that have played already, maybe already having something close, but that is a very high score overall. I mean, Chile doing their best, an FC from Matthias and Esbenja, unfortunately finding a couple of misses there, but fortunately it wasn't their pick here.
Yeah, nothing much you can do about that one there. At the very least, there is no other map that is quite like that one, so... No, we got some audio audio difficulties going on. But it is Chile's pick right now, so it is very important point for them. 3-0 for United States. They do not want to go 4-0 down, of course. Now is the time where they have to start winning their own picks.
Yeah,
and that's going to be LN3, actually.
Not sure about this one. I wonder if this might be one of those like Hail Mary type of plays here where you just change the dynamic. You already played the very slow coordination LN map. Maybe change the pace a little bit, get something a little bit more upbeat going where you can really show off your LN proficiency. Have a couple more notes to work with as well as we work on the audio issues in the background. What do you think of this match so far?
Yeah, so far, I think that there's definitely been a lot of chances for Chile to come. They've given themselves, you know, not too much of a lead for United States in a lot of these maps, which is kind of nice, but at the same time, it's just the couple of misses they've been getting have really been detrimental, as well as the accuracy from United States, just in general, looking a little bit more comfortable with all these maps. This is something that we haven't really quite seen throughout the match yet, though. A map like this is more of a mixed LN style. It's not going to be full-on coordination like the one before. So we are seeing Squishy being subbed back in for the United States.
Down the other side, we have Faz CL checking back in. You wonder who's going to come in to back them up. We already saw Matthias swiftly departing after that LN1 pick.
Does that mean we're getting another full team swap for Chile? Potentially. If we see Skullum coming back.
You'd imagine that might be who comes in for a chart like this. But still, kind of, like you have almost the entirety of the Rice pool available to you, maybe just paying the respect to the accuracy that the United States possesses. Maybe trying to scope out a potential point here before they have to go back into the Rice. But if they lose this breakpoint, this is potentially their last pick in this match.
Yeah, definitely. It is going to be Matthias coming in for Chile. So Matthias, Faz, CL, Squishy, and Alta. Gonna be the players.
And now we shall see the United States on the cusp of match point. Chile looking to try and find their first point here. It's going to be Squishy and Alter going against Matthias and Faz CL.
You can see right out of the gates this accuracy from United States looking just as good as ever, 99.9 for both players. Very small early lead here.
Yeah, but that could quickly spiral out of control if the accuracies aren't kept in check. Faz CL dropping as these structures start to get a little bit more dense here. Matthias doing everything in their power to try and keep this lead in check from the United States. But as it stands, I mean, Squishy and Alter, as this second third of the map comes up, finding a little bit of damage, falling from that 99.9 range further and further. But for every 0.1% that the United States drops, it feels like Chile is dropping 0.2 in return. And this lead for the United States quickly starting to grow out of control here.
Yeah, Squishy and Matthias is actually kind of balancing each other out here, very similar accuracies, but the difference here is between Alter and Faz CL, and Faz CL actually finding a drop. So that was low accuracy, and now the only miss out of the 4 players. That's going to mean the United States are going to be launched into the lead even further.
Yeah, for sure. A couple hundreds and 200s coming out from Alter, but Squishy does trade it in return. But Matthias answers in kind. No harm, no foul done for the United States. As so long as Alter holds on to this FC, there is very little that Chile can do about this map. And only about 1/8 of the map left to go.
Yeah, there's not really anywhere to find misses on for the United States as well at this point. So it looks like this lead is just going to stay around. And United States are going to secure their 4th point in the match with an FC from Alter. Best accuracy in the lobby on top of that.
Yeah, Matthias not too far behind Squishy there. It's really the difference between Alter and Faz on the lower half of the lobby. And now it's that situation you want to avoid at all costs. Giving over that break point to your opponent on match point with their pick in hand. I mean, pick of the litter here for the United States to work with. You wonder if they might want to hide some of those rice scores now and maybe go for LN2 here. Never mind. They're going to go for Primitrix.
Yeah, they're looking for the chord stream. Not going to be hiding any of their scores from future opponents here. Going to go straight for the rice chord stream, and we know that United States is extremely good with their chord stream accuracy. But at the same time, Chile is definitely most comfortable, I would say, at the rice.
Yeah,
at least
sure.
from what we've seen.
It's going to come down to the finest of margins. As we were saying, I mean, the United States outperforming in terms of accuracy on that first rice chart that we saw. And this being their bread and butter, their best performance in the qualifiers. You would imagine they're going to put up a pretty ridiculous score on this. It's really just going to come down to whether or not Chile can capitalize on any potential mistakes.
We're seeing some more swaps, been some swaps between every map in this match, which has been very interesting. Not something that you see in every team even. But Alter being the only one who's stayed on for multiple maps in a row, really.
Yeah, the eternal anchor for the United States here. Stupid Man checking back in for this. Scalum and it's Benja checking in for Chile here.
Of course, Scalum, the rice player for Chile, has been the case for very many years now.
Yeah, mainstay on this Chilean roster, and they're gonna need to put up a performance here to try and take this break point and start the road to recovery. It's going to be tiebreaker or bust for Chile here. The United States securing that at the very least in this match. Alright, it looks like everybody's ready. The MP start command comes out. 5th map of this best of 9. United States on match point. Chile still looking to try and get that first point on the board. Gonna need to do it against this brick wall of Stupid Man and Alter on a chord stream pick.
And here we go. And actually, ooh, both of the teams actually pretty much tied at the start in terms of their accuracy. All 4 players holding on strong accuracy. Benja falling a little bit behind compared to the 2 United States players, but not by much.
Yeah, it's definitely reminiscent of that other rice chart that came out here. The United States just that little bit ahead in terms of overall accuracy, but Chile still about as close as they have been so far this match, as Alter finding a couple of 200s very early on, but recovering very nicely up into that 99.9 range. Stupid Man lending their support as well, about 500% behind, as Scala tries to keep this competitive, able to match toe-to-toe with Stupid Man, but it's the same story we've seen so far in this match. The top half of the lobby versus the bottom half of the lobby. Alter, the difference maker for the United States for the moment against its Benja.
This is just some crazy accuracy overall. Alter and Stupid Man, both the 2 highest. Skalem is actually keeping up with Stupid Man really well right now. Both of those having really high accuracies, but it's Benja. Still 99.65 is a very strong accuracy, but against Alter right now, like 99.91, and that's a miss from Skalem.
That's not what you want to see if you are supporting Chile here. One of the FCs off the board now in the United States. Going to the last quarter of the map, basically with everything in hand, it's Benja finds the drop as well. That might be the final nail in the coffin for this match. You highly doubt Stupid Man and Alter are going to let this one go with the lead that they have built up so far. And as we make our way into the last 1/8 of the map, it is more of the same here. Both players from the United States holding on to their FCs for the moment. Scala and his Benja doing everything that they can to try and recover here, but it is going to be too little too late, and it looks like the United States is going to pull off the sweep and make it 5-0 here.
And Alter finding a miss at the very end. Very unfortunate. That would have been the 5th MVP in a row, but unfortunately, Stupid Man is the holder of that title. 996 and 994 though, even with the miss, that's still a crazy team score. And Chile having very strong accuracies, but just those misses will make United States take the sweep. So it is going to be United States winning the match, just like the seeds predicted. But Chile is not out of the tournament just yet, of course. This is a double elimination bracket, so Chile will be sent to the losers bracket, and they'll have another chance at continuing further on in the tournament. But congratulations to the United States here. Definitely a terrifying team in basically all of these maps that we saw.
Yeah, for sure. On paper, definitely proving that they are probably one of the strongest United States rosters we have seen in the last couple of years. But with that being said, that will do it for this match. But don't touch that dial. We have another match coming up at the top of the hour at 23 UTC. We're going to have Brazil taking on Canada.
And yeah, you do not want to... yeah, something's happening on that schedule. But you definitely don't want to miss the next one. Brazil versus Canada being seed number 8 versus seed number 9. So in terms of the seeding, this is theoretically the closest match that we will see in the weekend. So I definitely do not think a sweep is going to happen at all in that match. We could potentially see a tiebreaker going on. So that will be in half an hour. So make sure you stick around for that. 27 minutes there, 23 UTC. So definitely stick around for that one. That is going to be a very exciting match.
Yep, we'll catch you then.
Welcome back, everyone. Hope you've had a good break. We're back with the Oceania 7 Key World Cup 2023 round of 16. And of course, right here, Brazil versus Canada will be the match, the closest match in seeding through the entire round. I'm Potassium F again, joined now by Toph Daddy. How are you going?
I'm doing great. I'm excited to watch this match. Ever since the seeding showcase, I've been really excited to watch this match, and I'm really happy I get to commentate it. Obviously love these guys from Brazil and Canada. No, I talked to especially, some of the players from Brazil, but this is a no bias commentary crew, so I can't say anything. But 8 versus 9, I'm expecting a really good match here.
Yeah, and not only is it 8 versus 9, but we also get a very interesting dynamic here with the picks. Brazil performing exceptionally well in the rice pools in the qualifiers, while Canada is much more of an LN focused team. So the strengths are kind of at odds with each other here. They have very clear pick strategies, I think, between these two teams.
Yeah, and one of the interesting things about this match that we're going to end up seeing, so we're already seeing a ban on the right side from Canada here. I expect a long note ban, probably Wake Me Up, if I had to guess, from Brazil. But on top of that, because of that rice and LN dichotomy, I think this match is going to end up coming down to hybrids, which puts Canada potentially in a bit of a rough spot because they're going to run out of those long note picks before Brazil runs out of the rice picks. But even then, Canada will only have the opportunity or only have the need to pick one hybrid, since each team gets a max of 3 picks each I'm wrong.
Yeah.
I am mixing 2 tournaments up right now. This is first to 5, so they will have to pick 2 of the hybrids. And Shinkai, I think, is a pretty safe bet as far as hybrids go, but random and colors are both extremely risky. So it's going to be really interesting to see how these pick strategies end up.
Yeah, and what's more as well is if you look at the stage 3, the kind of easier, more consistency-based hybrid from the qualifiers, these two teams were 1,000 points apart.
If that does not go to show how close this match is going to end up being, I don't know what will. But these rice picks definitely a fair bit easier than most of the rice picks that were in that qualifier pool. So I expect that accuracy advantage to be coming out from Brazil. Angel's Ladder coming out from Brazil as their first pick, especially with a player like Lothus on their team, who is well known for having just absolute pinpoint accuracy on everything.
And we also see Silly Fangirl playing for Canada, of course, the best Canadian player.
Of course.
But yeah, it is going to be, as if you've ever watched the 4 Key World Cup, very familiar names here for Brazil, Lothus and Silly Fangirl, the rice accuracy players. And for Canada's side, I believe we should be getting Mr. Moo and Dale being the rice players playing for them.
That would be the guess. I think this is going to end up being the two-person squad for both teams for a majority of the maps. I'm not sure if one of the other Canadian players is better at long notes. I believe Makiba would be the other long note player for Brazil, so we could see those 2 players being swapped in.
I think we actually saw both of the other Canadian players play the long notes last time. Lelpop and Harambe. Yeah. What was it? Harambe Fanboy? Something like that? I forget names.
Something like that.
Yeah, Harambe Fanboy, that's the one.
Yeah, that is the one. What a
both
name.
of those players being switched in for the LNs and the hybrids, during the qualifiers at least. Hard to say for this map pool here, of course, being slightly different in difficulty.
Yeah, definitely going to be favoring that accuracy over, just the physical requirements of especially the last 4 stages of the qualifiers. So that won't matter quite as much when we saw the scores there. But Angel's Ladder, first pick from Brazil. I'm sure that they're very comfortable on this. And, it's exactly where we kind of expected them to go for, out of the gate. Go for the rice, go for what's comfortable to you.
Yeah, and if this does end up going the distance, you would expect Brazil to be picking basically all 4 of the rice maps, so the order perhaps not mattering so much in what they pick.
Yeah, I think if we're gonna speculate later on in the match, I think the last rice pick that's gonna be picked by Brazil is gonna be Rain, because that Korjak map, 1 miss and you're going to lose, and that's not the kind of risk that you need to take when you have a pretty maybe not notable advantage, but like you perform better in qualifiers on the Rice pick, so you want to be able to, flex that advantage as much as possible. And I think Rain does the worst job of allowing Brazil to do that.
Yeah, but getting into this first map here, actually very tight between these two teams, but Dale finding an early miss.
Yeah, one of those early bursts catching Dale off guard. We're getting into a little bit more of a consistent section here. This will go on for about the next quarter of the map before getting into the break. And I expect, but on Mr. Moo also finding a break, so that's no full combos left on the side of Canada, and Lotus and Silly Fangirl both holding on very strong in terms of both combo and accuracy, putting their foot on the gas right now as we get into the break in this second half. And I mean, if we're seeing misses from Canada in the first half here, I think this ending is going to be a little bit more challenging.
Yeah, definitely towards the end it does start to pick up with those patterns, but 99.8 for both of the Brazilian players holding in full combos as well. This is quite a sizable accuracy lead.
It definitely is, and I mean, score-wise, we're seeing a difference about 25,000 points, and for two players to make up 25,000 points with just a quarter of the map left, we're going to have to see a bit of a collapse from Lotus and Silly Fangirl, especially with that second miss from Mr. Moo here, and now we're getting into the more difficult Rice patterns, switching up the rhythms a lot, and Mr. Moo following it up with yet another miss, and it looks like Brazil will be able to coast into this point as long as they hold on normally throughout the rest of this map.
Yeah, they can even afford a couple misses if they really want, but as of now, it's not looking like they want to miss at all. Still holding in the double full combos at the very end of the map here.
Yeah, 2 full combos for the side of Brazil, beating out Canada's 0 there. Dale with 1 unfortunate miss right at the start, but I mean, 994, 993, absolutely ridiculous scores from both Silly Fangirl and Lotus. Ratios out the wazoo. I just don't even know.
Yeah, and that's why it's the first pick from Brazil.
Yeah, of course. What else would you expect?
Yeah, I mean, Canada, good thing getting the misses out of the way early in this first map, right? This is that was not a pick that was really up for contention with the scores like that from Brazil. So now it is the important part of what do Canada pick now? Of course, one of the LN maps should be the answer.
Yeah, in my shoes, if I was in Canada, I'd go LN3. I'd go Wake Me Up. I think that's the most coordination heavy, and I think that's the one that will favor Canada the most.
Yeah, absolutely. Canada holding a very strong stage 4 score from qualifiers, so that kind of coordination is something that they really do excel at.
But I mean, I don't think it would be a bad idea to go with either LN3 or LN2. I think both are going to end up coming out in this match regardless. It's just about which one Canada wants to start with. And in some cases, that if they do end up swapping both of their players out for this next pick, they might want to go with LN2 as they're doing, so that their stress, so that potentially like the nerves, anxieties of the match don't get to them quite as much as they might on a heavy coordination map like Wake Me Up.
Yeah, so we are going to be starting with Daisuke here. The LN Density, more streamy kind of LN map coming out here.
Got a banger coming up. I always love when the songs are good in the pools.
Of course. Yeah, we are going to see a couple of swaps here for the bottom 2 players. Makiba swapping in for Silly Fangirl, and Harambe Fanboy coming in instead of Dale.
Yeah, at that point, it's just a question of whether Lelpop's coming in for Mr. Moo as well, or if Lotus will be swapped out for the 4th player on Brazil, who I cannot remember, but we have the start command, so it doesn't look like any more swaps will happen. Lotus and Mr. Moo definitely staying in for this, and Canada looking to strike back with a pick of their own on Daisuke, starting with a bit more of a comfortable long note pick before they potentially move into that control-based long notes in Wake Me Up. And right out the gate, we're seeing some troubles from both sides. Harambe Fanboy and Makiba both having a little bit of trouble locking down their accuracy in those earlier patterns. But calms down just a little bit here, and we should see the accuracy start to improve on Mr. Moo and Lothus matching each other, but a little bit of an accuracy drop from Lothus is going to help on Mr. Moo bring that lead to Canada's side as we get into the first verse with some simpler patterns before we hit the first chorus.
But it is very close between these two teams, at least so far. Makiba actually dropping in accuracy just a little bit, while Harambe Fanboy has been recovering from that early accuracy deficit. And Lothus, a couple of misses there.
Yeah. Another miss right there. That's 3 misses in a row from Lothus. Better to have them all at once, but even then, that is going to drop their accuracy down to 99.38, and Makiba actually also dropping a bit of accuracy in that section, and a lead just spiked up in favor of Canada there. Both players holding onto the full combos as we transition out of this chorus. Mr. Moo putting on a show right now with that 99.7, bringing Canada to a very significant lead, though that accuracy from Lothus trying to catch back up. The bar's shrinking. Makiba and Harambe Fanboy do trade misses, not going to affect too much, but Makiba had the lower accuracy. That's going to affect Brazil a little bit more than it will Canada.
Yeah, it is basically all the difference right now in Mr. Moo compared to Lothus right now. Makiba and Harambe Fanboy fairly similar in accuracy, both 1 miss apart, but Mr. Moo with the only full combo left and the highest accuracy in the room is really making all of this difference.
Yeah, we got about a 15,000 point difference as we get into the final patterns of the map. I think 1 or 2 misses is probably safe for Canada, but it a little bit more, but Lothus eases that load for Canada, and it looks like they will be able to strike right back with a 1-1 scoreline as Makiba misses right at the end. Mr. Moo getting the full combo, bringing the Canadians to their first point. Yeah, next lowest 200 count, 23 by Lothus, just goes to show how impressive that kind of score is on a 7-key long note map.
Yeah, it definitely does look like Canada is feeling comfortable with these LN picks, at least for that first one. And it is going to be 1-1, not a sweep, confirmed after 4 sweeps.
After 4, yeah, a first match that's not a sweep this weekend. We did it.
And it is definitely looking like that will continue, at least for the next couple maps. Brazil's pick now, they look very strong on Angel's Ladder.
Rain comes out. I don't like this pick very much, actually. Lothus's accuracy is obviously going to be extremely good on this, but I really am not sure about this over something like Busy Come, Busy Go.
Yeah, I mean, if there are any players that I think about Cord Jacks for, Lothus and Silly Fangirl, Brazil as a whole for 4K in particular is definitely a team that I would think about. But as you said before, when, Cord Jacks early on like this, a single miss basically will give over the point to the other team.
Yeah, and on top of that, I wouldn't really count Dale out of this, or Mr. Moo. Any of the players can probably get extremely good accuracy on this. And, I mean, like you said, 1 miss is going to do it. Lothus probably feeling very comfortable on a map like this, but I've also seen Lothus have issues with consistency when it comes to maps like this. Even in 4-key, where it's a little bit easier to keep that coordination going. And with the heavy anchors in this, I'm not sure that this is the best pick Brazil had under their belt.
Yeah, we'll see if there is any chance for a breakpoint here. Canada definitely have a good shot at this one.
And in my opinion, I think a breakpoint might be needed for Canada to feel comfortable with the rest of this match. They have 1 more long note pick at least remaining in the pool, but then they got to move into that really risky hybrid pool before they do anything else. So that can be a little bit complicated to worry about. And if they want a breakpoint, this is the place to do it.
Have to see so far. Everyone doing pretty well in the ratio at the start. Nice hit sounds here.
Of course. Oh, early drop from Dale already. Having really good accuracy in that start, just maybe not reading that transition properly, and that's going to help Brazil keep the lead, or at least build a lead. Lothus going back up to the 100% after dropping a regular 300 in the intro.
Yeah, and that's another miss from Dale as well. That means that, if Brazil hold these full combos, they are pretty much guaranteed to take the point. As we said before, 1 miss is enough, theoretically. to guarantee this point.
Is. Especially with that kind of accuracy from Brazil. I'm Mr. Moon, not too far behind the two Brazilian players, and I figured Dale would be pretty close if he didn't miss in that intro, or miss the 2 times. This would be a lot closer if we end up seeing misses. Anchors abound, but I do not doubt the abilities of the two Brazilian players to hold on to the combo despite the anchoring nature of the map. And we're already past the halfway point, and that's a second miss from Canada on Mr. Moo. 2 full combos to 0, just like we saw in Angel's Ladder, and that is not going to look good for the potential for Canada to take this break point.
Yeah, definitely looking like Brazil's running away with this one. And this accuracy from Lothus right now, 99.99. Interested to see what the ratio is. Actually,
ooh, I'm Mr. Moo not having a good time.
Yeah, a few misses there. But if you look at the hit concentration, I do think Dale has a really, really strong ratio as well. If not for those misses early on.
That was 2 misses, and they've already built up to 99.87. With 2 misses, that is impressive accuracy. But Lothus, I think, actually may have dropped to 200 or just had a rush of 300s. They were at the 99.99, but dropped down to the 99.97. Despite that, Brazil will feel a nice, comfortable lead here at the end. A 999 from Lothus. What else would you expect? 15.
Oh.
I mean, 27 from Dale with 3 misses. I don't count the man out, but just not enough. 2 full combos from the side of Brazil is enough to lock that point away.
Those are some absolutely tiny 300 counts from 3 players here. 15, 27, 48. And on Mr. Moo, 142 as well with 0 200s.
Oh, actually, it looks like Mr. Moo would have had some keyboard issues on that. Not that I think it would have mattered. Brazil did not miss, and they had incredible ratios. So, but it gives Mr. Moo a chance to look at the keyboard issues, make sure that they don't happen. I mean, I expect LN3 to come out. I don't think there's another pick that really makes sense here.
That is the only pick that is that Canada should be very comfortable picking until they start having to take risks with the hybrids. And yeah, it does come out here, LN3.
That coordination starting to come out in the match now. I mean, I feel comfortable with Canada having this as a pick in their pocket, but now there's no long note picks after this happens. They will have at least one more pick in this pool no matter what, and they'll have to go with whatever rice pick they think is more comfortable or move into the hybrids, which is a bit of a risky field to go into, especially with random and colors both being extremely high risk, high reward. I am really interested to see what they plan to do with that hybrid pool.
Yeah, it'll definitely be a very interesting one to see. I think colors, I don't think we've seen so far, being one of the most risky maps for any team to pick.
Yeah, I mean, a map having 30 seconds of difficulty with some crazy stagger releases is going to do that to a map. But here we go into the second long note map of the match. Second pick from Canada on Mr. Moo and Harambe Fanboy coming in. So, same player who was in on Daisuke. Makes sense to see them in for the long notes here again. Early accuracy favoring Brazil here. The rhythms in this map a little bit off from what the notes are, so that could tend to be a little bit of an issue for some players to hold on to. This one holding onto that 1/4 rhythm throughout, despite the rhythm of the song being a little more swing. So ignoring the music itself can be a little bit challenging, I think, for some players, and that's showing off a little bit. Harambe Fanboy down to the low 99s. Everyone else holding on, though we haven't hit the really difficult coordination patterns quite yet.
Yeah, this is definitely a pretty significant accuracy lead right now for Brazil. Both players on Brazil holding... Oh, actually, as I said that, Makiba struggling so much on this kind of one-hand inverse.
Still actually holds on to a better accuracy than Harambe Fanboy, but that full combo from Harambe Fanboy is allowing Canada to sneak into that lead right now. And Lothus matching that miss, so it's 2 full combos, 2-0 in favor of Canada now. And that's going to help give Canada the ability to hold on to that lead. got just this final long note tech section. That lead is still pretty small. The accuracy lead in favor of Brazil is definitely helping keep that a little closer, but Lotus continuing to find misses is going to potentially seal the deal here as we approach the very end of this techie long note section, and Canada feeling a little bit more comfortable getting that second point under their belts.
Yeah, now Canada with the accuracy lead after that drop from Lothus. Mr. Moose still holding this 99.7 again on yet another LN map.
Yes, absolutely clutch performances from both of the Canadian players. That high accuracy from Mr. Moo and Harambe Fanboy, despite the accuracy drops early on, held onto the combo the whole time and gave them a 26,000 point lead over Brazil. 4 pretty comfortable wins so far. Brazil and Canada just trading points so far, but things are going to start to get a little bit more dicey as picks start running out.
It's a funny ratio difference between Lothus and Harambe Fanboy here.
It is pretty funny. And Harambe Fanboy taking the win over Lothus by 29 points.
Combo game, what can you say?
Combo gamed. Lothus just got combo gamed. Busy come, busy go. I figured this would be Brazil's second pick after seeing Angel's Ladder come out. But, makes sense to come out here now that they've had both of their wins on the Rice picks. And I mean, what else are they going to do? Push into the hybrid section of the pool?
Yeah, definitely. We are expecting all of these Rice to come out at some point.
I mean, yeah, Brazil just kind of had a game plan. They were like, we've got 4 Rice picks. We're going to pick them all. It doesn't matter which 4 they are. And, Canada deciding to get rid of the speed pick means that Brazil has a steady plan. And I mean, it's interesting to see that the strategy that came out, because they went for Rain as their second pick, but they're leaving the Chord Stream pick for last, which is potentially in that same boat of Rain, where these players are definitely capable of getting really, really good accuracy, and singular misses can mean the end for you. So we'll see how that ends up holding out for Brazil, but before they get there, they've got to get this point on Busy Come, Busy Go here, which the ending definitely a little bit challenging.
Oh yeah, this one being a technical map as well. One of the trickier maps in the whole pool, I would say.
I would tend to agree with you. I think the beginning, the first half of it is on the more straightforward side. There's a 1 or 2 bursts in the beginning that can be a little bit challenging, but the real difficulty is going to come from how consistent the players are at the second half. And we're already seeing something from Canada. A miss from Mr. Moo on one of those opening bursts. Not to mention the swing patterning here with that OD 7.8, not treating players super well on the accuracy side. Lotus obviously holding very well. I've said this multiple times. What do you expect from the guy?
Yeah, Lotus does things. Lotus does things when it comes to Rice accuracy here. Canada holding on some pretty good accuracy themselves, but that one early miss holding them back a little bit, and of course Brazil just overall having the accuracy lead is giving them even more of an advantage. But as you said, this is still the first half. You're going to have to see what happens towards the second half, because Canada are not too far behind in the accuracy.
Yeah, not too far behind, and that miss was really early on from Mr. Moo, which means any miss from Brazil here in this ending section will be more detrimental to the score than it was for Mr. Moo. They will lose out on the full 400 combo bonus, whereas Mr. Moo only lost out about 80 combo to that. But that lead is still pretty heavy from Brazil. It looks like it might still take multiple misses from the side of Brazil to give that lead over to Canada. But we have the hardest material in the map still coming up in this last quarter here. But Brazil just eating through it.
Oh, another miss from Mr. Mood there, but how is Lothus 990? 990? Huh?
99.87. Okay. Both Brazilian players on pace for 990k. Absolutely ridiculous scores. Dale holding on to the full combo despite another miss from Mr. Moo. But will not be enough to hold on against a 1.987 million score from Brazil. We said before the match started that they were very good on Rice, and their qualifier scores on the Rice maps were good. But I don't know if that prepared anyone for how good they were doing.
What is this? How do you ratio this map? I don't even know.
Be Lothus. That is the answer.
Yeah, well, Brazil looking very scary on the rice. As usual, as we've seen so far throughout the match. There's going to be another comfortable point for them. But now is the interesting part, because both teams have been picking their comfortable maps. Both got 5 very convincing wins in a row here. But now Canada have the choice.
My bet is on colors. I think colors is coming in. Hybrid 3.
I want to see colors.
I think colors is coming out because it's the most LN accuracy focused hybrid of the remaining 3.
It definitely has.
Go!
Oh,
Your
yes.
boy is so good at guessing. Colors coming out from Canada, looking for those staggers and those LN flams to give them the advantage here. Only about 30 to 40 seconds of difficulty, but that is going to define your run. So they got to feel a bit confident going into this to make sure that they can get that point back.
But yeah, you're going to be feeling so nervous on a map like this, no matter what, though. No matter how confident you are, just the fact that there's such a short amount of time where there are actually, like, you know, patterns that are important. 30 seconds only. So a single miss is going to be so detrimental.
Yeah, and it looks like we might actually be seeing Silly Fangirl staying in for this map. So the Rice aspect and the combo aspect might be favoring Silly Fangirl over Makiba in this case, which is interesting to see, but it might end up working out for Brazil if they're able to get that breakpoint on this pick from Canada.
It looks like Dale is actually staying in as well for Canada, so both of the Rice teams staying in for both of them here.
That's what it looks like, but it looks like Canada wants to take their timeout, which I believe they can. It is their pick. Wouldn't have any problems with that. Just give them the extra 2 minutes to calm their nerves and talk over a plan to make sure they have the right players in. On Mr. Moose, looking like they're getting, they're either swapping out or trying to fix their keyboard issues.
That would be fair enough.
Our
Definitely.
ref has said that it is not. Okay, hold on.
Mm-hmm. But it does look like Lelpop is switching in after Mr. Moo left. So we are going to be seeing a new player coming in here for Canada.
Oh, looks like the timeout's not happening here.
Yeah, so we are going to be seeing them go in here. No Mr. Moo here, who has been the stronger player for Canada for the LN maps so far, but of course hybrids are a different story.
Yeah, interesting to see that. But, you know, you said Lelpop was pretty common in, you know, those long note picks for Canada. So it makes sense to see them coming in for a map like this.
Here we go, long intro here for this map. And a little bit of an knack advantage for Brazil. We're seeing some act drops. Lelpop actually going to be the first miss. And that's going to mean a whole lot if Brazil manage to hold on to these combos.
Indeed. 2 full combos on the side of Brazil is going to definitely help keep that lead. Also, the accuracies on Brazil. Lothus holding on to above a 99.8 right now, dropping a little bit there with some of those flams, but the combos definitely keeping them above in this game.
And that's going to be it. That's the end of all of the difficulty of this map. And with this lead, it's going to be Brazil taking a breakpoint. Oh. Silly fangirl. Little bit of a silly miss at the end there, but fortunately that is not going to matter. There's just not enough notes in the map. So yeah, pretty much 2 full combos here for Brazil. And the accuracy lead is what really does that. And that's going to be the first breakpoint we're seeing of the match. Brazil up 4-2 and match point as well on Brazil's own pick. They still have 1 Rice map left.
Yeah, I mean, you can't expect anything other than that Rice map to come out. Prime Matrix, definitely the very clear pick coming out from Brazil, unless I'm crazy, which sometimes I am. And that Brazil does that to me all the time.
No, I don't think you're crazy on this one. I think there's such an obvious pick here for Brazil to go for that. Yeah, and it does come out. The last pick for Brazil. And Canada now are forced to win 2 maps in a row if they want to stay in this and force a tiebreaker out. So we are going to see Mr. Moo coming back in for Canada alongside Dale. It is time for Canada to do what they haven't managed to do so far in the match. They're going to have to win on one of these Rice picks, but as you did say before, this one is more of an accuracy-focused chord stream pick. So if Canada do have the ability, the physical ability, the comfort on this 150 BPM denser chord stream patterns, then they could have some chances here. Only 1 miss away from, theoretically being able to take this one.
Yeah, we see the Star Command coming out, but accuracy gaming coming alive. Brazil being very consistent on these Rice picks so far. We haven't seen, I don't think, any misses on the Rice picks from Brazil so far. I need to double check that, but yeah, it looks like we've had 6 full combos on the 3 Rice picks from the side of Brazil. Canada not being so lucky, finding a few unlucky misses throughout those picks. And the accuracies from Brazil just being so strong as well. Obviously, this was going to end up coming out from Brazil regardless of the situation, but definitely potentially on the easier side of the pool to keep combo up. And for a team like Canada, this is another very good opportunity to take a break point, and they're going to need it if they want to stay alive in this match.
Yeah, so far, we're seeing the 4 full combos come out. But it is Brazil holding the accuracy lead out of the gates, as has been the case with these Rice maps so far. Both Canadian players still holding 99.6s.
Accuracy favoring Brazil as it has been for all of the other Rice picks, though no misses coming out from any players yet, so the lead is not as clear as it has been for the previous Rice picks. Both of the Canadian players behind in accuracy compared to both Lotus and Silly Fangirl, but close enough that 1 or 2 misses from Brazil will definitely help Canada stay within range to strike for this match.
It is definitely close enough to be competitive here, but they are going to have to rely on either a very significant accuracy drop or a miss from Brazil.
Getting into the last quarter, things get a little bit denser here, but also two-handed, so the patterns get a little bit on the easier side for many players to keep that accuracy up, but it looks like Brazil is still holding on to that advantage. Not by a whole lot. The accuracy is building up from both Mr. Moo and Dale940, while the consistency just staying in the side of Brazil. No misses coming out of that section, though, as we get into the final section. A miss is going to happen if Canada wants to come back alive for this match.
Oh, they're staying in it so close, but there's just no mistakes. Brazil just refused to make any mistakes whatsoever on the Rice. And that is going to be 1 more point, 5-2. Brazil finishes the match off, and that's 89-300.
That is 89-300s. Ridiculous scores from the Brazilian players here on all of the rice picks. No misses coming from Brazil on rice, and just managing to grab that break point on hybrid 3 from Canada, taking the win in the match. Of course, Canada not knocked out of the tournament yet. We will still continue to see these players, but they will be knocked into the losers bracket to face, actually, Canada, I believe, facing the number 16 seeded team, which I need to remember what team
Vietnam.
that is. Yes, Vietnam, and Brazil going on in the winners bracket to face South Korea.
Fun. But yeah, I mean, Brazil versus South Korea might actually be pretty interesting with the accuracies like we've just seen. If they're still able to pull that off with the next pool, definitely a match to watch out for. But as you said, Canada still have one more shot. They are going to be facing Vietnam in the losers bracket, so still having a good chance of going very deep into the tournament, especially with scores like they were getting just then.
Yeah, absolutely. But that is actually going to be the last match of this block. Next match, I believe, happening in about 9.5 hours from now. But with the ending of this block, we don't really have too much to say. We want to make sure that everyone comes back, but we also want to make sure that everyone knows I got to shill. I'm a shilling master. I got to do it every time I'm up here. And so I got to remind everyone that there is an open collective for the World Cups, for 7th Mania World Cup going on right now, obviously. You can donate as much money as you want to help support the players in the tournament to make sure that these lovely players get their prizes and, just help support us in what we are doing. Banners are not quite out yet, so I will not announce those, but we will make sure to let everyone know once the banners are ready to go. But regardless of that, have anything else to say before we sign off until 9 UTC for Indonesia versus Japan?
Yeah, quite a long time until that, but if you are awake during 9 UTC, I would definitely recommend checking out that match. Indonesia versus Japan is going to be definitely another exciting one, and I mean that seriously. So make sure you tune in at 9 UTC in 9 hours for that one. But until then, we'll be taking a break, so we'll see you next time.
Hello, everybody, welcome back to the Mania 7K World Cup 2023. First of all, if you are in that part of Asia and are celebrating the Lunar New Year, Happy Lunar New Year to everyone. And hopefully good luck to all of you too, including the two countries that will be battling out today, Indonesia against Japan. I'm Raviel and I'm joined by Kyolian. Hello.
Hey, can't wait to see this match, honestly speaking. Seems to be a really polarizing match this round. I think Indonesia has a really strong skill set in the long nose, while Japan is on the complete opposite spectrum, mainly going with the rice picks as that's what they're going to be good at. So I really think this one might be a back and forth, but I'm just one person. Do you think the same?
Honestly, I think the same, because like you mentioned, I'm just basing it off stats. Like, Indonesia has a really strong LN score overall, and hybrid as well, like 5th in hybrid. You gotta mention that too. But Japan, like you mentioned, better score on all of the rice qualifiers compared to Indonesia. So definitely going to be one to look out for. Japan probably just going to go all out on rice. Indonesia the reverse, going all out on hybrid and LN.
Yeah, we can already see a band coming out. I guess most likely they'll be from Japan. Yeah, taking out long note 1-day coordination pick. Obviously, that's kind of a no-brainer to be quite honest. This is definitely something that is out of Japan's comfort area. But now, what do Indonesia go for?
Yeah, well, Anemone. That's rice 1.
Yeah, so already the most predictable start. Indonesia bans rice and Japan bans the long note.
Yeah, this is very straightforward bans here. But now the first pick that I believe is from Indonesia, so it's gotta be one of the 5 maps that are on the bottom half of this pool.
Yeah, honestly, they're just probably going to go down the line, starting with long notes and then going into hybrids, because that's really, yeah, as you said, they are definitely going to stay away from the Rice if they can, if they have the choice. Yeah, but so far, it looks like they're just going to take a quick moment to think about what they want to do. But it's still probably definitely going to be in the bottom half of the map pool right here.
Yeah, I would say maybe start off with a hybrid map. Because, like I mentioned, Indonesia's hybrid skill set is very strong.
Yeah, that is true as well.
Also, if we talk about the player composition, Indonesia have a very diverse player roster. Onta Bekasi is going to be playing pretty much everything. But then if you go down the line of Indonesia's lineup, Race is a Rice player, Dominance is an LM player, Yanamon basically plays everything else that fills in the gaps for Indonesia. So it's gonna be Onta Bekasi and then one of the other three. And we're gonna see Shinkai come out here.
Alright, starting off with the first hybrid. So, team looks like Onta Bekasi and Dominance. And then for Japan, it's going to be Angel Koichi and Sana.
Ooh, Sana, okay. Okay, I was gonna expect Koichi for sure. Koichi's probably gonna play everything. But and Sana, I don't have too much information of them because I don't think they really played that much in the qualifiers, or if they even played at all.
You're actually right about that. They did not play the qualifiers. This is going to be their very first appearance in Mania World Cup.
Very interesting.
Not even playing the qualifiers, so we literally have zero information of what skill sets they are actually really good at.
Could be a curveball from Japan, maybe.
But just looking at like their global rank, okay, and Sana is up there, rank 44 global. So honestly, I think anything of this level shouldn't be too hard. It should be pretty much like a cakewalk. I would say that this first match right here, it could possibly go towards. It could go anyway.
It could go anyway. I mean, on paper, it should be Indonesia. I mean, they are starting off the match with this map, so they should be very confident. But I mean, like you mentioned, Ensana, a little bit unknown, could be a game changer for Japan, maybe.
But actually, while we weren't paying attention, looks like Dominance stepped out and Race actually came in.
Race. Okay, Race actually did not play any of the hybrid qualifiers. Was the second man to Onta Bekasi on Rice for the qualifiers. So interesting swap. But let's see how they will fare. I mean, accuracy-wise, we can already see right off the bat, Onta Bekasi is just a beast.
Yeah, just dominating everything. But Ensana is going to be finding the first break over here, even before the entire lobby reached the 400 combo. It's taking another one. It already starts off looking like a disaster for Japan, and it's not even like half a minute in.
Yeah, first ever performance from Ensana, and already a little bit of a shaky start. Koichi trying their best to try and close the gap on Indonesia, but they aren't even matching Race. Yeah, actually, as I say that, Race dropped a little bit in accuracy, but still holding the FC, and Onta Bekasi is just pulling Indonesia forward.
Yeah, actually, even with my Angel Koichi taking some drops, and actually now Race also starting to find a fair bit of accuracy drops right here, drops below my Angel Koichi, but yeah, with Onta Bekasi still holding that really, really good accuracy at 99.7. That is what's sending them into the lead. So it's a third of the way through. It seems like the entire lobby right here is starting to get their bearings a little bit. And Sana, with that really shaky start, is starting to really get back the rhythm, starting to keep his combos. The accuracy-wise is something that he definitely has to work on a lot. I think this is something that they have to hope that Indonesia drops combo.
Yeah, Indonesia definitely has to drop combo somewhere, but this map is very consistent. It's like a typical generic hybrid. So the difficulty wise, it's not gonna scale extremely high or extremely low towards the end. So for Indonesia, as long as they ride this, it's gonna be a point to them.
Yeah, if anything, the map this part it does spike a little bit in difficulty compared to the rest of the map, but yeah, apart from that, it's pretty much consistency all around.
Oh, miss from Race. Gonna shake things a little bit. But the accuracy from Onta Bakassi is just offsetting anything at this point.
Yeah, it seems like a really clean break from Rays. Just that one break and nothing else. Still keeping relatively good accuracy, even still beating out my Angel Koichi.
Yeah, and from the beginning, Japan had already had to play catch up, and as the map's about to close, doesn't seem like they will be able to catch up at all. Onta Bakassi just reeling away despite the miss from Race.
Outro here actually is another bit of a difficulty spike, but it's one that no one is finding any trouble with. Just a couple of ag blocks here and there, but honestly, with Onta Bakassi basically carrying the entire weight of Indonesia on this map, and Sana finds another break, and that pretty much just seals the deal. And that ending is just okay.
Oh my gosh, four 200s from Onta Bakassi. That's a score.
Yeah, pretty much a score and a half. Second best race with 4200s.
Yeah, Koichi and Race's score are very close, just within 102 points of each other. But yeah, this is where Indonesia really shines here, the hybrids and LNs. But now it's Japan's turn to pick.
Yeah, and now with Japan being in the driver's seat of picking the maps, not driver's seat of points, now they have the choice of picking the maps, and we're going to be looking at probably going to be the top half of the pool.
Yeah, and I expect Rain Lily to come in for Japan for the Rice. Prematrix, that's Rice 2. So this is court stream.
Yeah, court streams. So definitely something that Japan really shines in. Like somehow because of 2DX, some of these players, like I believe Lulu M and Rain Lily, they both play with 2DX controllers. So this is court streams is something that is pretty much in their blood.
Yeah, and speaking of Rain Lily, they are now in the lobby, and I think Indonesia's lineup shouldn't change. It should be the same too. But now Japan is gonna do the same to Indonesia as to what Indonesia did to Japan. Can you best us on a superior skill set?
It's going to be a little bit of a difficult task, but honestly, if things goes the way I imagine, it once again could be really close, because I think with Primitrix, it's also pretty consistent. If you're hitting like if you're halfway through in the map, you pretty much have the rest of the map down. But yeah, it could still definitely go either way, although this time I'm going to be favoring Japan a little bit more.
Yeah, just waiting for Indonesia to ready up. Okay. So we shall begin the second map of this match. Japan's opener. And maybe, and hopefully, for them to score a point on the board.
All right, here we go. Right. 150 notes in, yeah, it's still neck and neck, but yeah, this is the intro. There's barely anything yet.
Very close accuracies across the board, actually. Race with the low. Oh, I was about to say,
Ooh,
Rain Lily.
Okay.
The first miss.
Yeah, coming up from that stair, honestly, this is something that I actually have a little bit of difficulty understanding, is that how people with the BMS controller hit stairs like that, because their layout is basically not symmetrical, so it's like it's like really tough to hit something like that.
Yeah, I can imagine that too. I've played a bit of Beatmania 2DX lately, and I mean, this kind of stuff is out of my reach. So just looking at it and just thinking about it is already just two completely different things. I mean, looking at the top half, onto Bakasi, Koichi trying to pull their weights, but Rain will leave another miss. Japan are slowly loosening their grip on an opening point. Indonesia halfway through, looking set on getting the first break point of the match. But of course, we still got the second half. I mean, so far so good for Indonesia. But for Japan, they really need to hope for a miss from the opposite side.
Yeah, definitely a miss is what they need right now. In terms of accuracy, Onta is leading the charge. Ray's not far behind, but Rain Lily right now, I would say with those misses, that is something that they need Indonesia to respond with as well. But as it turns, as we hit the outro right here, doesn't really look like that's going to be the case. Probably going to be another double FC for Indonesia.
Yeah, right off the bat, the first two maps, pretty strong showing from Indonesia. And really unfortunate two misses from Rain Lily. We'll see if that actually made any difference. It wouldn't have made a difference. That is a V1 double S from Onta Bakasi.
Yeah.
Wow. Wouldn't have
Also
made a difference at all.
Also the best ratio. So yeah, with those misses coming from Rain Lily, honestly, if that was a full combo, still would have been closer, but I don't think it would have swung into Japan's direction.
And so Indonesia already first breakpoint of the match out of just 5 map points needed. So very strong beginning for them. And they can just go straight back into anti-meta. Still 4 maps to choose from in their bottom half.
Yeah, I'm really looking at a LN2 pick, actually, to be honest.
Daisuke?
Yeah, Daisuke.
I mean, something that's consistent for Indonesia, yeah. I mean, I think Daisuke would be right up on Bakasi's lane.
Yeah,
but wake me up.
Okay.
LN3 actually.
Also,
So,
good
yeah.
choice.
Yeah.
It is still
Not
long
density.
notes.
It is not density, but it is mixed. Yes, it is still long notes. So if I'm reading the notes right, one-handed LN walls. That sounds very
Oh
interesting.
yeah, actually, I think it's more like one-handed inverses.
Okay.
So there's a lot of coordination and control needed in that specific section, and yeah, I think this is something that Japan will really struggle with. In fact, we see over Indonesia's side, Race is already left the lobby, so might be expecting someone else.
Dominance probably? Dominance did play most of the LN qualifiers. Oh, never mind. It is gonna be Yanamon actually.
Yeah, okay. So Yanamon comes in, probably two of Indonesia's strongest players in their lineup.
Yeah. Is Lulu M gonna swap in? Oh, actually, Koichi is gonna stay in. Okay. Is Lulu M gonna finally show up here?
I think
No, it is still
maybe?
Ensana.
Okay. Oh yeah, in qualifiers it was indeed Lulu M who played the long note stages, but yeah, with Ensana we didn't see anything of them, so probably they are more into LNs as well, maybe more than Lulu M. Maybe just something happened during the qualifiers day that they could not make it. But
Yeah, there's a good chance. Yeah.
they are here now.
Pretty gentle start.
Yeah, hitting the intro here as expected with Onta Bekasi on the long notes holding 99.86. Actually, to be honest, Manisha Koshi and Sana are doing really well for this part. Actually doing a little bit better than Yanamon, but Ensana just took a little bit of an accuracy drop right now, sending them into the 4th place. But Yanamon is going to be finding that break.
That could be a crucial break. But the accuracy from Ensana though, it's dropping
It's
almost below
not
99.
enough.
The lead still stays in Indonesia. Or does it? Oh boy.
I don't know. It's really close to call right now. Halfway through, they've already passed one of the one-handed LN inverses, and as of right now, Indonesia appears to be coming out with the bigger advantage.
Just on accuracy alone, but Yanamon is slowly dropping a little bit, but Ensana also teetering above the 99%. But crucially, still holding FC.
There he hit the drop. Hit the drop in the song.
Wow, Japan are actually holding their own really well. It's just onto Bakasi offsetting anything that Japan are trying to hold on to.
Ensana finds himself below the 99%. And honestly, I think that's pretty much going to be it unless Indonesia has a freak accident. But this short left in the song, if nothing happens, it will indeed go over to Indonesia for their 3rd point.
Yeah, double FC from Japan, and yet losing because of accuracy. Indonesia just showing off that prowess on LN. 11-200 from Onto Bakasi.
Absolutely wild.
And that's a 3rd point already. Japan, this pick is very important.
They've already lost a break point on Premitrix. Honestly, something that's maybe less streamy, maybe Rain. Honestly, court jacks might be okay if Japan is able to maintain a full combo. I think their ratio might be okay.
It is going to be Rain. So yeah, 103 BPM court jacks.
Not the fastest, but it does get pretty dense, and also some anchors might trip up some players.
So there will be swaps from both sides. Rain Lily is in, but Anson is also in as well.
Rain actually replacing Mainicho Koichi. Okay, a little bit of a curveball right here, but for Indonesia with the team of Onta Bekasi and Race, that is also pretty much to be expected. This is their rice lineup.
I mean, when it comes to court jack, right, it could be just an entirely different kind of skill set than like streams or tech. So maybe these two players are the most comfortable in Japan compared to Koichi.
Yeah, it is possible. I'm expecting another close match. I know I've said this for the past three for the past 3 maps, but
yeah.
I really think this one could be close.
I mean, the previous Vice map was already pretty close. So this one could be closer, knowing that it's called Jax.
That's true. But I honestly think this one could go in Japan's favor.
I mean, it should, because it is a Japan pick, and if they lose this, they will be in a really bad position.
Yeah, being 4-0 down and then also having to go up against Indonesia is potentially last pick, but first we are going to have to see the outcome of Rain. Now, if Rain Lily doesn't get MVP on Rain, something's not right. It is literally in their name.
I would expect Rain Lily to match on Tapakasi. I think if Rain does beat on Tapakasi on this will be very interesting to watch.
Yeah, I like really honestly think that Japan has a really good chance here because I see Race actually their ratio game isn't the best. But yeah, with this being Cord Jax, maybe it might be different. So we'll just have to wait and see. Okay, Onta was just holding 100% up until 100 notes. That's fine.
Yeah, now the real part of the map begins here. Race already dropping to 99.5, and Japan's accuracies. Ooh, Rain Lily.
Ooh,
I mean, Kai,
monsters.
you were speaking about them.
Yeah, Rain Lily is going to MVP Rain.
I mean, we are only just a third of the way in, and this lead is by no means large.
Yeah, that is the nature of Cord Jack maps. The difference is going to be down to purely ratio and who drops more 200s. If someone drops combo, then they're already in big trouble.
Yeah, and the pressure is on Japan as well. Because Race is also starting to recover their accuracy a bit. And Onta Bakasi is now surpassing Sana on accuracy. It's just the difference between Race and Rain Lily.
Yeah, 2/3 of the map already passing, and yeah, Rain Lily is not letting up at all. Going into the final chorus, I would imagine that they're just going to maintain this all the way through. Onta gets back up to 99.9%, and Sana is still about the same, and Race has also built up pretty good. 99.77 is going to be really close, but we're hitting the outro very soon, and if there's no breaks or ag drops that's happening, it's going to be all Japan.
Yeah, it's not over till it's over though. You need to see this map out first. And seeing the map out, they do.
There
Wow,
it
that's a
is.
team score.
Rain-
That's a team score.
Rain Lily, 47.
What? That's a full lobby. Full lobby V1 double S.
Oh, yeah, okay. Full love review on
Has,
double S.
has this happened before this World Cup yet? Because I think this could be a very rare instance. Oh boy.
Yeah, I don't think it's happened yet.
That is incredible. But also, as equally incredible as 47 300s from Rain. But yeah, ratio game. This map was just ratio game. And Japan took it.
Yeah, ratio all the way. And yeah, Japan is now going to be up on the board, preventing Indonesia from picking up match point. But right now, with Indonesia's pick, they're going to be looking for, as usual, LN or hybrid.
Yeah, we still got Daisuke, Random, and Colors. Daisuke. So now we're going into LN Density, the map that you actually thought Indonesia would pick second.
Well, it's still picked regardless.
Yep.
Indonesia still picks it. Doesn't matter if it's pick second or pick last. They are going to pick it. It's just there's just no way that they don't.
And we do see Lulu M come in for Japan. So if Lulu M does play this, that's all 4 players of Japan playing in this match. We have yet to see dominance from Indonesia. Maybe they will make an appearance, or maybe it will just be Yanamon again.
Yeah, for sure it's not going to be raised.
Yeah.
So,
Okay, it is Yanamon.
but actually, I think. Oh, okay, Yanamon. Because actually, dominance I'm not too sure about as well. Because I think in qualifiers he only played 1 map anyway.
Yeah, true. Oh, actually, wait. Okay, I think it is Yanamon. But actually, for Japan, now that I'm thinking about it, where is
Okay,
Koichi for
Raze?
this? And is Raze actually gonna play this?
This
I
is
mean, going back-
truly a lineup that none of us were expecting.
Going back to my previous message as well, like, where's Koichi for this? 'Cause I thought, you know, Koichi,
honestly,
Japan's strongest LN player, yeah. And seeing Rain Lily in this is also a bit of a surprise because they didn't play any of the LN qualifiers. They did play hybrid, but again, they were less superior to Koichi, who is not here. And this is gonna be the lineup for both countries on an LN map. No Yanamon, no Koichi. This is... You could argue and say that you could put this for a Vice map and it would make some sense as well.
Yeah, some, but still, long notes and rise are 2 completely separate things. You could play long notes like rise, but you just be probably killing your ratio.
Missing everywhere, yeah. But let's see how all 4 of these players will fare. I mean, Onta Bakassi should fare pretty well, but I'm interested to see on the other 3.
Actually, starting off right now, Rain Lily seems to be topping the lobby with Onta Bekasi dropping down to 99.51. And Raze and Lulu M are matching each other. Okay, so it's a bit surprised to say this, but the difference is between Rain Lily and Onta Bekasi.
Somehow,
but
Indonesia's
as
best
I
LN
say
player.
that-
I mean, Rain Lily is still holding higher than Onta Bakassi, but Lulu's accuracy took a tank.
Yeah, it was equal. It was on equal footing with Raze for a short while, but that is basically short-lived as Lulu M starts finding more and more accuracy drops, dropping from 99.2 down to 0.1 and now 0.0. Well, Rain Lily is doing their best, actually still topping the lobby in accuracy.
Yeah, but they really need Lulu M to step up and match Raze. But Rain Lily drops in combo. And we're already
The
a
highest,
good chunk of the way through.
the highest act in the lobby just took a combo break and now it's just sent downwards.
And
On
another
Tabekasi
one.
and Raze. Yeah, Indonesia is still finding. Never mind, only on top with
Raze?
the full combo.
Lulu as well.
Raze,
actually.
yeah. Actually, Lulu is still holding that full combo. Raze
Yeah.
just took a little bit of a break, but it's nothing too major. Just one break, very relatively clean. But as we hit the outro right here, that score gap is a little bit too much for Japan to come back from. And with this, Indonesia picks up. They are 4th and they are on match point.
Yeah, so from here on out, Japan has to win everything to even secure tiebreaker. And all Indonesia needs is 1. The battle between Indomie and Ramen. Truly. The battle of all time.
Indomie and sushi because rice.
True. Speaking of sushi, they're probably gonna go for either Angel's Ladder or Busy Come Busy Go. Which one though? I'm thinking Angel's Ladder.
I was thinking the same thing. I don't know why, but it just seems like something that Japan might excel at. don't know. Honestly, to me, some people might say Busy Come Busy Go is one of the easier ones, but I just think that it's really really difficult somehow. That's probably just me. But they do have about a minute left to pick though. It could just do the old Bancho command roll.
Oh no, they have a 50-50 chance if that's the case to get something that they probably want.
I mean, if they want the map, they would have already picked it though.
I mean,
They're
they're probably
taking this
just
long.
thinking between Angel's Ladder and Busy Come. Well, it's Angel's Ladder.
Okay, there it is, Angel's Ladder.
So this is mixed rice.
A little bit of everything.
Yeah. We do see Koichi back. And I assume Race is going to stay in.
That should be the case. I think only Minds of Koichi would be the only swap for this match, for this map.
Yeah, but this is a do or die moment here for Japan. If they lose this, they will be knocked into losers bracket. If they win, they still have hope in this match, but they'll have to break point afterward.
Well, there are no more LN maps already, so honestly, if
hybrid,
Japan
yeah.
does win this, Indonesia would have to go with a hybrid and potentially something that Japan could probably take a point off, but we will have to see what happens on Angel's Ladder. Oh, actually, yeah, Yanamon coming in for Raze. Okay, Raze, the Rice player, is going to be stepping back, and Yanamon is taking over.
Okay, that is interesting. I was thinking Raze would be the second Rice player for pretty much all the Rice, but we do see someone else than Raze playing Rice. I mean, I guess that kind of goes to show like Indonesia's diversity in players.
Yeah, they can put pretty much many combinations on any different category, and it will still deal pretty good results.
Rain Lily just lagging a little bit behind on accuracy, just being the difference maker of this lead that is somehow floating to Japan because Yanamon actually dropped in accuracy.
Oh, actually continues to drop a little bit more while Rain Lily and Maisa Koichi are going to be virtually tied. On Tapekasi is just a little bit better than them, but Yanamon right now being the sole difference at 99.6 compared to everyone's above 99.75. So Japan does take a little bit of a slight lead. And they're going to be hitting a break section.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, this is pretty much the break section before they going back in very soon.
It's a good chance for the players to try and get their accuracy back up, but Yanamon actually slipped down to 99.5.
Well, Onta manages to build back up to 99.8 and is now once again topping the lobby. But everyone hitting that transition, but Koichi is going to find a miss right at the end of that staircase. Yeah, I spoke too soon.
Oh no.
That transition was indeed their undoing. But honestly, the scores are still pretty close. But will Koichi be able to get back up to 400 combo, or will Indonesia give them the gift of a combo break?
Oh boy,
Honestly,
this could be really,
it's really close. You see the score flickering a little bit.
It's all on Yanamon's accuracy, and Koichi and Japan will take it.
Oh my god!
208 points. Oh my gosh!
Wow. that was
Okay.
really down to the wire.
Wow, Koishi. You got saved by Rain Lily big time. And Japan still live. They will have to break point Indonesia, but they are still alive.
I don't know what to say about that. But
I don't either.
Just
I mean-
208 points off of a miss. Right. Honestly, I wasn't even sure if Major Koichi could build back up to 400 combo. I wasn't sure how much of the song was left. I thought, alright, this is going to Indonesia, but no, Japan just held on.
It's just Yanamon's accuracy just dipping down a bit too much, and Indonesia just lost it there. They are going for random, so that is going to be Indonesia's final free pick of this match. So they will be skipping colors. So this is a tech hybrid. Random snapping. And we do see some stops again.
I believe this map or this difficulty was in the spotlights, or is it playlist?
Oh,
Week B, yeah. And yeah, I played through it quite a bit, and I just had to like restart every 30 seconds because what is that snapping?
I mean, this song is definitely quite popular amongst the rhythm game community, knowing that it won the BMS contest, but still, like you said, the snappings of this song just make any kind of chart for it incredibly difficult, even if you know the song.
But yeah, the intro of the song is just like really, really erratic.
Hey, just like the name of the song. Alright, we do see Rain Lily back in, so no swords from Japan. Race will come in for Yanamon though. For hybrid. Okay. I mean, at this point, I don't really expect anything from Indonesia now.
Yeah. Nothing surprised me. I think the only thing that will surprise me is Onta Bekasi is the one that's taking the back seat.
Yeah, I would be very surprised if Onta Bekasi doesn't play any of the maps. Very menacing staircase. Alright. And we begin. A map that Japan has to break point to still survive in this match. And all Indonesia needs to do is just win one map. But so far, accuracies? Both Indonesia okay. I'm gonna hold back first. Raze and Rain Lily both trade.
Rain Lily
drops again.
trade.
Okay. Will the players let me speak now? Because Onta Bekasi,
Okay, he does not let you speak.
okay. Koishi is still holding the only FC of the lobby, holding the highest accuracy of the lobby.
Yeah.
Rain nearly drops. But Raze
Now
trades.
Race is going to trade that back, okay? So far, Mania Koichi holding on is probably going to be the sole difference. If everyone just never mind.
Everyone drops already, and we're not even halfway through. But
Really goes to
despite
show
all this-
you how this could be the hardest song in the pool, aside from the tiebreaker.
Yeah, these random snappings of the notes really tripping up everyone. Rain Lily drops. Japan's lead flies over to Indonesia.
And now, Onta Bekasi and Raze both above 400 combo. They're just going to be taking advantage of the misses that came out of Rain Lily. And there's another one. Rain Lily's not able to get back up to 400 combo. This is not looking good. And we only have only a quarter left of the map. Raze and Rain Lily is going to find the trade.
It's not gonna matter though. I think Onta has to miss. Because Onta's score is really huge. Even better than Koichi.
And the map's not over yet.
It is not over. Raze,
Raze finds
Onta
the drop.
people
Onta
miss.
also finds
Indonesia,
the break. Both
they have
Rain
a
Lily
full
and
reset.
she holds on. And that lead just flies right over, but does it stay there? Does it stay there? This is the ending. Is a little bit.
Oh my god,
tricky,
no!
but
What?
Japan takes it
They take it!
right out of right from
600
underneath Indonesia.
664. And Japan in prime position to tiebreak.
They have the
Indonesia.
choice. They are going to go with Rice. But
Oh my god.
Indonesia, they were so close to just closing out this match 5-2, but nearing the end, both Onta and Reyes could not handle the pressure and just crumbled underneath, while Japan, both Angel Koichi and Rain Lily just held on past that 400 combo mark just to get that extra score, and it proved enough.
I'm at a loss of words right now. I didn't see this coming. Like, Indonesia, they had a very good lead. And I was like, okay, Onta, your score is huge. But I think just one miss would do it, and then both Indonesian players miss. And obviously Japan go for busy come busy go, because why would they not? This is... I mean, Indonesia were 4-1. They were 4-1 up. Oh boy.
4-1 up, they had the opportunity. They had so many opportunities to close it out, but Japan just powered through everything that Indonesia threw at them. And right now, with Japan picking become busy go, Indonesia just has one more opportunity to close this out before it goes over to tiebreaker.
Japan have the momentum. Indonesia, like I've already been saying for like the last 15 minutes, all they need to do is win one and they're through. But they have yet to win one ever since their fourth. Koichi saying that they have not played the tiebreaker, as is Onta Bakassi. So if this does go to tiebreaker, we can just roll the dice and just predict who wins it. Reyes and Rain Lily both played the tiebreaker before, so it would be 1-1.
Yeah, 1-1, but still, honestly, with the tiebreaker, as long as there's no SVs around, sight reading them shouldn't really be that difficult unless it's just like really, really dumb patterning that you somehow just cannot hit.
Funny staircases or something. But, I mean, before we can even go into the discussion of a proper tiebreaker, Japan has to win this map first. It is all on this Japan.
Alright, good luck, have fun, both Japan and Indonesia. Already put on what I would assume to be one of the best matches to be played in group stages. Or not group stages, I'm sorry.
Round of 16, yeah. The opening round, yeah.
I'm sorry, I'm still stuck in 2016.
If only we can time travel back then. But we're stuck in the present here with this. I mean, this match has been all sorts of crazy.
Crazy is an understatement. It's
Oh, and
just
accuracy
straight
is-
up mental.
Yeah, Rain Lily, right off the bat, showing off who is the rising boss of this lobby so far, but Koichi needs to play a bit of catch up. But Reyes actually dips quite a bit in accuracy now.
Ooh.
Japan have the lead. Not a comfortable lead, because Onta Bakassi is sniffing the area of Rain Lily's accuracy, but Reyes just falling a bit short. But this is way too close for any comfort for Japan.
Yeah, even two 200s could mean the difference. We're already halfway through right now. With Japan does still have as you say, a lead, but it's not by much.
I mean, both of Japan's victories over the last two maps have been within 1,000 points. And if things stay this way, it could be the same. Onto Bakassi
Follow the
dropping
map left.
accuracy.
Yeah,
it's
the
been
screens
the
here,
lead.
nobody's missing.
no.
But yeah, as
Oh
you
my
said,
God.
Takasi did take a couple of 200s. They're ending
accuracies are
another,
so close.
another stream right here. They're hitting it again.
Lily picking up a bit of another act drop. But they could see the
Just
light.
a little
I
bit
think they
more.
can
You
see the
can do
light.
it. Hold on.
They can see the light. Just a few more notes. Rain Lily.
Don't
Oh my
miss.
goodness. Oh my goodness. Okay.
No, I literally
Okay.
just said don't, and you
It
did.
didn't matter.
But, okay,
It didn't matter.
lucky.
Because we're going
Yeah.
to we're going to butterfly effect. But oh my god,
Butterfly
Rain
effect.
Lily.
Oh. Jeez.
Oh, I need a rest on my chair for a bit. Alright, first tiebreaker of round of 16. Let's go, chat. Let's go, chat. Let's go, chat.
Come on, cheer for your Indomie, cheer for your sushi. They need all the support you can give. Right, so will there be any swaps? Raze and Rindley have played the tiebreaker, so maybe they might be staying in. Onta is Onta, so he'll probably be staying in.
I'm expecting the same 4 players. I mean, Onta Bakassi is Indonesia's best player. I would argue and say Koichi is Japan's best player. And then, like you mentioned, Raze and Rain Lily have both played the tiebreaker before, so I'm going to say that this is going to be our final roster for this tiebreaker. Also, I saw someone in chat mention that this is what Japan did in the FIFA World Cup. I mean, you're not wrong, but
You're not
also,
wrong.
we need to wait and see if Japan can win the tiebreaker first before we can actually say that. Because who knows, Indonesia could pop off. I mean, Onta Bakassi is one heck of a player.
Actually, seeing the lobby, Yanamon has entered. But
Oh,
okay,
I mean,
okay,
I
it is
can
tiebreaker.
understand.
It is tiebreaker. It is pretty hybridy. So
Yeah.
maybe, and also with the difficulty being significantly harder than the rest of the pool, I think maybe Yanamon might be more familiar, more comfortable with the slightly more dense stuff.
I can definitely understand the notion of this substitution. Alright, here we go. Truly, the battle of Indomie and Ramen has come down to this. Butterfly effect. Map 9 out of a possible 9 in the round of 16 of the 7K Mania World Cup 2023. The first tiebreaker instance of this year of OS World Cups. And it begins right now.
Let's go.
Let's go.
Press 1 for Indomie and press 2 for sushi.
I have already pressed my number. I won't say what it is, but I've already pressed it. I mean, right off the bat, we're already seeing a lot of noodles.
Yeah, the start right here is just pretty much these. It's not too hard, honestly, for these players.
Not jarring patterns, yeah. Like build-ups and all of that. Okay, now we're going into the meat here. I see a lot of back and forth chords.
Quite a fair bit of like mini jacks and a little bit of shields, and okay, this is a part.
Wow. Everyone hitting that pretty nicely. I have no idea who has the lead.
Oh yeah, there is no lead. There is no lead.
99.7. Yeah, there is no lead. I mean, Yanamon with the worst accuracy in the lobby, and Onta Bakassi with the best accuracy in the lobby. And Japan's... Oh, actually, Rainlily dropping a bit. Doing this LN section, but Yanamon does miss!
Yanamon couldn't watch this combo. So
it's gonna
Koichi
cancel
and
out, I think.
Rainlily- But yeah, it's a pretty heavy. It was a pretty heavy Ellen, but Onta
Bakassi! Both
Mini
Indonesian
Jax
players down.
Mini Jax might have caught him a little bit off guard, but Japan is gonna be holding on so far. Still full combos while Indonesia has none.
Yeah, accuracy-wise though, Onta's still superior, but it is the combos right now that matter to Japan. This would be some narrative. Oh, these jacks.
Yeah, these are rough, but Japan, the rice country, they have no problems hitting that.
Bossing the rice sections. Indonesia just trying all they can to close the gap, but Yanamon's accuracy 99.2.
99.2, but this is the tiebreaker. There is still a lot of map left to go. For all we know, they could go into a really dense island section that Japan will struggle a lot with, and Indonesia might take that lead back. But first, we see the break session where Rain Lily and Yanamon is going to be trading misses from releasing the wrong note. So that's not going to be any difference there.
Yeah, 1-for-1 trade. Okay, we're going back into some rice. Japan.
And of course, she's still going to be holding on to that. Still full combo.
Yeah, Japan's consistency on this is pretty incredible. I mean, Yanamon has been recovering accuracy as well. But so far, so good for Japan. Halfway through the map. So now we're going to some 1/3. Oh my god, a triple miss on...
Three-way drops. Rain Lily is holding it together for Japan. Onta now finds another break, another mini
And
jack.
another one!
Oh, this section is just thrashing him, but Rain Lily finally finds a break, and everybody's basically combo reset.
Yep, everyone's combos reset.
And of course, he gets back up to 400, so does Yanamon. Onta as well. Only Rain Lily left, and he does as well. So right now, it's going to be stationary for a little bit, but Rain Lily finds one break here. Already good news for Indonesia. They just need more of that from Rain Lily, but Yanamon's the one to find the drop. Yeah, this is it's pretty Ellen. Yeah, it's one of the heavier Ellen sections, but yeah, seems like both teams just had a little bit of a break, but after that, seems to be recovering pretty decently. Rain Lily back up to 1,000, and Yanamon coming close as well. Onta still with 99.61, still the highest accuracy, but Manager Koichi is catching up. Yanamon finds another break. This is not good for Indonesia.
There needs to be breaks from Japan, and really soon, if Indonesia want to still have a say in this tiebreaker. Some of these streams with the L-Land, maybe it could trip something up from Japan. Maybe. But they've been so consistent.
Yeah, no, it's basically more doubles and a little bit of a burst. This is still in Japan's comfort area.
We're about to close out the map really soon as well. There has to be something from Japan. But these jacks, Koichi does miss though.
Yeah, Japan is going to be finding one break.
Very small lifeline. But it is just one miss. It was a very clean combo break. That lead doesn't seem to be moving at all.
This section here with the releases, it could be something that Japan not find.
Is that Koichi, a bit too late
Koichi
though?
Breaks one.
It comes down to Rain.
I think there's still about 50,000 points left to be had.
Wait.
Oh, another break.
I don't think there might be. Yeah, there has to be another one. Even though both players of Japan dropped right at the end.
Oh,
Indonesia just doing what they can.
And that's it.
That is it. Japan 1-4 down. 1-4 down. They take butterfly effect. 5-4.
They pulled off the comeback of round of 16. Obviously,
wow.
I really don't think I honestly don't think that any other match could come as close as this.
It's a seeding upset as well. 10th seed beats 7th. They will move on into the winners bracket quarter finals. And Indonesia, unfortunately, will be dropping down to the losers bracket, but they are going to be a force to be reckoned with in that end of the bracket. What a match, though. What a match. All these players have just performed exceptionally.
Yeah. Yeah, every single one, every single player who played in this match, yeah, you deserve a really, really solid pat on the back.
Well, I mean, if you have any friends that are missing this round and they ask you what match to watch, you already know the answer. But with that, another match gone like the wind. With the end of this, Indonesia versus Japan, which has seen its first tiebreaker, hopefully off many to go. We have another match coming up in
Right now.
literally a minute into the next match, but I will be swapping out. So I'll be taking my leave and you will all be hearing a new voice very soon. But in that case, hopefully all of you will take care and look forward to the next match that is coming up right now. So don't go anywhere.
Yeah, thanks for commentating with me, and we do have our second commentator coming in right about now. Or at least I hope he is in the voice chat, but it is going to be SurfQ85. So whenever you're ready, you can just greet the fans.
Hello, guys.
Hello, SurfQ. How are you doing?
I am doing very well, and I'm so happy to be part of this World Cup yet again.
Yeah, same here. But now we have Philippines versus Russian Federation. Sure, this is something that you are going to be really excited to watch. It's your fellow countrymen.
I am very excited, but I have to get that. I have to get the Filipino outside of me for the meantime, because obviously I am here commentating for you guys, so
Yeah.
have to be professional.
Right, of course. But yeah, we're actually just going to be getting right in to going right into the lobby. I guess the roles have already been done. I guess we do see Russia mage rolling 89, and now Barry is going to be one-upping that, or more like 10-upping that with a 99. So Philippines will get the first pick, and Russia will get the first ban.
So here's the thing from what I've observed over the past few weeks, and I guess coming off from the pattern as well from the previous World Cup, there's a background. The Team Philippines did something during that World Cup, almost getting South Korea to the losers bracket during the semifinals at that World Cup, and they were performing so well on the Rice. And considering their roster, their Rice team overall is super strong. Team Russia, on the other hand, they do have the disadvantage in a way, but their team is so strong. 3 of them are in the top 100 globally on 7K, which is no slack at all. And the other player, Kivicat, I forgot their new username, is no slack as well.
Yeah, he's also put in like some serious work, and he finds himself in the Mania World Cup, but right now going up against C2 Philippines, who have really, really monstrous names like Kura, Boji. Honestly, everyone on the Philippines team is a force to be reckoned with.
Definitely, and I am just so excited to see both of these teams start to get into the World Cup. I mean, obviously, this is the first round. No one's really getting eliminated, but obviously, you do not want to be in that position next weekend where committing a mistake will mean your journey is over in this World Cup.
Yeah, the motto of every World Cup ever: make as few mistakes as possible. Oh, I actually didn't see the ban happen.
I think I missed it, but it does appear that the Philippines is also waiting for the ban. is about to do their ban.
So, in your opinion, what skill sets do you think Philippines probably struggle the most on? I know that's a really tough thing to ask, considering Philippines did get C2. They pretty much really solid performances all across the board.
Okay, so first things first, before I answer that, it does appear that Russian Federation is going to ban Rice 3, which is Rain, the core Jack pick, which is I'm not surprised with. I'm not surprised of it at all because obviously Philippines is more of a Rice team under composition, at least for the early game. The thing sorry for the voice crack. The thing they struggle with the most, I would think, I'd say like early game coordination and release probably, especially the slower charts. Though obviously they do have Arona, who is one of the best LN coordination, LN release players in this entire World Cup. And Kura is no slack on that point as well, but their main concern on that point is the accuracy. If whether they could maintain that.
So, yeah, actually, wait, hang on. Okay, so Philippines banned Rain, but what did what did Russia do?
Okay.
I think either we missed that or Lobby didn't catch that.
Probably either way. Okay. I'm kind of surprised if the Philippines is banning Rain though.
Yeah, I am as well. Stuff like this, really accuracy. They're probably like aside from the people like Lotus who just got like 15 regular 300s on Rain, if I'm not mistaken. I think Philippines has a really strong ad game as well.
It might be that somebody that the mind block. I mean, we're probably not going to rule that out, especially this is early game. Okay, there you go.
It's possible.
Okay, so we have LN3 being banned by Russian Federation.
Okay, so yeah, that's the one that we missed. But with Philippines, they won the role, so they do also get first pick. There's some discussion going on.
Yep. Did I just notice that they are starting to consider Hana no Yakusuko for the first pick? They're going to pick Shinkai for the first pick. One of the 3 ranked charts in this round of 16 pool, and possibly the most straightforward of the hybrid picks in this pool as well.
Actually, all of the hybrids are ranked maps. Was it all the hybrids?
Yep, all the hybrids. Actually, was it all the hybrids?
Like, I definitely know hybrid 1 and 2 is ranked. But I think maybe hybrid 3... I think that one is ranked as well. I haven't honestly been keeping up with the ranked scene for quite a bit. But I think it might be that.
Yeah, I do remember from the showcase and from the discussions during that time in Maple section that there are 3 ranked charts in this pool. Though I think I remember that small detail that all 3 hybrids are. But anyways, let's focus on this match now as we're going to be seeing Shinkai picked by the Philippines as the first pick for this match.
Alright, so a lineup of Arona and Kura for the Philippines and Mage and Kurisu Makise, also known as KB Cat or KB Man. And here we go. Starting off with Hybrid 1 Shinkai.
We're kind of waiting for everything to load up, and here we go. And we're immediately
Alright.
seeing the accuracy advantage of the Philippines in these earlier patterns. Obviously, this is still early on, but this might be a pattern that we'll be seeing throughout the entire match.
Yeah, really early on. Actually, a little bit of a surprise to see Arona dip down to 99.5. But this is it is just a start. There is still quite some map left to go. But over on Russia's side, though, Kurisu Makise is already finding themselves below 99%. Some of these patterning, the long notes is, and also as well as some of the bursts. You can see drops coming out left and right from them.
Definitely, but Mage is starting to get that accuracy up there as well, but still behind both the Filipino players. I mean, as I mentioned, that the Russian team is capable of playing charts at this level. It's going to be the accuracy that will matter the most, as we saw Kurisu Makise getting a miss earlier, but is immediately recovering.
Yeah, the level of this level of difficulty for this map is not the hardest, but honestly, maintaining accuracy is also going to be a little bit of a challenge considering the patterns, the long notes. They do pose a little bit of difficulty there, and Mage is going to find the first break. And now both Russian players have lost their full combos, while Philippines is still going to hold on to that.
The Philippines going on pretty much confident with their play right now.
So halfway through, and it is still full combos from both of them. I don't expect to see combo breaks from either of these players, honestly. But if it does happen, that would come as a surprise and would also be a welcome thing for Russia. But instead, Kurisu Makise is going to be the one to find another break, furthering Philippines' lead.
And another consecutive breaks from Kurisu Makise. Trying to getting above 1,000 combo, really showing some prowess on this chart. Aside from the mistake made earlier, as you enter the final quarter now.
Yeah, they are doing their best, but going up against titans like Philippines, that is a really tall order. I think Russia is about 50,000 points behind.
Yep, just less than 50,000 points. Philippines continuously falling ahead. Actually, Kura about to get to 99.7% at Arona about to get to 99.6 as we enter the final chorus of this song. The patterns and the long notes are starting to get harder. Kurisu Makise finding yet another drop.
Yeah, with that little bit of spike in difficulty, Kurisu Makise is just going to be finding more ag drops, more breaks. Meanwhile, Philippines, they look poised to have a double FC. Does Kura make it back to 99.7? Probably not.
It doesn't
But
matter,
that is still a good score nonetheless.
A very good team score from Team Philippines as they get the first point on the board.
Honestly, not a bad score from Russia as well. Mage with just one miss, and that was pretty much it. Well, Makise, I would say underperformed a little bit here. But that is map 1 going to Philippines, and now Russia will have to find an answer to that. So with a hybrid already out of the way, and I think it was Russia banning long notes, so they're definitely not going to go that route. So Rice is probably going to be their selection. After all, Philippines did also ban out that court jack map. But then again, when it comes to Rice, court jacks and streams, they play really differently. So honestly, Russia, anything they pick is pretty much going to be an uphill battle, and they most likely will have to rely on Philippines potentially messing up some stuff while Russia maintains the full combo if they do have it.
Well, they do have some of the easier picks up for grabs. I mean, there's Primatrix, maybe Hanane Yakusoku. Oh, as I say that, they are picking Hanane Yakusoku.
LN1 actually. Okay.
That's TM.
Oh yeah, actually, with the discussion that Philippines had earlier, they were thinking about potentially banning out Long Note 1, weren't they?
Yep, they do. As I did mention earlier in the primer before the match even started.
Yeah, I remember that.
LN coordination is kind of a concern for Team Philippines, but they do have a strong LN coordination team. It's a matter of whether they could maintain that form.
Yeah, and with this 2.43 stars, the classic Surf Q low FR LN map. Sure, you know a lot about that, considering you are in fact Surf Q.
And it's kind of surreal that I'm actually finally commentating a match in the World Cup with a chart that's made by me. But that's aside the point now, as we are going to see the second pick of the match.
So actually, no roster swap here. Both players still fielding out the same players as with Hybrid 1. And yeah, once again for Philippines, Arona and Kura taking on Russia's Mage and Kurisu Makise.
The first part of this chart is fairly straightforward. I mean, we're going to see possibly the highest accuracies of these four players within this part, as we saw Kurisu Makise already dropping at 200 and Mage dropping combo.
Yeah, Mage taking... Oh yeah, also combo breaks on this map are really scary because you build up combos so slow. As you see, Arona, Kura, all the full combos have just passed 400 combo. And now Mage is finding another break. There's not going to be 400 combo from him for a long time.
Yeah, we're going to see the 400 combo possible for Mage once the score for this start is already halfway through. That's how slow combo build-up is on this chart. And
unfortunately, we're not playing with score V1.
Yep, the chorus is considerably harder than this portion of the chart. Since the density just starts to increase and you do not want to commit mistakes on that portion. And here we go.
Releases is also starting to pick up a little bit, or the coordination. Okay, so far, everyone's still looking really, really good. Kurisu's having the full combo for Russia, while Philippines, both players are still holding on to full combos as well. And both of the Philippine players are actually above 99.7. So that is also really strong accuracy from
impressive.
them.
There we go, the ending pattern, deceivingly hard. All of the four players are holding on very well.
And it's not over until it's over. But it does look like it's over, and despite Russia's best efforts, Philippines will take the second point for them. And a V1 double S from Arona.
V1 double S from Arona.
Really solid showing.
Only 1-200 across the Philippine team. Wow.
Yeah, 1-200 from Kura, but while for Russia, actually props to Kurisu for also getting that full combo. Even beating out Mage's ratio. So LN1 did not bode well for Russia, and now Philippines, they do have the choice once again.
Also, just a small anecdote from what they're saying on the chat, in-game chat. Apparently, Kura played the wrong difficulty on practice.
Well, I guess there's always going to be someone that does that.
Yep.
How different is the actual difficulty for NWC and that other difficulty. Is there two difficulties for this?
Yeah. The other one is more focused on the release part because there's more staccato and usage compared to this one. But now
Alright.
we're going to see the other side of this map pool. We're going to see Anemone.
巡る時間の中風に揺られ思い返す懐かしい
Oh, I'm so interested to see how Team PH will be scoring on this one, considering that they have arguably one of the strongest Rise teams in the entire roster. Also, it does appear that Time Boca will be coming in for Kivikat.
塞いでなくした希望
Boji comes in for Arona. Tanbuka does come in for Kurisu, so that is one player swap each.
君のその言葉が
Also, just a small trivia for those who are not aware, this chart has 2023 notes, 2019 Rise notes, and 4 LNs.
秋のようにそれだけかするかも
Okay. But so without many long notes, I would say I wouldn't really say any of these players are really focused on long notes. But actually, as I wasn't paying attention, someone else from Russia left.
君のその言葉
Oh, it does appear that Mage is going out, I would suppose. So somebody will be coming in.
大事な気持ちを
I would assume it's one of the other two-digit players here. Karaze is going in.
Yeah, Karaze and alright. So Boji and Kura versus Karaze, and actually, how do you pronounce that name?
Team Boca or Time Boca? How do you... Yeah. So what do we agree on?
Buka.
Yeah, let's leave Boca. And here we go, the start of Anemone, which will immediately welcome you with a 500 BPM stream somewhere there. But Buka struggling
Ooh,
already
immediately.
before the streams even hit. Karaze dropping also combo early on.
思い返
Yeah, and immediately we see Philippines take a huge lead, considering both drops from Russia didn't even come before 400, didn't even come after 400 combos, so they're going to be taking a while longer to build back up. Also, Boji with a hidden mod.
Yeah, Bodley is more of a hidden player for 7k. So no surprises there.
Ooh, some pretty fast streams happening over there, but it seems like all the players are doing really well, not dropping any combo on them so far. It was
Also,
only the
just
intro.
Yep. Also, just taking note, both Philippine players above 99.8% app. The Buka trying to get to 99%, but still dropping combo right there, dropping them to 98.7. Karaze holding on very well.
Yeah, but there is still zero full combos on the side of Russia. The Karaze did miss really early on, but yeah, he's been holding on up until now. Still at 1.4k combo. While Philippines, they're still doing Philippine things. 99.82 is the lowest accuracy from Philippines coming up from Boji.
Just a bit more notes remaining. Team Buka getting a drop again. And Team Philippines will be getting the third point on the board with a very, very good team score. Only 1-200 across the team, 1-100 as well from Boji.
Yeah,
Kura with a V1 double S.
We've seen the similar scoreline from Philippines in the previous map, where only 1-200 was had. Well, for now, it does seem like Russia is being pushed up against a corner right now. It's going to be a really tough uphill battle for them. But they do have one pick right now, and what is it going to be?
there is the other Ellen pick. Do you have Daisuke? Or maybe they could change it up and go for a hybrid pick. I just don't see Russia picking any of the rice picks. I just don't see them picking any of the rice picks because Anemone
I agree.
Anemone is like super fast, but the other obviously busy come busy go. The Rice 5 is basically a more technical Rice one, if somebody could put it that way. Primatrix and Angel's Ladder, very fun chord stream charts, but those are a bit more leaning towards the accuracy as well.
Oh, but the pick is going to come, and it is Hybrid 3 colors.
So Russia is changing it up, going for hybrid. So it does look Boji will be going out, and we might be seeing Arona going in, or maybe Berry. Oh, it's Arona.
Yeah, but for Russia, we see Mage come back in. Buka is going to be taking a step back. Will Correis also be... Will they be staying in?
Does appear. So it does look like both teams have only used 3 of their 4 players in this match as it stands. Actually, no, they've used all 4 players for Russia.
Oh, yeah. Everyone's already played at least once. Oh, yeah, I don't know if I should say this, but I also just remember Boji doing the funny and scheduling both MWC and Speed of Light matches at the same time.
Yeah, that I don't know how you could handle that.
Well, Boji is Boji. He'll handle it somehow.
Here we go with colors, and mostly a tug of war at the beginning, but we're starting to see some of that act difference going out early on. Mage getting the 99.7, Correis with the 99.2. Both Kura and Arona carrying 99.8.
And so far every map that the Philippines has played, it just looks like a 3-star consistency map to them.
Again, like the Russian team, like they have the players that are very capable of playing charts like these. Like you see their accuracies, they're no slacks at all. Mage does get the drop, but it's a pretty clean drop. Didn't really affect their accuracy that much. But they're just facing Titans in the game, and that's no easy task at all.
Yeah, Russia right now they are in the world of Attack on Titan, and the Titans are Philippines, and Russia is playing on like insane mode.
Like on matches like this, you just really want to be in the top of your game, give a very respectable performance, which is what they're doing right now. They're having very good scores, and oh my gosh, yeah, I forgot this is the shortest pick of the pool.
Oh, okay, yeah.
The Philippines getting the 4 points.
Just like that, it's already over. But okay, this time Philippines does not have a score that is above 990k. But okay, 4 and 5 from Philippines. Actually, when you look at it, does come rather close in terms of the miscount, or not miscount, the 200 count.
Yep.
But it is also unfortunately Correis who does unfortunately underperform a little bit for Russia instead. And now Philippines, they do have 1 foot in the door. They have 1 more pick before potentially closing out the match.
And now let's see what the Philippines is planning on to pick to close out that match. Personally, I'm hoping for LN2 just so that I could do the thing I've been planning ever since Daisuke was a thing. Part of me hopes for
Alright.
that, but
All right, who's
Let's see
the
what
Philippines captain? Who's the Philippines captain again? Is it?
oh yeah, it's the guy who's playing SOL3.
Oh, okay. Oh, no, they already picked.
So they pick Primatrix, so I won't be able to sing Daisuke.
This is so sad.
This is so sad.
But we shouldn't have any impact on what the players do. This is their strategy. This is what they're going to stick with.
Yep. And it's been working for them the entire match. We cannot really blame them. Also, just a thing. I mean, the match is already 4-0, but might as well tell the people, like, people who's watching Mania for the first time. RC means rice, or they're basically maps that basically only have regular notes. LNs are called long notes because they have long notes, primarily long notes, or in Mania terms, we also call them noodles. So yeah, rice and noodles. Hybrids, on the other hand, are a mixture of rice and noodle charts. Like, they basically have everything you could call for.
And of course, this one is not just limited to Mania. This is encompassing almost, but TB does in fact stand for tiebreaker.
Yep.
It's just if you didn't know, but I'm sure if you're watching Osu Live, you're watching World Cups, TB it's not a new thing to you. So yeah, Osu Mania is the hungriest mode in all of Osu.
Yep.
And
I actually have no idea where the analogy started. I just know it's some super old term. But anyways, here we go with Rice 2. So we're going to see mostly regular notes, as I mentioned earlier. Primatrix is the primary chord stream pick of this pool, and Boji and Kura, Team Buka and Karace, basically the same team who played Anemone earlier. And you're already seeing accuracies again from Team PH. Boji carry 99.9.
yeah, I've already expected like really insane accuracy coming out from Boji, and now Kura is also following up pretty close behind 99.83, still like 0.05, 0.06 behind, but that is still really close by. Over on Russia, their Buka and Courage are both also pretty consistent, but unfortunately it is on the lower half of the 99%. But they do have the capabilities to combo through it, but accuracy does leave another story.
Yeah, like, it's already considered getting a 99 on 7k is like super high act already.
Yeah.
Short break section, and hopefully no one commits a mistake here. I mean, I think the best of us commits mistakes on the easiest part of the chart.
Yeah, the nerves do get to you sometimes, but that break section is over and it's now back to chords happening here. But so far, still no breaks happening. After all, this is a really consistent map. You're going to be seeing basically chord streams throughout the entire thing. If you can hit the beginning, you can hit the end.
OG, what are you doing? You're still carrying 99.9. Both Russian players also carrying full combos. Everyone carrying full combos in this multiplayer room. I won't be surprised if we're not getting this. Ooh, Team Ibuka, no!
And first blood in map number 5 goes to Russia. Unfortunately, this does indeed spell the end for Russia, as I don't believe Philippines will be breaking anytime soon. And there you have it. Philippines picks up their 5th and final point, performing the clean sweep of Russia Federation. And Philippines will find themselves in the winners bracket.
What is that team score?
With a 995k as the lowest from the Philippines. That is scary to look at.
Oh man, like whoever's going to face Team PH in the quarterfinals, they have to be prepared, get in the top of their game, and obviously Team Russia as well. Like whoever's going to face them in the lower bracket next week, and like you've seen them perform on these starts very well. Like they held up on their own against the titans of the game. So pretty exciting times for both of these teams going into the quarterfinals. But congratulations to Team Philippines for winning their first match of the World Cup.
Yeah, really strong, solid performances all around, and that is going to do it for the Best of Matches. We just had 2 in a row, and next match will be between Spain and Thailand at 15 UTC. That will be the last round of 16 match in the round of 16 stage, and then there will be showcase shortly after that. But for now, do you have anything to add on to that?
Well, just a preview. The next match, a lot of people say that Spain versus Thailand is going to be one of the best matches in the brackets, in the entire bracket stage. So please stay tuned for that.
Although, actually, to be honest, I would say Indonesia versus Japan is going to be really hard to beat in terms of how exciting the match was.
Oh yeah,
is going to be.
It was. It's going to be beat. It's going to be hard to beat. But still, like Spain versus Thailand is another one of those possibly really good matches. So hopefully they live up to the hype.
All right, and one more thing to add before I forget. It is shilling time. So yeah, I do not believe banners are out yet. I'm not too sure about that, but we do have an open collective for the MWC 7 Key 2023. So yeah, if you want to help out with donating a little bit to the prize pool, and we'll make sure that all these players are very appreciative of all of your efforts. And yeah, I think that's about it. Any final words, Surf?
That's it for me as well. Hope to see you guys in the next matches in this World Cup.
All right, we'll see you at 15 UTC, and until then, take care.
Alright, hello everyone, and welcome back to Osamia's 7 Key World Cup 2023, and we're back with one final match of round of 16, and it's going to be probably one of the most potential tiebreaker matches of all, probably on this round of 16, which is Spain versus Thailand. I'm your commentator Mipa, and I'll be joining with Sparky. How are you doing?
I'm doing absolutely fantastic. Excited to get this final match of the round of 16 underway. This is, as you said, one of probably the most potential for tiebreaker to occur. These two teams on paper very evenly matched, despite whatever the seeding discrepancy might be. As you were saying, we got Spain on Team Red, we got Itor98, Moxie, Crew K Fanboy, and Not PX going up against Thailand, captained by Lost Cool, and then followed up by Ken's Natsurio and Sutina. Sorry, managed to make my way through it. Very excited to get this one underway.
Yeah, we should also mention that Spain is on seat 6, on seat 11, which not might be the biggest seed difference like in an evenly matchup, but I feel like even in qualifier situation, it's probably not gonna say much given these teams have such a high caliber to play out for, I guess, for the rest of the match, really. Given that this pool has a slightly even more difficulty, I guess, in round of 16. Unlike the qualifiers, to say the least.
Yeah, for sure. Definitely bringing it back down just a tiny bit compared to the qualifiers. Hopefully we have some very intense back and forths. I know we were having a conversation about what the potential bans and picks could be for these teams. It feels like there could be quite a bit of overlap, maybe some randomness to some of the picks. Historically, some of these teams maybe just showing up, playing what they like, as opposed to what they might be stronger in. And we can already see LN1 being removed from the pool, so that LN coordination not going to be an issue for either of these two teams to deal with.
Yeah, low star logo like this, you know, it's been historically like half the highest ban rate in, I guess, mostly in like last years as well. You don't see very much of the mostly longer piece head sometimes. I guess this is no exception, except for the fact that Thailand's banning this, which I'm kind of surprised as well. But I also understand why they would not try to touch that in the slightest.
Yeah, for sure. It's a very risky pick overall, and the few times we have seen it get played, glider breaks or misses are very detrimental overall to the team score, just due to the fact that there isn't a lot of note density behind it. So getting back up over that 400 combo cap, especially like halfway through the run, is going to cost you thousands, if not tens of thousands of points, and you definitely need to trade back to try and recover from it. And it looks like the answer back is going to be Hybrid One being removed from the pool by Spain here.
They're removing Shinkai out of the equation, which I guess you don't want to play most of the longer picks. I guess Shinkai has the longest length of the, I guess, the non-tiebreaker pick.
Yeah, so complete opposite there. Maybe just not wanting to keep up the consistency for too long. And going into something a little less surprising, it's going to be Primitrix to start this match off. You imagine on the top half of the screen we have Aitor98 going against Lost Coal, probably the two anchors for their respective countries, being backed up by the rest of their teammates as this match gets going.
Yeah, we're seeing Spain already being, I guess, the usual two players that usually plays for basically every pick so far. Aitor98 and also 2K Fanboy. I guess in the nickname was Summit, I believe. But, or also a really strong player by themselves as well. Even they played in like finals full like the last year, so no surprising to see at least.
Yeah, for sure, a dynamic duo in and of themselves. It'll be interesting to see who Thailand brings up to the plate to back up Lost Coal on this pick. You'd imagine that this is going to be very contentious, probably going to come down to singular misses, or at best, maybe just ratio alone.
Yes, and we're waiting for a second one. Hey, I think we will probably be inviting Natsurio to the lobby, which Natsurio mainly to be disregarded as the most physical Rice player for Thailand. Outside of like Kenzie being the most, I guess the OG player you would see, I guess the fan favorite for Thailand at least. And there we go, we have Natsurio in the lobby.
Yeah, so it looks like everything is squared away here. All four players in the lobby now. Just waiting for them to ready up so we can get into this first map of this best of 9. Of course, winner will be moving on to the quarterfinals in the winner's bracket. No real harm done to the loser, just going to drop down into that lower bracket and round out the rest of this quarterfinals bracket. Last match, all of the other matches have been decided outside of 2. And we'll get underway here.
Yeah, here we go. We'll see, I guess if you want to like comparing the difference between the two teams, Natsurio also played with like the Rice pick. Very naturally, very good at core streams, but in such a like the lower VPN core stream, which is like a 1 minute at the most. So it's kind of surprising to see that Natsurio is going to be playing in this, although it has a bit of a shaky start at the beginning, but nothing too crazy.
Yeah, I picked up a couple 200s on that opening burst, recovering very nicely, but lagging a little bit behind out of this introduction as things start to settle down. Everybody's starting to settle into this chord stream pick. We have Aitor and Kruke Fanboy up in that 99.8 range. Lost Coal, Natsurio not too far behind, about 2/10 behind them for now. All four players holding on to their full combos, but Spain ahead based on accuracy alone at the moment.
Yeah, about a 0.6 60% difference, I guess, if you want to call it, on the total alone, which, given the difference between the two players, are at least about like below 0.2%. And thus you're continuing to have some bit of an issue with 200 here and there, but no combo breaks just yet, but it soon will be starting to get apparent until you get to the endings of this chart.
Yeah, for sure, things start to calm down just a little bit of chance for the players to take stock of the situation real quick. Back half of the map still to come, still plenty of opportunity for Thailand to make a comeback in this chart. But Spain is not making it easy, climbing in terms of accuracy. Crew K Fanboy about to climb back up into that 99.9 range, putting up an excellent performance so far, backed up by Aitor at the moment.
Yeah, Crew K Fanboy is doing pretty much shot shooting the entire chord. Every chord speed has been kind of perfected at least, trying to hang on. Law School is trying their best to keep up with the 99.7. He's increasing his accuracy, but not too much in the way that Spain is going to give that lead back up. In fact, the lead is actually kind of increasing.
Yeah, for sure. And there are a couple of 200s coming out from Natsurio. No major mistakes to speak of, but it is those tiny little drops that really start to add up at the end of the day. And by the looks of it here, Spain going to take this first point and make it 1-0 now.
10,000 points away from being 2 million, and Crew K Fanboy takes that up with a V1SS. Aitor with the black flag too, with basically similar ratio to Crew K Fanboy, although not to discredit. 6,200s and 14,200s are solid, but it's Spain's pick, so it's not really much to have a loss to it, and Tyler will have some time to pick.
Yeah, for sure. Can't get too down about that. An incredible performance from Lost Coal and Natsurio. Holding on to the double FCs, very hard to do on charts like that sometimes. And the fact that it is your opponent's pick, definitely can't get too down about that. As you were saying, an opportunity for them to set their own pace, see what they want to go for here in response.
I feel like given the picks from Thailand, they're banning Hana, which to me it just implies that Wake Me Up doesn't look like a good pick. Wake Me Up is very much into like one-headed bias element coordination, and this has something that Hana does. What for Angel's Ladder? We're going to Rise pick territory.
Yeah, no need for those LNs to make their appearance just yet. I think both these countries very, very comfortable, very adept at these Rice charts. Maybe want to try and run it back a little bit on something a little bit stylistically different.
I think this is the only match that they have a actually pretty similar differences in terms of picks. Usually you see Rise and LN back and forth between opponents, but this is just you just run into that Lions player basically.
Yeah, for sure. It's mono-stylistic. We will duke it out here and challenge you to out-ratio us on things that we feel comfortable on as you are. And once those are exhausted, we'll settle it between what's left. Always love to see that.
Yeah, especially that there's like 5 Rice picks, and I think inevitably they're going to be running out as soon as the match finishes. They have to start picking high-res or LNs.
Yeah, unless there is a sweep, we'll definitely need to see either an LN or a hybrid chart come out here sometime soon. Aitor pulling out the mirror here for this Angel's Ladder's pick, Thailand's first pick. Let's see how they do.
Yeah, starting with 100. Yeah, well, I mean, the very first 50 notes with 100, but basically trying to flex that. Not the most exciting thing to see about the intro, although I feel like it's not too much of a difference just yet.
Yeah, if anything, this is probably a much more level introduction between these two countries compared to Rice 2 from earlier. Aitor and Crew K building up their accuracy up to that 99.7 range and beyond. But Thailand in there with a shout right now going into the second third of the map. 99.5s for them on average. But Natsurio finding the break on the transition into the back half of the map, and that's going to help extend this lead for Spain now.
Yeah, that's a unfortunate drop it right just before we get to the, I guess, the pseudo screen section of this break there. But I mean, the accuracy difference is actually pretty wildly variant. Like 19.8 average of Spain, still up until the last third.
Yeah, we were speaking before this match started about how close this could potentially be, but for right now, it seems like Spain is really exceeding all expectations that we had and really pulling away now. Very comfortable on these Rice charts so far and climbing in terms of accuracy. Sure, a couple of 200s coming up from Crooked Fanboy on that last burst, going to drop them down to that 99.6 range, but still ahead of either of these Thai players for now.
That is to get intensified at the ending too. I don't feel like Spain is going to drop at any point, which it just does seem to me this is a very clear breakpoint too for Spain.
Yeah, one final drop from Natsurio going to seal the deal there, and Spain going to move up 2-0, taking the first breakpoint in this match.
These are Arsenal scores are actually insane. 3 200s, 6 200s, 11 200s. Natsurio actually getting basically less 200s than Crooked Fanboy, but unfortunately picking up 2 misses, which it actually just makes it even bigger of a difference.
Yeah, for sure, but still a very good score overall. Very hard to maintain combo and stuff like that. But with that being said, Spain, an opportunity to capitalize on that breakpoint. You'd imagine don't really need to change course here. You can probably still stick with the Rice pool.
Yeah, busy come, busy go would be their next pick. It's the same thing as like Angel's Ladder, except it is... Yeah, there you go. Busy come, busy go is the next pick.
Yeah, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. Everything going according to plan for Spain. Don't need to change things up just yet. And now you basically have pick of the litter. I think the only pick that might be contentious out of the Rice pool might be that Korjak pick in Rain, but just based on the ratio difference between these two teams, you'd imagine Spain has the advantage there unless they find like a number of 200s by mistake here. So busy come, busy go, going to be the pick here.
Well, I think in this case, Rain would be probably... It's like I said when we discussed this before the game starts. It's just you just run into the chicken game situation, whether if you want to risk to play out ag, but then at the same time you just don't want to know your Korjak accuracy at the same time as Moscow Natsurio is definitely really comfortable with it too.
Yeah, I think that might be like the last option for either of these two countries. You'd imagine with the way things have been going so far, and depending on how this one goes, Thailand might actually want to opt for that one if they really just do not want to play those LN hybrid charts, because so far Spain has had their number through these first 2 maps.
Yeah, it should be, given that their session has been doing really good so far. With Primitrix and Angel's Ladder coming on top with superior accuracies overall. I think it beats out even the two Thailand players. Still with the mirror from iTour too, but at this probably don't want to waste the mind box on it too, even with practice sessions.
Yeah, and as we get this map underway, bit of a shaky start from Natsurio, down into that low 99% range, but still plenty of time for them to recover. Not a long chart by any stretch of the imagination, but if you want to find those accuracy drops, best get them out of the way early so that you can get on that road to recovery very quickly. And stop me if you've heard this one before, Spain ahead on just pure accuracy alone, but Lost Cool actually being up there to contest might be able to keep this lead in check now.
Yeah, the swing patterns might actually would be the open gate here for Thailand, but at the same time, Spain is also increasing his accuracy. They're actually pretty rapidly, although they picked up a couple of 200s for both of these players. Natsurio pick up a lot more 200s, so it would be evened out.
Yeah, timing some of these swing rhythms can be pretty contentious. You see Natsurio hitting pretty early, trying to make sure that they stay ahead of the beat. at the cost of their accuracy and at the cost of this lead for Spain that has been growing so far. Going to the back half of the chart now, both players averaging it at 99.7 range. Lost Cool now up to compete, and Kruke Fanboy actually finding first break.
Yeah, that'll be the first miss that Spain has got for these two maps, but Natsiria trading that out, basically actually extending that lead to Spain given the accuracy is actually quite low. Another 1-2.
Yeah, so no harm, no foul at the end of the day for Spain here. Getting that trade and an extra one in return, gonna help cushion the lead just a little bit more. Another drop from Natsurio. Really hasn't had the best of time on this chart. To be expected, this is a very awkward chart, and as it comes to an end, it is going to be Spain capitalizing on that break point and making it 3-0 now.
Yeah, with clearly the difference between this Stewie making 3 misses as 2 with Cricket Fanboy having a little bit of slip up. But regardless, I mean, the ending of this chart is, I guess, pretty nasty to say the least, and having a break on that is pretty much the death sentence.
Yeah, for sure. But I mean, they kept it pretty close for a decent amount of time going into that back half. It was just that transition that really started the domino effect for Thailand there, and basically almost guaranteed the point for Spain at the end of the day. But it is going to be their next pick, an opportunity to try and right the ship here. You wonder if they're going to change course, maybe dive into the LN hybrid pool, or if they're going to stick to their guns. And it's going to be Rain.
Oh boy, you're still sticking on the Rise picks here. So Spain has to pick Anemone just to complete the category.
Yeah, you imagine that's probably going to be the next pick, regardless of what happens here. But I was saying this before the last map started, that this might actually be one of the closer ones. This Korjak style pick really is just a bit of a consistency test at the end of the day. I think you referred to it nicely as a bit of a chicken game, a bit of game of cat and mouse. Who blinks first? Who drops that first 200? Or who finds that rush of 300s to really swing the tide of this map?
It's just, well, chords, really. I mean, in the truest sense of the word, I guess the BPM is slow enough to make, at the very least, not to rush 300s here every now and then. But again, it's a chord. It's just chord tag. It's just how it is.
Yeah, same could be said for like the 4-key variant of Korjak. It's either you can play it or you can't. Very black and white skill set, and it looks like we're still not going to have any substitutions. So 4 anchors on screen here. Aitor and Kruke going against Lost Cool and Natsurio against all 4 of these Rise charts so far.
The thing is, can they actually outact themselves? Just to make sure that you have a slight relief if Thailand can win this.
Yeah, you'd imagine we're going to see a lot of 99.9s for a majority of this chart. Players of this caliber very comfortable on Rice style like this.
I turn my other hitting it's slightly early, so the 300s pop that out, but Nasuria's trying to pick up Aitor's accuracy, but there's a 200 over there.
Yeah, now we're going to have a bit of a cross-map battle developing. Second quarter of the map, upcoming Kruke Fanboy up against Lost Cool right now, trying to keep each other in check. And right now it's the difference between Aitor and Natsurio for the moment. About a 10th behind on the side of Thailand. This is the most slender lead that Spain has had so far this match. Let's see if they can hold on to it here.
Yeah, Aitor needs to figure it out because Aitor seems to hitting ever so slightly early, so that would just cost them that lead. Even though Cricket Fanboy and Lost Cool is trying to have as much as possible, 99.95 plus, and Natsurio is trying to pick that back up.
Yeah, for sure. I think Kruke Fanboy and Lost Cool cannot afford to drop any bit of accuracy here, because they're the two holding it up for their respective countries at the moment as Aitor and Natsurio battle it out on opposite sides of the screen here. Last quarter of the map still to come. It is still Aitor ahead of Natsurio by about 0.06% right now. Anything can change. Any singular 200 could impact this greatly here.
still bits of flicker, but even though with this bits of flicker, it needs to have an absolute massive tank, and Aicho seems to have figured it out, but not to hit too early, and he's trying to stabilize the accuracy, but Assyria also stabilized accuracy, but not too much. Moscow and Crooked Bang will stay unchanged for the rest of the map.
Yeah, coming down to the wire here, anything can still change, but it is not going to be. And Spain pick up a match point situation on the cusp of a 5-0 sweep here. Oh my goodness, these scores are ridiculous.
51 and 63, just 300 difference. Aitor, not too bad of a score, but it might have the early hits might have get it to it, so the score might be not as high as you would expect it to be. Natsuya picking 200s might have been at the beginning of I guess the early of the combo, but regardless, that would have not mattered too much because the ratio is slightly different for Natsuya as well.
Yeah, for sure. And I mean, you can see the results of that chart. When you know that everybody in the lobby can play it, you start to hyper focus on the accuracy. Crew K fanboy saying that they're shaking. That was a massive personal best for them. You love to see it happen in match.
Yeah. Always, I mean, at some point, one of them always happened, and it was a massive personal best.
Yeah, for sure. You definitely don't want to be the one to find either a singular miss or that rush of 200s that could cost a point. And with how close that one was, definitely came to fruition there. Now Spain, opportunity to close things out, and unsurprisingly, we are not playing LN, we are not playing hybrid by our own volition. It is going to be Anemone coming out here, rounding out the rice pool.
At this point, we're just not to guess, because that would be like the last rice thing that Spain curves no hesitancy.
Yeah, so it's up to Thailand here to take this breakpoint. Gonna need to force a tiebreaker here, try and reverse sweep their way through to make it into the winners quarterfinals.
Yeah, but this is a bit of a difference, given it's a speed, which he would be absolutely sure that you're gonna slip up at one point, even though the spins are comfortable by itself. But it just depends on who would slip up first, and this would be a kind of a volatile pick at the very least. And Spain, even though they're pretty comfortable with it, you're just running into that risk of missing.
Yeah, for sure. I think confidence should not turn into overconfidence when it comes to styles that you are used to. There's still very much a possibility of finding a break where you least expect it, especially coming off of a pick like Rain, where you were hyper focusing on trying to keep the ratio in check. Sometimes when you start to push a little too hard is when you start to overthink things, and then the mistakes start to come out. So see if Thailand can capitalize on any of that happening on the side of Spain, or if Spain can keep their cool and try and close this out as soon as humanly possible.
Closing this out is the only rice picks of the entire round of 16, and this would be the only match that do so. But if Thailand breaks this one, that would be interesting, because you don't have any rice picks left.
Yeah, venturing into uncharted territory if Thailand does manage to pull it out here. And this is I was about to say a pretty hot start for all four players. Natsurio dropping on those staircase rolls, transitioning into the second half of this first quarter. And that's going to hand Spain a pretty decent cushion to work with right out of the gate here.
Just a slip up at I guess, before the 400, so it's not as severe as you would expect it to be. So there's still some time to recover, so it's not the end of the world just yet.
Yeah, for sure. Definitely still room to recover, and Spain not really pulling away as hard as they have in other maps. And Kuruge Fanboy going to find the drop on the transition into the speed roll traded by Natsurio, and Lost School finding the drop as well. A full team reset on the side of Thailand as we make our way into the back half of the map. Natsurio missing once again, and this lead is quickly spiraling out of control for Spain going into the last third here. So now it is Aitor, the Seoul FC, left in the lobby, pulling it through right now for Spain, keeping this lead out of reach for Thailand as it stands. Last quarter of the map still to go. Thailand definitely not out of the woods yet, but gonna need some help from the side of Spain to try and hand this point back. When Aitor finds a drop, last eighth of the map left to go, but Nazuriel trades it back. It has been these trades that have been costing Thailand these points at these pivotal situations, not able to capitalize when given an opportunity, and it is going to be Spain closing it out, making it 5-0, a full rice sweep here.
Spain here for having the upper edge of this match too, with the rice only picks in this match.
Yeah, unprecedented here. Usually you see somebody dive into that lower half of the map pool or vice versa, but not to be here. Spain pulling it out, 5 rice picks up, 5 rice picks down, and pulling out the victory. And with that, that will conclude the round of 16 weekend. We are officially done. All 8 matches have been played. Your winners bracket's decided, and your losers bracket is set up and ready to go.
Absolutely. So we do see that I guess in around 16 where we have a total of 6 clean sweeps as well, and the only 2 matches are not a sweep, and one don't even go to a tiebreaker, which is very impressive.
Yeah, for sure. I think a lot of people on paper were probably seeing, oh, okay, the top seeds are probably just gonna roll their way through. Not to be. We did have a singular upset, Japan taking down Indonesia in tiebreaker, and Canada giving Brazil a bit of a run for their money. But with that being said, all that's left to do this weekend is give you guys that quarterfinal showcase. I believe that will be taking place at the top of the hour, so definitely don't want to miss that.
Yeah, absolutely. Even quarterfinal map showcase is gonna be a tough one, I guess, for you would say the losers bracket, having the hard time to set up in the quarterfinals map to practice. Although it would be the same case as the winners bracket. We have South Korea versus Brazil, which could be an interesting one, and China versus United States as well. It would be a very interesting, just a Rise and Ellen only picks, I believe.
Yeah, for sure. So with that being said, some exciting matchups to look forward to next weekend. I think we're going to take some time to prepare for the showcase coming up. One last order of business. If you like what you have been seeing so far during this World Cup and you feel a little bit generous, we do have the Open Collective, an initiative that we started last year to help expand the prize pool for the players. Definitely enjoy donating to ensure that we can deliver some of the highest quality action for the World Cups as possible. And soon, gonna give a little bit of a preview. Got banners coming up, so definitely look forward to hearing us talk about those banners. Support your countries. I believe starting next week we'll have those available in the store. And Mifa, do you have anything else left to say before we close things out here?
Yeah, absolutely. I guess the teams are still not eliminated for round of 16. They still have a losers bracket to play for, and I guess we just don't go anywhere just yet, because the quarterfinals after the showcase will be, I guess, starting just a bit after we have a switch up in before we prepare for the showcase itself. And I guess there's nothing much else left to say.
Yep, so we'll catch you guys in just a little bit.
Yeah, see you, and we're signing off.
worse and did the opposite, just being young and stupid. Oh, I haven't been all that you could have hoped for, but if you'd held on a little longer, you'd have had more reasons to be proud. Oh, so many questions, but I'm talking to myself. I know that you can't hear me anymore, not anymore. So much to tell you, and most of all goodbye, but I know that you can't hear me anymore. It's so loud inside my head, with words that I should have said as I drown in my regrets. I can't take back the words. The longer I stand here, the louder the silence. I know that you're gone, but sometimes I swear that I hear your voice where the wind blows. So I talk to the shadows, hoping you might be listening, 'cause I want you to know it's so loud inside my head, with words that I should have said as I drown in my regrets. I can't take back the words I never said, never said. I can't take back the words I never said, never said. I can't take back the words I never said. Put it on the right track, put it on the right track. Message from my heart, message from my heart. Put it on the right track, put it on the right track. Message from my heart, message from my heart. Put it on the right track, put it on the right track. Message from my heart, message from my heart. Put it on the right track, put it on the right track. Message from my heart, message from my heart. Put it on the Moving on the right track, moving on the right track. Listen to my
All right, everybody. Hello and welcome back. Thank you for sticking here with us. We have one more thing left to do for this weekend, and that is going to be our quarterfinals map pool showcase for the Osimania 7 Cute World Cup 2023. I will be one of your commentators for this Toke Daddy, and I am joined by Surf Chew. How's it going?
Hello, good evening from the Philippines. It's almost midnight, but the night is still starting.
You can't miss the map pool showcase. Absolutely not. Doesn't matter what time it is.
Definitely.
But there's not really a whole lot to say about this. I'm really excited to see how the players react to this. Obviously, with a move on from round of 16 to the quarterfinals, the map pool is going to get just a little bit tougher. And I put a big quotation mark around a little bit because, I mean, the difficulty, definitely you're going to notice some differences. And but despite that, all 16 teams that were in the round of 16 are going to be playing on this quarterfinals pool. So everyone will get an opportunity to suffer, so to speak.
Well, there are definitely going to be keyboards that will be getting abused the coming weekend, and it's going to be interesting to see, especially with some teams that drop down to the lower bracket, and they're going to play harder pools. They're going to try to survive whatever's going to happen to them.
Absolutely, but without further ado, I think we can start moving into our first pick in this pool, and we're going to be starting with some Rice in the quarterfinals pool. Specifically, our Rice 1, our speed pick, Gypsophilia by Evening, 151 BPM, OD8, 2 minutes and 42 seconds. And I don't really know what to say specifically about this other than it's kind of what you expect out of a speed map. It has some comfortable patterns. They're kind of like delay-ish. And that delay kind of notability will be especially obvious once we get to the second half, where it transitions between some chord stream patterns and then delaying them. So I think this is going to be pretty comfortable for a lot of people, but accuracy I think is going to be the biggest thing to focus on, because combo is not as huge of a deal on a map like this versus making sure that you're straight on the accuracy.
Well, something I noticed coming off test playing this is the structure of how the speedy patterns on this chart is way different over Anemone. Anemone is kind of more of a faster, more comfy chord streams here. The delay sections that were introduced in this chart is something super kind of abrasive if you're not really prepared. Super easy to rush.
Yeah, absolutely. And even in this early section, we saw a little bit, like right at the start of it, that there were some like 2-note mini anchors almost in these streams. And we're seeing that quite a bit throughout some of these patterns, like right there as well. And those can be pretty difficult to hold on to properly, even though the density of those streams does go down just a little bit once those patterns start showing up.
Yeah, you just don't want to let up really. You kind of want to just maintain that speed really. Plus, another thing that you might want to consider as well is your stamina, because charts like these really like to drain you a lot.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And even like there we did have that break section right there, but this is the entire second half of the map, is that we have these delay patterns right here, which, as I said, will transition in and out of like some regular chord stream as well, but you don't really stop at all once these patterns start up again. And that's where like making sure that you hold on to your stamina until the second half is going to be really important for a lot of these players.
A short chord stream section right there, but it immediately transitions back to those speedy patterns. And here are some streams that are pretty tricky to hit. From what I've calculated, we're seeing like around 300 BPM to 450 BPM streams here, which is kind of big numbers.
Big numbers indeed. And we're even seeing some pretty complex patterning in this, ending with some mini jacks as well to kind of throw off the momentum that you were seeing in the rest of the chart. So definitely not something you're going to want to like fall asleep to. And it's definitely like you can't like autopilot it at all.
All right. So our next pick is a hybrid pick, which is Silent Room's Shuno Hazama, a chart by Paradoxes, and this is an edit chart a specially edited difficulty for this Mania World Cup. And also, something to note, this is the longest non-tiebreaker pick in the entire quarterfinals pool.
Yeah, for people who don't know, Shuno Hazama, better known as Rain Shower for a lot of people, Silent Room's sequel to Nelv. But what I kind of noticed when I was looking through this chart is that it's not really particularly like tricky in any situations. There's a lot of like straightforward streaming and chord streaming that just is surrounded by long notes. Like even this intro, you start at the intro and like the long notes are not like abrasive at all. It starts getting some longer long notes towards the end of this beginning section, but even then, as long as you're capable of like reading through this, I don't think most of the players are going to have that big of an issue with it. The real difficulty of this, I think, is going to come with the chorus, where the Ellens become a little bit more abrasive, and especially as you transition out, those Ellens get really, really difficult.
If there's anything I could compare this from the round of 16 pool, I would actually say this plays something like Crematrix, Rise 2 from the round of 16 pool, especially with how the chords in the practically the hybrid chord stream is structured in this chart. So those who favor those kinds of patterns might want to take note of this.
Yeah, I would also maybe liken it to a bit of something similar to Hybrid 1 from the previous pool, where it was mostly a consistency test with not too abrasive long notes, and really straightforward rice patterns as well, just kind of keeping you on your toes, make sure that you have the consistency to hold onto the combo for the entire 3.5 minute runtime of this chart. But as I said, we're getting into that chorus, and those long notes get just a little bit more abrasive here, and the rice patterns also introduce some bursts, which are not as consistent with the chord stream around it as we saw in the first half.
Well, you see some reverse shield usage here. Quite fun to play as is, but getting the act out of those might be something that everybody has to be super careful of, especially as you mentioned with the bursts within the streams, something that you do not really want to turn off your minds and just try to hit them as much as you could, and also right that left hand reverse shield right there. Ooh.
It gets real dense right at the outro. Got to make sure you're good enough at those long notes to handle that transition out. But we still do have about a quarter left of this map. But I think that chorus is going to be the highest point of difficulty. It kind of just slows down a little bit, goes back into the more consistent, straightforward stuff for this last quarter.
And here's a repeat of the intro section.
Indeed, just get your bearings back down before the ending section hits you. Some more broken-ish chord stream with those short, long notes. And like I said, comes to the ending and it just kind of repeats that structure that we had before where, we just have the long notes and regular chord stream. So just a big consistency test once you get out outside of the chorus.
Also, just to note, those trilly patterns as well, they're actually super tricky to hit. Once you notice that those are actually trills, it's kind of hard to miss them.
Yeah, for sure. And especially at a slow BPM, those are 87 BPM trills. So making sure that you keep yourself consistent with those is going to be really important, or you're going to start rushing some 200s on that. But that's going to be our first hybrid. We're going to move back into some rice and some more straightforward stuff. We got our chord stream pick here, For No Reason by PWHK. 166 BPM and OD 8.5. As you'd probably expect from the chord stream pick, you're going to want to have that high OD so that the players are focusing on their accuracy. But this one is a bit of an interesting pick. Unlike Primatrix from the previous round, this one doesn't start up for a while. You have a pretty long intro followed by a really short chord stream section and then another break. But the last minute or so of the map is extremely dense.
Something also about this intro, I'm more of a right thumb player, so playing this on no mod, I would kind of notice that it's kind of heavy on the right hand for me personally. But yeah, when you mentioned basically the second half of this chart, it's just brackets over and over and over again. It just won't end. Some people might think it just won't end at all.
Yeah, and like I said, get this break, but as you said, once that second stream starts, it just feels like it's never going to end. And that's kind of how these chord stream picks end up feeling in general. 166 is not terribly fast either, so I feel like players are going to be pretty comfortable despite some of the density. But something else that I do notice when I was looking through this is that it kind of goes in, it ebbs and flows through density for this part at least, where it goes like low density and then comes back to high density with some of those brackety type patterns. But about halfway through this section, it just blasts you with everything and then gets really dense consistently and doesn't stop.
And yeah, that's what I mentioned. It just won't end at all. I think when I was test playing this, I was actually struggling getting to read these brackets. If you just manage to turn off your brain for some reason mid play, which I hope no one of the players are going to do, this could easily be your downfall.
It absolutely could, and just finishing off with some repeated patterns from the beginning sections, but that is going to be our chord stream pick for no reason.
Now our next pick is going to be a long note pick, the long note release pick, Mitsukiyo's Jurokuji no Hitori Tabi, a chart by Jinjin. And as with most of the long note release picks, this might feel one of the easier, not so physical kinds of picks. But if there's anything in 7K release that you have to be super careful of, it's basically trying to be super complacent. Like, there's a lot of things that will be trapping you. For example, especially those long notes that are extended from like 1/8 to 1/4 from a base bar line.
Important to note as well that the number of points players are going to need to win their matches has increased by 1 going into quarterfinals, which also means 2 new maps have been added to the pool. One of them being a long note pick, and this is the new category for long notes that's being added, which is just kind of a release-ish based instead of just pure coordination like we were seeing from LN1 in the round of 16 pool. This map in general, very light, but super, super focused on those staggered releases and making sure that you have a vice grip on like where to actually release the notes, because it's so sporadic and volatile with just where the release points are. OD6 is going to help that be a little bit more lenient, but I think even with OD6, this is going to be extremely hard to get good accuracy on.
As we're seeing on the replay, Jinjin is kind of below 99%. We might be seeing those kinds of accuracies as well for some of the players in this round. So, and also just a note, there are only 1,000 notes in this chart, so any misses are going to be tanking your score.
They certainly will. That map is also very short in general, so not one you're going to want to make mistakes on. Definitely a high risk, high reward type of map for players who are good at those long note patterns. But we're moving right back into some more rice, and as I said, 2 extra picks in the pool. Here's the second extra pick that's being added to the pool, another rice pick, and this one's going to introduce the faster side of chord streams that we weren't able to see in the round of 16 pool. 189 BPM, Aratanaru Ketsui by level 51, OD8, so not quite as strict on the accuracy side as we saw from this slower chord stream pick before, but still going to be pretty difficult.
Also, just a note, since this is a faster chord stream pick, you might be seeing a bit more comfortable patterning compared to the other chord stream pick. This is leaning more towards the starey kind of chord streams, unlike the other one, which is the more brackety type.
Yeah, absolutely. And you can already kind of see that even in this dense section, there's kind of like a flow to the patterns that we weren't seeing quite as much in the denser chord stream pick from earlier. Though it's a fair share of relatively awkward patterns. You do see a little bit of that, I couldn't even think of the right word. But yeah, like mirrored from the space bar. But symmetric, yeah, sorry, I completely misheard that. But regardless, you do get quite a few more breaks as well in this, where there's going to be sections of broken broken chord stream throughout, and that'll help keep players from tiring themselves out quite as much as you might expect from the more dense stamina-based chord stream pick.
Also, this break section just ends with a chord jack transition, going into more of these chord streamy patterns here. The density kind of still maintains the same level as what we have before, but this is more of like the broken stair kind of patterns, which is super mind blocking for a lot of players who are not really super comfortable to these kinds of charts.
Absolutely. But that's going to finish off our third rice pick, our fifth pick overall in the pool.
Now our next pick is JH's Nocturne, which is the LN coordination pick of this pool. So LN coordination, a lot of people are super afraid of those kinds of charts. And unlike Round of 16's Hanano Yakusoku, this one is way more in your face with the LN coordinations. Like with the one from Round of 16, you could still kind of survive with the accuracy portion over there. This one is just, I don't think there's even a part of this chart where you let go of the keyboard at all.
I think you might be right about that. It's pretty consistent with everything. The long notes just kind of stick around. On top of the fact that it is quite a bit faster than the map from Round of 16 that involved the coordination. So you're going to have to be able to read those releases and the heads of the LNs a lot more quickly and a lot more deliberately. On top of the fact that there are like quite a bit of rice notes throughout that, in my opinion, as someone who's like not great at 7 key, can really mess with your reading a lot and stunt your coordination if you're not ready for them.
Something I even tend to do whenever there are chords in between these LN coordination patterns, I sometimes tend to hit them as shields, which is not that ideal, especially that the rice appears like around 1/1 beats. And also, they're just there to start tripping you up. Like a lot of players maybe end up releasing a long note just because there is a rice chart, some rice note somewhere in that pattern.
Yeah, absolutely. It can definitely be very tricky to hold on to. And we're in this chorus, we've actually been seeing quite a bit of like, not necessarily coordination, so to speak, but releasey type patterns with like stagger releases that we weren't seeing quite as much in the intro or in the first half of the map. But like you said, it just keeps going and going and going, and you keep your fingers on the keyboard for pretty much the entire time. Still on it as we head into the very last couple of patterns here for the second long note pick in the pool. And that's going to do it for Nocturne. Also OD7, so the accuracy is not going to be quite as comfortable for you in compared to like the release pick, which was OD6. But that's going to do it. We'll move into the fourth rice pick of the pool, Reincarnation. Rice 4 is going to be our Jack pick. And this pushes us up to 240 BPM or about 120 BPM jacks. And this map is pretty interesting compared to Rain from the previous pool, because Rain had a pretty heavy focus on anchors, like long, drawn-out anchors. And this map just focuses on the density. I think there's only like 3 or 4 total anchors that extend past 2 notes long. So it's just about making sure that you have the jack capabilities on top of the density reading ability.
Yep, as you did mention, this chart is more really on how spread out the jacks are. Usually, like you're right. I think there's like less than 3 really in terms of anchors. You just have to be super careful controlling your fingers, trying not to hit the columns you're not supposed to hit in these super spread out heavy chord jacks.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, not to mention the increase in speed by about, I think, 10 BPM upgrade from round of 16. So making sure that you had that stamina to hold on to the jacks for the length of the map on top of the extra speed. And an OD 8.5, as you might expect from a jack pick. Just make sure that the accuracy is on point as much as possible.
Also, you see there are some ladder-like chord jacks. You have to be super careful on those. It's super easy to get a miss or get a miss hit on a column right on those kinds of chord jacks.
Absolutely, and there is one of the anchors in the map on that space bar. So if you're too focused on the, the spread out nature of it, making sure you're hitting the notes, you just got to kind of be ready for that anchor on the space bar. But given it's the only one, I don't think it's going to cause too many issues overall as we get into the final sections of this map.
Also, the ending part, you just really want to take it home at that point. Just try not to choke. Also, nice play here from our replay person. Only 1-200. Our next pick is the second hybrid of this showcase. We have Psyche's Remorse, another chart by Paradoxes. This is actually one of the shorter picks in this pool. Something like Colors from round of 16.
I was actually going to say that exact same thing, where I looked at this and I was like, this is just Colors Part 2. Because you have the same flam long notes, you have it's a lower OD than we saw from Colors. OD5, so it's going to be really lenient on the accuracy. But then you get into this section with the stagger releases, I'm like, this is just Colors. Except harder.
Yep, it did warrant the decrease in OD. This is one of those charts that was edited especially for this World Cup. Also, those releases, I have no idea how you could even act those without choking somewhere.
Yeah, I don't know how you even combo through most of that. It's so hard to read through, especially with so many of the reverse shield, or not reverse shields, regular shields on the end. They're so close. The long note ends are so close to some of those rise patterns that I feel like reading is going to be end up being a minor issue for some players. But it transitions into another section like this, which is potentially more on the coordination heavy side than the intro or that first section was, just based on the way that the LNs are structured. Like, some of them extend into the next set of chords, and that I think is going to cause some real issues, especially since the stagger releases stick around.
Also, it just transitioned to those bursty rise patterns as well. It just won't let up.
Yeah, it's awkward, but that'll finish off our potentially highest risk map in the pool, our Hybrid 2. We'll move into our third long note pick, and this is going to be Dive With You. It's going to be OD5, length of 2 minutes and 5 seconds, and a BPM of 180. And this is going to be our density pick, I believe.
Yep, this is our density pick, and according to the notes Jinjin provided me before the showcase, this is around a similar difficulty to last year's quarterfinals long note density, which was Lee Ju's 8th Voyager. Though I would say personally the patterns here are much more comfortable, less abrasive compared to 8th Voyager. 8th Voyager was actually a bit faster in terms of BPM for this. But the density here kind of replicates how Daisuke from round of 16 structures their releases on these super dense long note chord streams.
Yeah, you're seeing a lot of short long notes that are basically just trying to get you to read through them. The accuracy on those shouldn't be too difficult, especially with that OD5, but you can definitely see that ebbing and waning density that comes in sometimes with the more comfortable staircasey type patterns. And it's just about focusing on which long notes actually do extend. And past that point, I think it's going to be pretty comfortable for a lot of people.
Also, both chorus sections, you do notice those super staggered long note releases. If you try to look at them carefully, those are just plain stairs really, but you kind of have to be super careful. Again, with your release timings, those are super easy to trip up. It's super easy to get 200s on even on OD5. Also, some of these chord streams have some interlaced rise notes as well. If you're not super careful, those are super easy to miss.
Indeed they are, and we're getting into the final few patterns, just finishing off our density long note pick. Not too long, 2 minutes and 5 seconds. Just got to make sure you're focused for that time. So stamina shouldn't be an issue for most of these players. Just, classic density long notes.
Now up next is our mixed rise pick for this pool. We have Wakadori's Fuzzy Navel, another chart by evening, the second evening chart here. And Oh my goodness. This is the first things first. This is the first uprate of the World Cup. And
We did.
what a way to start the upgrade brigade of this pool, because this is wacky. This is wacky as
It definitely is pretty wacky. You said mixed rice. Last pool we had an evening map also as the mixed rice map for that pool in Busy Come Busy Go, and I think there's a pretty good comparison you can make between the two maps there. This one has a little bit heavier of a focus on the technical elements, but you know that broken like chord stream with the flams at the end of it is still there, just like we saw in Busy Come Busy Go. And this one also gets a lot more difficult at the end, so it takes that from Busy Come Busy Go as well.
IMAX Theory in action on the charting here. Also, something that I kind of want to highlight here is the break section, especially with how the left hand and the right hand are chart different layers in the music. Like, this pretty nifty.
Indeed. A little bit of a break section here with some not difficult patterns, but you have some mini jacks that you kind of have to focus on, but it starts the build up into that final quarter where that difficulty starts to really pick up here. And we get a more consistent chord stream section here with some split chords, and the flams stick around. So you're definitely going to have to focus a lot on this, especially with those mini jacks that start showing up in the chord stream patterns as well.
You just have to be super careful here, because I would say a lot of the chokes in this chart will be happening in this section.
Oh yeah, without a doubt. And that ending, that last pattern with the mini jacks can definitely throw you for a loop. That's going to be our fifth rice pick, our first of our mixed tech picks. And that's going to move us into our final hybrid. It's going to be Simurg, a map by Stan, OD7.2, 2 minutes and 26 seconds at a BPM of 186. And this one is a pretty interesting map because it looks pretty straightforward for a while, but I'd say this is like a middle point between what we saw from Rain Shower and the previous hybrid Remorse, where there are some very risky sections with some plans and some difficult long note patterns, but it is a lot more straightforward than we saw in Remorse.
Yep. A lot of this chart is basically getting your stair movements out of the way. There are basically a lot of comfortable patterns here, but there's some reverse shields there that are actually half a beat apart from the long note releases they're associated with, so maybe try to be careful on those.
Yeah, I guess this does have some similarities to Random from the previous round, where in certain sections of this, you have some pretty abrupt changes in rhythm. And we're seeing those increases in speed and then the 1/3 jacks there, which kind of mirrors that, but it's not for the entire chart like it was for Random. It's just specific sections that you have to be very worried about as far as, focusing on those changing rhythms goes.
Also, just to note, like, once the density increases in this chart, it won't let up at all. Here we go. Some of these somewhat, like, I'd say 8-bit-ish patterns there, some coordination stuff. This is, I'd say, one of the most rewarding charts to play in this pool, but the difficulty is something that you have to be careful, like strategizing in your matches. I'm not sure when would you like to get this pick in.
Yeah, it's definitely a little bit of a weird one to go with. I would almost liken this to kind of like a technical pick with how much the rhythms change, and sometimes there's those, mini jack and shield patterns that can be tough. Definitely a little bit more technical than we saw from either of the other two hybrids, but still staying in its own lane as far as like being pretty straightforward with a lot of the patterns just outside of those specific, technical sections.
And that is the final hybrid pick of the pool. So up next is the other technical pick, the Flashbulbs Melan, a chart by Lenpai. And if you think the evening chart from earlier was whack, here's whack times 2.
Ignore the star rating. 4.64 is not correct. It is correct, but it's not correct. Like, that doesn't define how difficult this chart really is. And like, if I were to describe this, the map is really light overall, but I'd liken it to a very traditional technical pick with a lot of those flams and a lot of extended jack patterns and mini jacks all over the place. So definitely something on the difficult side to make sure that your coordination with rice patterns in general is strong, especially with the OD 7.5 being somewhat up there in terms of, you know, the strictness for good accuracy, especially with some of these patterns.
Those middle finger jacks, middle finger triple double jacks are super tricky to hit, especially with the transitioning to those flams. I'm not even sure how, like, you cannot read them as chords obviously since act, but like trying to hit them might be the more intuitive way. I'm actually super unsure on how one player would even tackle this.
Yeah, it is really interesting to think about how players are going to be going for these patterns, but, you know, trying to manipulate some of these technical patterns could be an interesting strategy to see from some players who maybe aren't physically capable of holding onto all of these technical patterns. And, you know, if that ends up being the case, then trying to hold on to the combo could be a very good strategy for trying to take a point on a map like this.
Also, the density all kind of increases in on this part of the chart, but the patterns, like those sweeps, like I forgot about the sweeps existing. Like, those are easy act drops if you're going to try to manip them.
Absolutely, they are, and that'll finish off our rice pool with the second tech pick. And we only have one more regular pick left in the pool. That's going to be our final long note pick. Long note 4, Mage of Violet. This is going to be our mixed long note pick, closer to an in-between zone between releases and density that we saw in the earlier 3 long note picks. OD 5.5, so not too difficult on the accuracy side of things, but it is 2 minutes and 58 seconds, the longest of our long note picks that we've seen in this pool. So it's going to be a mixture of, like, you know, that coordination and the density, but also make sure that you have the consistency to hold on for that long.
Also, there are some releases here that are snapped at 1/9, something that I cannot believe I'm actually saying in the map pool showcase. Some 8-bit, 16-bit pattern here. I mean, it's kind of what you'd expect from a maple syrup chart of this caliber. Also, just to mention, this is the first VTuber pick of the entire 7K World Cup map pool, and we're only 2 rounds in.
We did it. We didn't do it. We didn't have a VTuber until the end of the end of quarterfinals map pool this time. But we did actually see some interesting patterns that kind of reminded me of the mixed long note pick from last year's quarterfinals pool, Love is War, I believe, where it has those, like, sweep patterns that go from one side to the other while being pretty much full inverse, and those can be pretty difficult to hold the coordination on.
Yep, some charters tend to put like one extended long note in between the inverse, which is something that a lot of players tend to choke on if they're not paying enough attention. And also, there are some reverting stairs that I really like how Maple charted them, and there's yet another one of those patterns which I'm pretty sure the one you're meaning.
Yes, that pattern does repeat itself multiple times in this as we get into this chorus, which has more of a density focus than what we were seeing in the earlier sections of this map. Not to mention that this is quite fast for what you might expect from a mixed density pick, or a mixed LN pick at 183 BPM. So that speed's definitely going to help with the release timing of some of the patterns in this map, but you cannot discount the difficulty of the coordination throughout some of these patterns.
Definitely. And also, you did mention the higher BPM. Also, something that Maple did all in this chart is that generally the patterns here are way more comfortable. Like, they're not that abrasive really. It's just the release timings that you have to be super careful with. Even with low OD, it's still super easy to get 200s here.
It certainly is, and we get into this last chorus with a slight density increase from the other choruses we saw, and some extra coordination patterns as we approach the very ending of this chart. And that will
Also,
do it.
Yep, the ending reverse shields there. I wonder if
fun.
there's some jokes that are going to happen there.
Hopefully not. I don't want to see people choke. But that is
Yeah.
going to finish off our regular 13 picks. We only have one map left in this pool, and it's going to be our tiebreaker.
So we have Camellias. We could get more. Okay, we could get more machine
Machine
gun size style. There you go. R.I.P. my English.
It's all right. It's all good. A little bit of a shorter tiebreaker than we saw from the previous round. It goes from 6 minutes to 5 minutes here. A slightly changing BPM throughout, though. Most of the map is the same 160 BPM. 7.39 stars. OD7, a little bit easier on the accuracy than I might have expected for a tiebreaker for this round. But regardless, mapped by Remmering. I'm sure many people know this song for the high star rating ranked chart in 4 key at least. But this is going to be our 7 key version for our tiebreaker. And this has a whole lot of variation in patterning. Starts off with that transition and an increasing BPM. But we're going to be getting into some chord streams like we're seeing right now. We have a really interesting technical section in the middle, and then a really technical long note section as well. And that kind of just goes back and forth throughout the entire map.
This chart basically has everything you'd expect from a tiebreaker. Lots of challenging patterns, though. Something that we kind of have to take note of is that there's like a lot of chord jacks and mini jacks here due to the nature of the music, really. But the varying styles of how they're implemented in the chart is something that everybody should pay attention to.
Yeah, and you got a little bit of a hybrid chord stream section there, but it transitions out of that pretty fast, and I believe we're going to be coming up to a pretty light technical section, similar to what we were seeing in Milan earlier in the pool, where it's really light, but the patterns themselves are very difficult to hold on to consistently.
And here we go. This is kind of reminiscent of that mini jack heavy tech pick in the round of 16, kind of, but obviously way denser. Some more of these sweeping stairs, some of those mini trills as well. Have to be super careful on those.
Indeed, you do, and those are at 160 BPM, so it's not the easiest to hold on to the speed of those mini jacks. And we're getting into a very technical long note section here. All of a sudden hits you with that density, and that can be a pretty difficult transition to make, especially when you're trying to focus on getting accuracy on the technical section. And yet another shift in momentum as we get into some slower chord jacks.
So here's the primary, another break section here, but I don't even know if you could even call this into a break section, mostly because these patterns are not really the ones you'd want in a break section.
Yeah, got those kind of like brackety-ish type of patterns. Though they are slow, they are very light in this situation, so I'm sure many players will be happy to not have to hold their stamina too much there, and we get a little bit of a rehashing of the intro long note sections that we saw.
Some one-hand inverse action with just a simple triple chord. Not really that bad. But then we are about to enter the climax of this chart where the density, like everything is just going to be thrown at you. Even the sync will be thrown at you.
Indeed, they are. Wouldn't expect anything else to come out of a tiebreaker. Transitioning to some really fast bursts here, and another one of those long note sweeps. And some shifting BPMs as well. That is really rude.
Yup, an inverted stare on a BPM that goes slow. Oh man, that's evil.
1/4 of the map left. We have another transition, gets those streams underway, and I believe we're going to see a pretty heavy chord jack-ish type, well, yeah, it transitions between those bursts and the chord jacks. Similar to what we were seeing actually at the beginning, just a little bit on the denser side comparatively. have too much left of this map to go. We're going to finish it off with another long note section with some pretty technical bursts here and some high density, some high octane to finish off the map. Got to make sure that your LNs are okay when you get to that point. The map itself overall is a little bit more rice focused than long note. But you know, you get those couple of sections with the very high intensity long notes that will ruin you if you're not like well rounded enough to handle the long notes.
Also, those ending rice patterns, like the sweeping stairs going into core jacks. Oh my goodness, that is evil.
This whole map was kind of evil, but that will finish off our quarterfinals map pool for the Oceania 7 Key World Cup 2023. Yeah, what a weekend we've had, and I'm really excited to see all 16 teams return next week. 8 of them in the losers bracket, 8 of them maintaining their life in the winners bracket, and they will be playing against each other with this map pool. It's going to be an exciting weekend.
Definitely, and I wish the players all the best going into the coming weekend, because the journey is just going to get harder from this point on.
That it indeed will. One more thing that I want to do before we sign off for the weekend. Of course, I'm a master of shilling. I've got to get it out there. We have an open collective to for anyone to donate to if they would like to support the tournament and support the prize pool and players who are in the tournament. Make sure that if you want to support the tournament that you donate there at the open collective. But I don't think there's really anything else I need to say. Anything you want to say before we sign off?
Yep, I think that's pretty much it for me, aside from good luck to everyone in the roster.
Absolutely, good luck, and make sure to return next weekend for an action-packed weekend of quarterfinals action. We'll see you guys then.